I dream just to be where you are. In a world I can see where you are. Though you are meant to be. Wish you're here next to me. Where you are.
OCE community, because all weekend we've had dog water series. 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, 4-1, and I'm sick of it. So here we are, everything on the line, only one spot, twice as hard to get to majors, twice as hard to be the best team in OCE. We are getting into business. Done up the call game, or put an exclamation.
Takes the lead in this series.
We've got 5 casters, 6 players, and 1 goal in 2 seconds, CJ.
Hello everybody and welcome to the playoff Saturday for OCE Open at number 3 RLCS 2026 action in the number 1 region globally. Yeah, that's right. The land down under OCE, Australia, New Zealand and surrounds, boys. It's great to be here. We had a fantastic first Friday stream that we dug out of the grave after a few years, which was great fun. But Yummy, it's great to be here on playoff Saturday. 8 teams remain.
Yeah, this is where it becomes do or die. Yesterday was really just a story about whether the likes of Power and Wildcard could get to that top 6, could make sure that they're not in the lower bracket. Today, we find out where they can go to that next level, if they're going to set themselves up for a semi-finals on the opposite side of each other, and, you know, essentially the winner of those two teams across this weekend goes to the major, which... CJ, you're not going to the major, so it's pointless?
Won't be working Boston, so I won't be able to see the one OCE
so no
team.
CJ, no EU, no Johnny Boy. Is it even a major? Can we just call it a minor now? Or
that's up to you. But now I think about it, if there's only one OCE
Boston
team
minor.
as well, there's not many Australians that will be there for. Well, might be a little bit
They're
quiet.
blocking us out. We get one top 6 at Worlds, and all of a sudden the world is scared of us now. So they get rid of one of our teams. They get rid of CJ. It's a bit disappointing, yes, but it does kind of raise the stakes, I feel like, for this weekend, if nothing else, because if we were sending 2 teams, we'd already know who they are right now, Monty. So at least we get to have some drama in this third and final Open.
Yeah, it is nice to have that little bit extra momentum, I guess, going into this one where these teams really have to play for the win. I did see someone say, without CJ being at the major, that potentially that bad luck charm might be gone and we might see a win as well.
Has anybody ever noticed how OC has never won a major while CJ's been there?
Okay, haven't won I haven't been there either, but I've probably been to more than I haven't, which means that, yeah. Okay, maybe I'm a bad luck charm, but let's take a recap, a little look at what happened yesterday with our Friday action. We ran the GSL bracket, 2 groups of 8, and we had a lot of sweeps over in Group A, but the good thing about Group A, Yummy, is that they had some logos, or at least more than Group B.
Yeah, we got to even follow them. We got to get inside their matches. They ran them pretty well, sent the replays on time so we could, keep watching them. A lot of 3-0s that we actually watched on stream, unfortunately. Maybe a little bit of a fight there from your boys, Invade Esports, at the very end, CJ. But in the end, at least we got some new teams in the top 8.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting for sure. I'll be curious to see how Dogged will go, because they had an interesting journey to get in. We did get to see him on stream, but the B side, I don't want to call it B for boring, Monty, because the Bulldogs are there. They're exciting, and there was, one best of 5 in that upper end, but it wasn't where the drama was.
No, it was pretty straightforward, wasn't it? And something we really didn't touch on just then was the fact that the Battle and Will side dropping out forfeits throughout the day. So that does also change up the potential. Well, the top 8, there's a couple of chances for teams to make through when maybe that would have blocked the way previously.
And all of our boy, Misty, we all
of
back
our
that
boy,
guy.
yes.
He's in the top 6. He's in the upper bracket, Miami Metro.
Yep.
With that little cheeky Game 5 win in the upper bracket, which we didn't get to see.
Great to
CJ.
see. I mean, well, look, we didn't have too many crazy games yesterday, but it was nice to take a look at, the 9 to 16 teams we don't often see on Playoff Saturday. But we did have some crazy games in our previous event, which is why we're not going to go for the top plays from yesterday. We're going to take a look at what happened in Open 2 and rip some top plays coming at you right here with number 5 as well out of OCE. And why don't we kick off with the grand final? What an absolute doozy. Wildcard going for their revenge match on Team Power and Thieves off the sidewall. Easy as you like. Beautiful number 5 play. He's peeking. You can just see. Look at, he's taking the control. He said, Torsos, leave it for me. I'll do the rest from here. 1v3. Counter-attack play. Beautiful goal.
A pretty classic one from Fever. So we head down to the lower bracket for the champs, as Laxon is the one who gets the double over the backboard. One little extra cheeky touch, and, well, this is what Laxon does. He just builds goals out of nowhere. Flip reset off the backboard. Does it get better than that?
Well, I mean, he wasn't the only one using his mechanics to help out the team. Check out this reset from Hunter as well. Through traffic, finds Caleb, but what puts this play above was the double touch at the end. This happened in the quarterfinals as well. Just a sick team play, everything coming together.
And we couldn't talk about top plays without talking about the player that scored about 70% of the goals for OCE last Open. It was Keckles in the quarterfinal. Look at that one, getting up to the ceiling from the corner as well. How about that? What a reset to get back to it. Big goal.
And the number one spot, we got to showcase a team that is currently tied number one in points. They won Open 1. They couldn't take out Open 2. But look at this beautiful play. Fiber and Super Lucky getting to work off the rip, off the kickoff, the extra pop over the top. And look at Super Lucky. He just knew that Fiber was going to miss it. He knew that in OCE, we love hitting the crossbar. So he was there just in case. Off the ceiling, the reset from Fives. Super Lucky able to find the read as well. Team power, showcasing that synergy that we saw in Open 1. And a few banging goals from Open 2, boys. Hopefully in the next couple of days, today and tomorrow, we get some similar high-quality action.
This is the time that sort of starts coming out of the woodwork, especially the upper bracket matches. That's where we start seeing some fantastic goals. But you just never know. When it's OCE, it's always a goal somewhere.
Yeah.
Whether it's a fantastic goal, whether it's in your own net, something's
We're
happening. That's
entertaining.
why we are the number one.
We're entertaining. We're an entertainment machine here in OCE. So we had a look at the top 5 plays. We had a look at the
And
bracket
now
from
time for
yesterday.
the bottom 5 plays.
And now it's time for the bottom 100 plays. No, what we're going to do is take a look at the bracket. Let's have a look at what we can look forward to today with our hybrid AFL playoffs bracket. However you want to look at it, it's top 8, top 4 get a second chance. We've got 4 best of 7s today. With our upper bracket games, you can see Power, Bulldogs, Miami Metro, and Wildcard. Down the bottom, we've got the no logo lower bracket. We're going to call it formal. Top 48, Ice, Champs, and Dogged.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see that lower bracket, who kind of fights through, but you'd be kind of lying to yourself if your eyes weren't on the upper bracket right now. That Power versus Bulldogs match, if we're going to see the upset, if we're going to see somebody ruin the script and send one of our top 2 teams to that lower bracket, I think it's going to be that last match of the day, Monty.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Bulldogs, isn't it? They've sort of put the upset towards Power. They didn't quite get all the way across the line in Open 2, but they did make them squirm a little bit towards that end of that semi-final where it was a 7-minute OT. So that's definitely where the eyes go to. But hey, we're talking about teams without logos. I have to say real quick, Iton top 48, I think their text logos actually work quite well for them.
Yeah, it's certainly words with white text and a black background.
We're
I
missing
guess.
Team was the only one to do it right, and they didn't make it. So
Team is you're the only one that's on board with Team. But what are they playing for? Same as the other couple of opens. I believe it's $79,000 total across the entire. When you go down to 150th as well, we're paying out places galore. You just need to sign up, get involved, go play with your dog and your uncle or something, and get involved. Find a couple of teammates and collect some cash. But 12 grand yummy for first, and importantly 15 points when we're looking at that number 1 spot who we're going to be sending to Boston.
Yeah. In terms of points, you just need to come out ahead of those 2 teams need to come out ahead of each other. But there is, of course, world's points. I just kind of wanted to point out as well, 79,000, 12,000 for first place. RLCS Season 3, the first one that OCE was in, that was $15,000 total. So,
wow,
what a rise from there.
Look at us go. And here's the points as well, formal. The focus now is basically those top 2 teams.
It is. They have the gap. Bulldogs, unfortunately for them, mathematically eliminated yesterday when both Power and Wildcard made it through. And again, it's not just the points to get to Boston as well. It's looking ahead. It's looking towards Worlds with only kind of that one spot secured. Going to the major gives you that extra advantage. And if these 2 teams are going to be going blow for blow, both splits, yeah, every single one of these wins are important.
Yeah, that's why this event is so important for not only just this split, just for the Boston Major, just overall. It really is. Whoever comes out on top here will have the massive advantage for the rest of the season.
Of course, when it comes to the Boston Minor as well, a team like Wildcard would back themselves to be able to, double their points up and make a huge gap if they go. Maybe Power less so, but after they maybe get inspired by some of the recent results of Wildcard, if they go, they could also earn a ton more points and almost secure their way.
CJ's frozen.
Hello. I'm here.
Yeah, see,
can you hear me?
We can hear you.
CJ. He gets kicked out of the major.
He looks very
just decides not to be here anymore. Fair enough.
Yeah, I saw money. There was money there briefly.
Tasmania. I'm a long way away. But I was going to say, it's interesting, the team is sent to the major. If you're that second team, obviously you kind of don't want them to do well because you don't want them to get too many points. But also, if they do really well, that's an advantage as well because we also have the LCQ spot that is available. If you are a top 4 performing region, you can earn an extra spot for your region. So if Wildcard are able to kind of boost the overall average of OCE, or if Power are able to boost the average of OCE if they do go, perhaps they could send their arch rival to the World Championships as well.
So you just don't want them to be mediocre,
yeah,
which
not in the middle.
Unfortunately has been a big problem with OCE. It would be like, 9th place, regular
top sixes,
wildcard 9th place. But
more top 6s, we're good. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. They need to keep performing like that.
You know what? I want a top 4 though. I'm hungry.
Yep.
I'm greedy. Top 4.
We're absolutely due. We're due for a top 4. But before we jump into the matches for today and have a look at the schedule, we do have a topic that was raised yesterday with an outrageous take by Formal regarding Xenulus perhaps being on the Mount Rushmore of OCE Rocket League, which did bring up a topic of who on earth is on the Mount Rushmore of OCE Rocket League. We held discussions until today. We all got our brains to tick over during the night as we went to bed to think about our own Mount Rushmore. Do we have them, boys? Do we have them ready to go? Do you want to reel them off?
Well, we got to start with Formal.
Sure.
And I assume it has Xenulus on there, so we'll figure it out.
Again, I was just posing the question, okay? I wasn't committing to the man himself. The names I am going to commit, let's get the obvious ones out of the way. Drippe, Torsos, they're for sure on. Like, they're good. I am putting CJ on for the contributions as a whole. All right? Without CJ, no broadcast here. Talent. That gets him through. Okay. I'm putting him on there. And the fourth one, I'm giving it to Jimma. I'm giving it to the coach that has been like the most consistent coach in the region, major after major, every World's appearance. It feels like since he's been coaching, all he's done is win. Jimma deserves a spot on that Mount Rushmore.
I don't hate it, like going for the different categories, you know what?
He's actually done well, considering he threw Xenulus out there early on. When he does think, it creates.
It's just like the clock takes a long time to turn over. He is American, so maybe
I just like to explore every option before coming to the right conclusion. Okay, and that means Zen gets up there. Maybe Scarth gets a little peek, a little thought out. You never know.
Okay, there is also 4 heads right here, like.
We could be the Mount Rushmore.
We could be the Rushmore.
How about we ask Chad at the end who's got the best list? Maybe we'll go 1 to 4. You guys can let us know. But so Form, you're locking in Drippe, Torsos, myself, and Jimma. Okay, there's your 4. Moni, do you want to deliver for us now?
I'm sort of still deciding, to be honest with you, but it's been a fight. No. I've got it covered.
Okay.
I've got to go now, otherwise I won't make my decision realistically. I feel like, as we've sort of mentioned, there's 2 names that will probably always be on that list. Drippe, Torsos, longevity, Drippe. As far as I can remember, possibly the only OCE player to ever have a MVP performance on a day of a World Championship. I don't think anyone else has done that since, I think that was season 6. So those 2 are a lock. More so recently, I think we're probably looking at Fever. Just the consistency from himself going there. Everyone talks about B-Head being the MVP of OCE the last 2 seasons. I've rated Fever over the top. I think he's been the standout for me personally. And I think it's not only been that, just the entire open era. He seems to always be at majors. He always seems to be performing. And finally, this is the one I'm scratching my head over because I don't want 3 of us, or, I say 3. CJ might name himself. I don't know. I don't want to name CJ so many times on here that his head gets, even bigger. But I feel like Max's point.
CJ are putting CJ on there.
I think Max's point also stands in terms of, hey, we've got a broadcast. Probably wouldn't have happened without CJ. So I think that, on top of some funny performances and
no
some
gameplay mentions for my Mount Rushmore. No one. Any
good walkouts. No. That was good.
Okay, thanks. So I like being up there, but I feel like I want to be there for a player, but I appreciate it. Let me do my Mount Rushmore. I'm going to throw a different name out. I think Torsos is a lock. I think Drippe I feel like he is a lock, but I forget that we've also had 5 years of open era Rocket League, which is a lot longer than we've had a lot more than we had pre-open. Drippe was 2016 or even kind of like early 2017 really in terms of RLCS OCE season 3 to 2019, 2020 in a way. So it's not that long, but gee, he was good. So I think I'm still going to put him in there. I'm going to go Drippe, Torsos, and I think I have to put Kami in there, who was, in that team, top 4 season 6. He was with me since the beginning, and then joined Chiefs, who really went to that next level. I think he was incredibly consistent. So I'll go Drippe, Torsos, Kami, and then I think I'm with you, Monty. I'll throw Fever in there. I think Banana Head is getting close, but I think Feves has that extra year where he was with me. He has the Renegade year, and he had the Mind Freak kind of stage as well, Yummy, where he stole a major OCE online event as well. So I'll get Feves. Yeah, he stole it off everyone. He's Dark Horse,
you deserved it. He took it away from you. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, okay,
he completely stole it. So I'm going to throw Feves in there for the top 4.
Look, I thought Founding Fathers, the Mount Rushmore, you can't have open era newbies on your Mount Rushmore.
Okay, that way. Yeah,
that's the way I'm going.
Back in time we go.
So formal, 100%. Right, Torsos and Drippe has to be on your list. Yep. And then that's where it gets difficult. I haven't even had enough of a thought about this. I'm tempted, as disgusting as this is, to put CJ on there. Oh, maybe we put a bag over his head, just hide the shame a little bit.
Or like it's a rough, you can chip me out really roughly on the mouth or something. It'd look ugly.
Maybe put a beard on there, make it like a little bit of a hybrid between you and me, but we'll put CJ on there. And then there's a lot of names. Kami, great one to put in there. You know who I actually thought as well? I went back, CJ, and thought Soma.
When you said Founding Fathers, I did start thinking of Cyrix and Soma and those kind of players as well.
I just don't think
Dumbo?
Dumbo, yeah, I had Dumbo as a thought. Soma, Dumbo. Not quite Cyrix, but maybe even your Express, who had some success, but they just didn't quite do
Stoney,
it.
So first Rocketeer in Rocket League in general.
Another shout, Nolski. What about some Nolski in there?
I mean, if we're putting Nolski,
but I stuck with Kami in the end. Nolski, I taught him everything he knows, so it can't be him. It's got to be Kami. Just that entire trio, 100% Founding Father. He was such a pivotal figure. A little bit later on in the scene, season 4 onwards. But yeah, in terms of the early days, he's in there.
Now I'm thinking there could be a legitimate argument for someone like Dover as well, then, if you're going to go that route.
Actually, you know what? Take out Kami, put in Dover.
Yeah.
Bam. Why did I forget? Just because he doesn't run our broadcast anymore, but Dover is actually the go to the scene. Yeah.
RLO.
Why did I think about it? Oh my god, I'm terrible.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think. I want to replace
Dover's not on your list, then it's terrible.
This is the beauty. You haven't really set a criteria, so that's kind of the beauty of the Mount Rushmore. Is you can kind of put whichever way you want.
For those who don't know, Dover made RLO. He's been a part of RLCS for ages. He's ran so many community events. He is. I don't know why I didn't think of him, but 100%.
He's too busy go-karting now, man. All he does is go. Yeah. But also, I kind of want to replace CJ with the Express heat map and leave it at that.
Yeah. Okay. Well. Let's not talk about the Express heat map. I tell you, who's definitely not on Mount Rushmore though. Jaden. All right. He's definitely he's not there because we don't like him. But anyway, let's even get into
a step forward. If I taught Nolski about running tournaments, Nolski taught Jaden about running tournaments.
Yeah, he's a few rungs down, isn't he? He's a few rungs down. But let's get into it. We're running short of time here. Great topic. We'll have to think of something for tomorrow's pre-show. Here's the schedule for Saturday. For today, we have 4 best of 7s. Our top 8 teams remain in our final event of the first split of 2026 of our Boston split. And we are kicking it off with Dogged taking on Champs. Lower round 1, best of 7 coming up, Formal.
Oh, boy. And this is going to be... Look... Dog, I think they upset their way to get through here. They had a bit of a surprise win right now, but I guess the others... it was a big shock, biggest surprise of the day yesterday. Shugs got through alongside Juck and McCad, but I don't know. I see Shores, I see Mock on the other side, I see Big Brains, I see Big Mech. I'm liking what the Champs have.
Yeah, look, I'm glad to see Mock back in for the Champs as well, so I'm excited to see how that one goes. I'm not really sure how I actually feel about this matchup. I think it should be close. One thing I just want to talk about real quick. are we calling him Shugs or Shugs? Because I always thought it was Shugs.
Yeah, I thought it was Shugs, and then everyone said Shugs. It must be Shugs. Yeah.
What if we just call him whatever we want?
I like calling him Shug, like sugar.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's more affectionate. Let's go.
I'm
You're
not even
casting
gonna-
it, you get
People
to
are
choose,
correcting.
mate.
People are correcting Max in chat, so I'm going to say it's Shugs. To be honest with you.
It's Shugs? Oh, yes. Well, that's what I've called him.
Shugs.
So we're going to go with Shugs. And
also, is
didn't
it
he perform
MCAD
yesterday?
or whatever formal said?
McCad? No, it's MCAD.
Yeah,
I like McCad. Sounds. McCad is fun to say though.
McCad. Okay. We are seriously struggling here to even just name
Okay, we
names,
can all
let
agree
alone
it's
analyze.
Juck, though. We can all agree on that.
It's got to be Juck. It's got to be Juck. They looked good yesterday, though, Dogs. We saw them on the main broadcast. Beauty of having the Friday stream. Shugs was popping off as well. Juck was getting involved on the saves end, but they look good. I'd say that, you know, the champs team with the veterans there, Yummy, they'd be the favourites with the experience on days like this, though.
Yeah, obvious favourites. Not a lot of teams have actually. Well, they've only ever had that one day yesterday where they even got to get onto a stream before. So a little bit of a first experience to be on the Saturday stream up against such veterans. But, you know, you could argue how much practice have we been seeing from the champs. Maybe that's the little in there for our dogged team.
Predictions formal? Kick it off.
I'm
Well,
going with the
Yummy's kind of
champs.
giving his.
Yeah, I'm going with
Yeah.
the champs though as well. I mean, I like Rez still. I think Rez. It's been weird watching Rez's career, where it seems like they've kind of peaked earlier and then has not been getting the results that they used to get. But I've never seen the drop of play from them. I still think they are one of the top 12, 15 players in the region. So I kind of expect them to get through matches like this.
Yeah, look, I actually did a prediction before this stream, and I put Dogged to get the win here, and I'm going to have to back it again. They've played once before this season, and it was a 3-1 win to Dogged. So I'm just going off the history here, going off the history, and also the fact that, you know, Mock just off the back of a vacation. Is he going to be okay? Is he going to be back in the mood for Rocket League? Probably not. I'm going to go Dogged.
Yummy, you've got champs based on what you said before. You're not.
No,
getting...
you forced me to say that. I got the doggies! Let's
Yes!
go! Come on, Shugs! What? What's wrong?
I want to go for the Shugs. I'm a
Okay,
Shugs
fine, I'll
believer.
go
Do
with
it
the
then.
champs. CJ
No, you can go. I'll go
CJ
champs.
take
Then.
over,
I'll back in the
whatever
It
veterans.
wouldn't be the
You
first
go,
time
Doc.
it's 3-1 with Max being the one.
Yeah,
It
honestly,
deserves
I say call it from your gut, CJ. If you don't really believe in the champs don't want you. Go to Dogged like you want to.
Put me on the dog there.
Give me the champs.
Shugs.
Give me the champs.
No, give me
I
dog.
want to be
Let's leave
correct.
formal on
Let's
an
go to
island.
the champs.
No, stop it. Come over this side. Join the blue team. Join the blue side.
Monty, it's not too late. You can join us too.
No, I'm not. I'm
No,
sticking
we're
with-
not. No, we're going. The Shug, listen, Shug looked fantastic yesterday. We've got a best of 7 lower bracket matchup coming up right here, right now. The champs, can Mock recover from his vacation? Are his fingers warmed up? Is he ready to go? I don't think so. Give me Dogged, but we'll find out in our first best of 7 right here and right now.
Oh boy, here we go. Our final Saturday.
Yep.
First best of 7 of the third regional, but like it's kind of crazy to think that we're already almost done with the first split down here at OCE, Monty. So, going to be an interesting matchup for sure. I'm excited to see Rez. I'm excited to see Mock. We haven't seen too much of them, it feels like, so far this split, and this is their chance to make a deep run before it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that it's January and we're almost past our first split here. It doesn't feel right, but I feel like we saw enough of Mock in the Open 1. I don't know if we saw enough of these roster
Where is the
in particular.
Mock hate coming from, man?
What
Mock
hate?
has been.
I don't have any hate for Mock. At all.
I'm hearing
We saw him a
is-
few times. He made a couple appearances. He was on the upper bracket on an Open 1, and then he made it down to the lowers as Dougie scores the opener. He was here for like 2. Hey, look, in Open 1, he was on the mainstream more times than Wildcard was in Open 2.
Fair. And also, he was probably the one who created that first goal right there with the dribble on through, finds the way to Dougie, who was the one player we really haven't spoken about on this lineup so far. I mean, you bring up Rez, you bring up Mock. Dougie, kind of the newer name to the trio. And if this was going to be a squad that was going to hit consistent top fours and make those deep runs, you kind of have two known qualities. It's the unknown one that needs to be the X factor, and maybe this is the time when Dougie has his breakout performance.
Yeah, I mean, talking about Dougie having his breakout performance, Decker, of course, having his breakout performance is a bit of a stretch, I'd say, but look, in this lineup, I actually think he's played really well to this point. I don't know if I'd say, he's the one that needs to make a standout
Dougie,
performance.
who's new to the scene. Zenulus, I didn't see him play in the past few
I mean,
regionals. Also new. He didn't get the top 8.
Mock is new to this team in that argument, right? Because he wasn't here in Open 2.
I don't know who
was
this
here in Open 2.
I don't know who this Rez person is, but I do remember Shorez out there making waves.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he can have his standout performance today as well, I suppose, or across this weekend. I mean, we haven't spoken at all about Dog Tier, and it's a roster that should be exciting. I'm excited to see what they can do. I believe this is the second time for Shugs making a top 8. Might be MCAT's first top 8 as well. I could be wrong on that one, but a couple of performances making it up to the top 8 of OCE is very good for these players to be in these positions. Hoping we see something from them in this series. That's why I predicted them, not only because their name was Dogs and I have an affiliation to the Bulldogs otherwise, but I feel like you got to support the Dogs at this point. But at the moment, it's going to be Dougie getting his second.
The 1-2 punch for Dougie right there gets that second goal, giving them the 2-point lead. But I do have to agree with you. If we are going to see the Dogs win this fight, it is going to be the Sugar Train. Shugs was a monster yesterday. Big reason why they got to this point. In fact, all the past results as well, Shugs has been that guy. So, yeah, if we are going to see the big results coming from the Dogs, we need a performance like we saw from yesterday out of Shugs. Unfortunately, this is 3 goals in just over 2 minutes, Money.
Yeah, well, Dogs aren't looking too good at the moment. They're not really in the fight at the start of game 1. That shouldn't be a goal realistically. Juck is in position. He has boost. He's at that sort of front post position, and he still can't get a hand up for the save. Not ideal for Dog Tier. The champs will be very happy with this. Currently, I'm not feeling too good about my prediction. That being said, I predicted this to be a game 7. I didn't say that on the desk, but I did predict this to be a game 7.
Oh, okay.
So right now, look, we're on par for that.
If you were to ask me, I would have gone 4-1 to the champs if we were to get specific on this one. I trust the experience, and I always struggle picking against Rez.
Yeah.
Like, we'll always show you up and surprise you. All right, interesting fake there coming from Juck as MCAD does what he can, but this is the player you want with the ball. Shugs gets bumped, stays with it, gets the second touch. Is there a player? Yes, there is, and that is why you pay Shugs the big bucks.
And Juck getting the final touch on this one, but it was just Shugs getting a couple of challenges in there, opening it up. Also, forcing Mock to jump that bit earlier than he would have liked. Half the game gone, 3-1. Dogged aren't out of this, but the champs have looked solid for the most part. That time, the physicality coming through. We might have to see if we can see more of that from Dogged. Might be a way back for them in game 1.
Shugs wants the reset, doesn't quite find it, so Mock will look to get that clear. There is time, but you'd want to see the Dogs get goals and not give up the middle of the field like that. Fortunately, Juck able to rotate back and a swing and a miss on the wall. Opens up the net. That's a big mistake from the champs.
Yeah, it's just another situation you wouldn't expect from this team with 2 coaches from last season just pushing up in the wrong moments. It's not at all what you'd expect from them, but it's still a goal for Dogs here. They'll be very happy with that situation they find themselves in, and they could even make it another if they find something off this kickoff. That being said, Dougie looking to line up a hat trick.
So if you're on a team of 3 with 2 coaches and 1 player, do you get like the good coach, bad coach dynamic running? Is there one that's like complimenting everything you do and the other one just constantly berating you, saying you can do better?
Look, I'm not certain about this exact situation for United Champion Clown at the moment, but personally, I don't think that would work. I wouldn't. I don't think there's a coach probably out there that would go.
Rez missed the ball on the sidewall there.
Well, yeah, but I'm not sure if there's any use of being a negative coach. Is there? Saying all the bad things about your players.
Negative. It's not being bad, but it's just like, all right, you got to step up. You're weak here, 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 and here. Do better.
I also think the players probably, if they're out on the field, they're not going to be saying that sort of stuff. They're probably going to be communicating about the game at hand. And in this game at hand, Rez doing all the work in this play, getting the first challenge and then Dougie finding the pass. It's just unfortunate. Juck couldn't get across again. A couple of times now, Dogs haven't been able to get there for the saves. That time, you give them a little bit more respect for not being able to get there. It was a good pass from Dougie. The first time, someone should have put a hand up. But at the moment, I feel like Dogs and Dangerous, they're just really struggling with making sure that the defense holds firm. Speaking of, Dougie almost faked 3.
Yeah, he had no boost that entire time, and I don't think the Dogs were aware of that. Nearly works out in their favor. Doesn't get the goal this time, but damage may have been done. Less than a minute till 2 goals needed as MCAT gets the bump, but they don't get the touch. Mock from underneath saves the play. Rez puts it towards the goal. Not in, but that's why Mock is there, and this game is done.
Yep, Mock is back from his holiday by the look of it. He gets his first goal of the series, and that should do for the game. Hey, look, I've seen a couple of times we've seen kickoff goal on kickoff goal. That could make it interesting. I'm not sure if we'll see that here. Not Champion Clown should have the upper hand when it comes to kickoffs. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you. That being said, speaking in Twitch chat during Open 2, Mock was watching, although he wasn't around to play, he was watching. And I was asking him a bunch of questions about, would you call a timeout here? What would you say to your team here? And oftentimes, what he would say as a coach wouldn't equal what he'd do as a player. So things like he wouldn't take a timeout as a player, but of course he'd take a timeout as a coach. So I'm not sure if that really even translates anymore in terms of the coaching to player situation. We might not see, it might just be out the window. There might not be any coaches on this team.
Yeah, all right. So it could be a coachless team full of ex-coaches. Normally, like the career trajectory goes the other way, where you're a player and then you become a coach. You don't start as a coach and then become a player again.
Well, he started as a player.
Well, yeah, I guess OCE, I call it the TINS route, or even the Lunar route, where it's just like coach, player, coach, player, coach, player, coach, retired player,
caster
retired,
in there some point
coach,
for Luna.
coach, retired player, player, retired coach, something like that.
Yep. Well, that's going to do for game 1. The Champion Clown getting across the line. And yeah, look, I think you're probably right. It is kind of that. Where do they actually start? Is it the chicken or the egg? Is it the coach or the player really for these players? Look, as I also said in that, you mentioned Luna's name there. He also casted at one point. So yeah, and it's kind of throwing that around at points as well. Can we see? I would love to see. I would love to see Mock on the desk. I've tried to convince him to do some casting, and he's not too keen on it. But maybe in the future. Right now, he's doing a pretty good job at scoring 1 goal as the champ scores 6.
Yeah, I mean, it still was a team effort, though. You can see the assist count high for everybody. Just goal participation across the board from the champs. They controlled that first game, Monty. They really did. They had a couple breakout moments off of an unforced error or two, and credit to the Dogs. They were hunting for those goals when they present themselves, but yeah, champs just looked next level, faster, more precise, less mistakes. It'll be tough to overcome this for the Dogs.
Yeah, and I'm gonna quickly mid conversation here. I'm gonna see if I can find out this other game that these two teams have played. If I can find out who won game 1. I want to find out if there's a chance here for my prediction to still be right.
It's one game in, and you are grasping at straws already, man.
We
just started.
No, I'm just like, I like to be factual with my statements. And so research is necessary for those things. You know what I mean?
Research usually happens before the broadcast.
Well, yes. But sometimes I like to mix things up, all right? If these players can be players and coaches and casters, I'm allowed to research mid-broadcast.
Money. It's not research then, it's investigating. Research you do before, investigating you do live.
Okay, well, I'm investigating what happened the last 2 times these teams played off. I don't see an issue with this.
I don't either. Now it's all. I'm just being a stickler. You know how important correct punctuation and correctly pronouncing things is to me. As we watch McCad try to push his way through the corner.
Yeah, he's a bit of an awkward one again from Dr. Dangerous, and that's something that I really don't want to see from them. These mistakes where they're just not really getting the touch in front of their own net, where they're sort of leaving it open at times. Shulks would love to score the opener here, drops it down. Mock awkward and taken wide of the mark. I've actually got a bit of a problem here. I'm seeing numbers instead of names on the field, so this is going to be an interesting cast. As 2 goes for the shot by the look of it. That one's Juck. I found out this.
Investigating too close to the sun right now. You've cracked the code. Everything is just 1s and 0s. It is Shugs trying to play through the corner right now. Dougie's the one who gets behind it. MCAD up off the roof, Shugs underneath, but they don't connect on the pass.
Well, the good news is, after my investigation, I found absolutely nothing. It was the double elim, so there's no real stats I can find off the back of that right now. As an easy way to find out these things. So, you know, I'm just going to say, in my estimation, it was Champs who got that first game in the previous time these two met, and otherwise, Dogs ran away with it, as we see that here. Great goal from number 3.
That was Shugs with the shot across the middle, pounding it through. Look, that entire last-minute play, by the way, was completely Dogs dominated. They were on the orange half of the field, controlling the tempo, putting shots on. We saw a near own goal from Rez. This is looking like a completely different team, so hats off to the Dogs. They just needed that one warm-up match, and maybe you're right. Maybe they can bring it back, or maybe Rez will collect on a beautiful pass. We're tied.
Yeah, I'm not sure if talking up my point was the idea there, because that gives away the Champs. Goal here is Rez. I mean, that's an absolute bullet. 139 into the corner. And also, have to shout out, he loves a shout out, Hazza, the producer, also tech support has solved my problems for me. I can see the names again.
I mean, you also could have just watched through the his broadcast.
Yeah, but that's less fun. I like being in the action.
I like seeing the numbers, especially when they go up.
Yes, exactly. It's a lot of fun seeing things as it happens instead of 0.5 of a second later, as Dougie will get one here, and look, the Champs are just starting to turn it back towards their favor. Dougie with, I think that's his 4th of the series now, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep.
And again, it's just, look, I don't want to say it was necessarily a bad attack from the Champs, but I think it's just this defense from Dogs just simply hasn't been good enough.
Yeah, it really hasn't been, and I think that's why it's so important that they get that, you know, midfield control and they're able to set up these sustained attacks like we saw before. As that ball comes off the backboard, it's going to be knocked across over to Dougie. Lets this one fall. Shugs underneath. Goes one corner to the other. Has some MCAD underneath, and MCAD will try to commit, but it's a weird double commit, and Juck has to make a very tight cut. Doesn't really make the save, and we're looking at a 3-1 game.
Yeah, it's just another situation. This time the defense was too far up from Dogged and Dangerous, where Juck had to sort of commit to that because of the position he was in, and then that 50 didn't go his way, and it's an open net back for Dougie, who, hey, look, you said, can we see a standout performance here? Can we see a breakout performance from Dougie? And I think we're getting that at the moment.
Exactly. You want to make and reestablish maybe a name for yourself in the scene. Forget about anyone else who may have come beforehand. It might be the Dougie era now is what I'm trying to get. And the best way to do that is have a strong regional 3 here. Juck, though, can't get it past Dougie. MCAD goes to the wall. Has Shugs underneath, but Rez gets in the way, finds the deep clear. Still 2 minutes to go. Still 2 goals required. And I don't know if the comeback's happening.
Yeah, there's still enough time to see something change here, but that's a double commit from Dogged, and that's exactly what I keep talking about. These defensive errors from Dog are really messing them up. You don't need to send 2 to that. 1's already up. You should be 3rd. You should be watching and going, yeah, look, comms are clear. My second player is in position. He's already up. Why would you jump for that? Again, it's an error that cost the Dog goal.
And I'm just thinking back to the match we saw yesterday against Vade. They weren't making these types of mistakes. It was actually, they were incredibly spaced. Yeah. And it was just a lot of great individual performances coming from Shugs more so than anyone else, and then maybe a follow-up after. But yeah, I'm surprised to see the panic kind of hitting already in just the second game right now. It really feels like they're letting this one slip away from themselves. And with the amount of experience that's on the other side here out of the Champs, yeah, they'll take advantage of nervousness in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and these players are good enough to take games. Whether or not they're good enough to win the series like I predicted, they are good enough to take games. They're good enough to score goals. They're good enough not to make those errors, but the nerves really seeming to get to them. As Juck finds the flick out towards MCAD. Shugs is already up. Can he find the redirect? No, Mock with the save off the crossbar as well. And they might be able to break once more. It's a pre-jump from Rez cut out by Juck.
I mean, those passes across the middle has been so dangerous. I'm not surprised to see Rez starting to pre-jump them now. It's kind of been the bread and butter of this orange side. And, well, again, they're looking for that deep pass, this time down to Dougie. I mean, why not cheat? Why not go for these deep passes? If your opponents are going to keep double committing and not finding success, you're always going to have the 2v1 going on the opposite side.
Yeah, and here's Rez now. Gets by one, tries to take by the other, and I think again it was low boost on the side of Dog there, but Rez makes up for the fact that he also had low boost. Half a tank to work with, gets around two, and it's just a dive early from Shugs there. It is really done and dusted in game two. And do we see a timeout from Dog? Will they be able to reaffirm that, hey, we're actually better here? Can we do something? Then, why are we so nervy? What's the situation? Why are we getting caught out as third? What are we doing that's putting us in these positions? I really hope we see this timeout. I think it should be used, and we'll have to wait and see if they use it or not.
I mean, yeah, it's the 2-loss rule, right? You always use the timeout.
Well, you say always.
You always should use the timeout. Is what I would say. I mean, again, half our teams here forget that timeouts exist. I don't know if they just don't read the admin instructions or choose to, ignore Guru. Like, I like to ignore Guru. I think that's perfectly reasonable direction you can take. But we are seeing the timeout get taken now, Monty. So, Dogged, they're going to regroup and they're going to try and figure out, okay, how do we quell the bleeding?
I am a big fan of teams taking timeouts, and I'm glad to see this. And that's exactly the conversation. What do we need to do? Why? My confusion here is, what do they really want from this series? Why are they so nervous looking in this series? Are they actually nervous? A top 6 could be the first time for any of these players, potentially. I'm not certain on that, but it's definitely, I think it is a first for at least one of these players on the field for Dog. Potentially that's why the nerves are there. But it's against Champs, and I think most of the time, yes, 2 of the desk predicted for Champs to get this win, but I still think there's more in this game for Dogged, and I think that they probably should be able to take this to the Champs without those nerves and go, hey, we're still technically the underdogs, no pun intended. Let's see what we can do. Just play for fun. Just have an enjoyable time. Stop going for these double commits. Stop stressing so much and just play a little bit more loose Rocket League instead of all of these double commits. Like I said, the third commit in particular seemingly killing the Dogs at the moment.
I was just looking at that, though. I mean, the Dogs were out shooting the Champs. Like, it was 10 shots to 6, and most of them came from the first 2 minutes when they controlled that attacking half, when they got that one goal, when it was a relentless barrage of shot. And that's when the Dogs looked really, really good. I'm curious how they need to get like that, and I think they recognize it, I should say. And that's why they were so desperate to try to recreate that pressure. That's why they're double committing in the midfield. That's why they're trying to force that issue. Trust in the 1v1s. Trust in your ability to 50-50. Again, we know Shugs can be that guy. Let Shugs create the opportunity for the rest of the team and then reestablish that control. You just need one good challenge in the midfield, and you don't need to risk it all for it. So I'm hoping we see more composure from the Dog side for sure. We'll see how that plays out right now, because the thing is, I don't want to take anything away from the Champs either. They are playing very, very strong Rocket League right now.
Yeah, and for the Dog side here, you said rely on Shugs to make those plays happen. I don't even think it's a matter of just letting Shugs make those plays. It's just trusting whoever it is on the ball at the time for your team. Dogs have got 3 players that should be able to control the ball, that should be able to take challenges at the halfway line. And at times, they haven't really been allowing that trust to play on through. Hopefully we see a change off the back of that timeout. Let's see what Dogged can change as Shugs will go for a Cooks a pinch early here. That one's straight down the line.
Straight down the line, easy red, but here we go. That's what they need, that one big touch. And you can see they have themselves set up now middle of the field. They can control the attack. Like, this is when they were at their best until is a swing and a miss from Shugs, and that might open the doorway for the Champs to get our own attack going. Junk's going to pop it up, try to play a bit of bang balling, gets past Rez. We've seen this once before, but this time it doesn't result in a goal.
It seems like potentially for Dog, they've gone the complete opposite way. There was too much disconnect through the midfield there, where their first was sent, the second was nowhere near it. So it opens a chance the other way for Champs. Great touch from Chuck on the back wall, but it still gives away possession towards Dougie. There should be MCAT to take into the corner. He's got a full tank to work with, but again, possession just tossed away towards the Champ. It's still looking better. I think there's less nerves out there by the look of it from Dog. They're making better plays. That pinch was towards the net, but never really testing as Juck finds the back wall, drops down. Rez awkward. Any follow-up from Shugs is there, but still denied.
If there's any player that's been a little bit nervy on the Champ side, it has been Rez. We've seen a couple misses, particularly on that defensive side. On the attacking side, Rez has been phenomenal. So it's kind of just been the one weakness so far, seeing out of the Champs, at least in regards to this matchup. Wonder if that will come back to bite him. Right now, though, it's Rez on the attack, and on the attack, Rez looked good, not great, nearly has an amazing shot.
Yeah, he just couldn't quite find the placement on the final shot there. Didn't need the power, just needed the placement. Couldn't quite find it. As Juck in the corner again here for Dogged. And this is a more open game. We spoke about all the shots that Dogged were getting, but I feel like it sort of broke down at times where the shot happened, maybe a couple of shots came through, and then it goes the other way in a counter-attack. This one is more controlled. The possession, the pressure is better from Dogged in this game at the moment. That being said, Rez again shooting wide of the mark. A couple more chances like that, and I think Rez might just get on the board.
I think another thing, too, that Dogged is doing that I'm happy with is because they're kind of playing more controlled and playing maybe a bit further back, they've shut down those midfield passes where we saw all the successes come from the opposite side, from the Champs side. And the result is the Champs trying to kind of force plays across the middle. This time it works. Up until that point, it had been working, buddy. This time it does.
Yeah, now it just breaks down. And that's simply more so the speed, I think, from the Champs there. Dogged and Dangerous probably just out of position, but I think realistically it's the credit to the Champs for having the speed in the midfield there. Off the back of how this game has been going, they've been second best to the midfield balls a lot of the time so far in Game 3, so to make that adjustment, get that speed going is better. But for Dogged, they're looking to make an impact right here. MCAD shot denied by Mock, still kept inbound. MCAD wants to drop this back to Juck, and he finds the goal.
There we go. First time we've really seen some team play result in a goal coming out of Dogged in this series. MCAD, beautiful touchdown to a pressing Juck straight in the net. And yeah, they found the opening. They found that left side of the net, able to connect. So tie ball game, under 2 minutes remaining. And this is must win for the Dog side. I don't see the reverse sweep happening based on how they played. They need this next goal.
Well, I absolutely do see a reverse sweep, according to my prediction. I'm still going to hold firm on that, but realistically...
It doesn't have to be a reverse sweep. They can win 2 games. And
absolutely. But I'm just saying, don't rule out the reverse sweep if Dogged lose in this one. I'm not ruling it out, certainly, as Shulks has to take the 50. That's dangerous again. Actually, this time, good follow-up, and that's a great play. Dogged and Dangerous take the lead, and it's a massive play from his own half from Shulks.
Yeah, that was just a demo opening the door. Shugs recognizing, yeah, I can bang this in. And 102 on the ground is no small feat. Credit, though, to the demo. Demo gets rid of the third man. Demo opens up the doorway. And for the first time this series, we're going to see what the Champs do when behind late in the game.
Yeah, and we're seeing a better performance here from Dogged and Dangerous. They're finding everything that they really need to. They've got the right positioning again. They're in the right space. The nerves don't seem to be there at the moment, as Mock will get a freebie to take down the field. Has that one down towards Rez, but a backflip from Rez allows Juck to control in the corner. Dougie's shot wide of the mark, still made MCAD jump, and I think that's the nerves there. Potentially, you could think it's on target, but I think most of the time MCAD would be good enough to realize that's not going on. Let me just wait for the second bounce.
Wait and stay patient. Here we go, Dougie to the backboard. Second touch, not down and in, but Mock will wait on that opposite corner. Now a chance to go back across. Rez waiting patiently, won't get a chance because MCAT is there. 50 in the midfield, doesn't do enough to keep the attack on. And now, for the Champs, a bit of desperation. They've got to play that defense. They find the clear. MCAT gets to it first. A demo in midfield opens the doorway. This could be the dagger. Rez respawns on the correct side of the map.
That's a good infield from Shugs again, but it's going to break free the other way. Dougie towards Rez, shot denied. A couple of players from Dogged were already up, but Juck, patience, that is perfect. That is what's necessary from Dogged as MCAD pushes on through. No second touch there. It allows a counter-attack. Rez wants to play this towards Mock, but Shugs was already up for it. Now has to get by Dougie, does so, and down the line, this should be Game 3 going the way of Dogged unless Champs can do something at the dab.
Don't count him out yet. It's Mock keeping it alive. Here comes Dougie. Beautiful 50, and that will do it. We got a series here, Monty. Dogged and Dangerous get a much-needed Game 3 win. Keeps this series within striking distance, and now see how the Champs respond. And I believe this might be... I think it's only the second game, but still, 2 out of 3 games, the team with more shots have lost.
Yeah. Well, seemingly not... you want to take less shots, I suppose. Make sure of these goals going in. I will say, if Mock was coaching right now, I believe we'd see a timeout to the Champs.
After one loss?
After one loss. He said this to me during Open 2. He said, I would call a timeout here. I think it was when Power played the Bulldogs. After the first win for the Bulldogs, he said, I would take a timeout here for Power. He said, and I said, okay, would you do that if you're playing? And he'd say, absolutely not. So that changes the mindset. That's why I'm certain we won't see another timeout in this series.
I feel like in situations like this, you listen to the player and not the coach. Play it through. You've only lost one game, and it was a close game at that. There's no need to panic. So I'm leaning more on mock the player right now than mock the coach when it comes to decision making.
I also don't think if they happen to lose a second game here, I also don't think they'd call the timeout. Because when I said, now would you take the timeout, when I think it was Bulldogs took a second game, he said, no, I would have taken it the first time. So, again, I think it's very much ruled out, but we're going to have to, classic. We've got the wrong map. We love that from the admin team. Yeah. Lovely stuff. And hey, look, technically somewhat of a timeout here, so the players get extra time to discuss what's going on, I suppose.
Yeah, we also, have a bit of a tech pause, I think, happening as well at the moment, and not just because of the map change, okay? Like, as much as I want to, blame Guru for forgetting to change maps, gotta wait for everybody to connect back in. I am waiting. All right, Monty, hear me out on this one. Hear me out. Timeout before game 1.
I don't think that would be allowed.
Just to psych out your opponents. Because they're going to be thinking, these crazy, they're taking timeouts before the game has even started now. What are they planning? What are they thinking? They've had, days or weeks to prepare for this match, and they need that extra 90 seconds. They must be up to something. That's how you get them. Game 0 timeout.
I'd like to revisit the conversation about just loving to know what goes on in your mind. Because
it's outside the box thinking, trying to find ways. Right.
Oh.
I legit think too there are times when after you win a game you should be taking a timeout. If it's a big series, you're on match point, take that timeout to regroup, refocus, and then make sure you're all on that page to get the job done, because we've seen so many teams fail at the final hurdle. I have no problems with a winning timeout. It doesn't always have to be after a loss.
I have to reference this response to your conversation about Bout is useful as a timeout after game 7. I think it's probably, just as useful. I mean, if you want that extra time to delay, you just go, I've got to, fix my controller or something. Give me a minute here, guys. You don't need to use your timeout. Not that you'd be able to. You wouldn't even be able to. There's no point.
I think a timeout I'm talking about after a game win, not a serious one, by the way. Like after a match win, you're on match point, call the timeout, regroup, refocus, get out there, get the win.
But I'm also referring to the before the game even starts.
I mean, that's for the avant-garde coach calls a timeout game 0.
Yeah, you've got an interesting mind, and I'd love to dissect it one day. Not that I'd know what to do with the dissected brain, but I'd love to do it regardless, I suppose, as this looks like a good chance. MCAD, Perez just getting back in time.
MCAD still not going to get there. It's a momentum game. I agree, people saying it's a momentum game, doesn't want to call that timeout after win. How many times have we seen the team get to the last hurdle and then lose all that momentum? It's a momentum-preserving timeout. You take the momentum and
best
you
of
bottle
sevens,
it up before it gets away.
In best of 7s, it barely happens. As long as you have a couple of game advantages, it doesn't happen all that often, despite the fact that we've seen it more so recently, I suppose.
How many times in OCE alone have we seen a team about to qualify for a major and just not win that last game? Why don't you ask CJ about that?
Well, I hope CJ's tuning in and hearing us talking right now. He seems to cop enough of that sort of bullying from Yummy when he's on the comms.
He said he wanted to be on the Mount Rushmore of players. He said he wanted that. Yeah. So he opened that door.
Yeah, look, that's fair enough. I actually, thinking back on that, I'm regretting not choosing Express over CJ. I'm going to be honest. Once I said it, I went, I should have gone for Express there, but either way, pretty upset that I didn't. But still, this game, let's probably talk about this game, I guess, for a moment here, because Dogged and Dangerous, this again is a better performance. We saw them sort of collapse on defense a couple of times over the course of this series so far. They haven't done that here. The first 2 minutes gone by and their defense has looked good. That being said, I was going to say there's an opening there, but the demos again, this is just overall so much better from Dogged.
Yeah, it has been, again, since their timeout, they've been looking quite strong. MCAD now being that big kind of player winning a majority of the challenges. It's been a much better performance out of MCAD than what we saw yesterday, which is, the improvement that you need to see if you want to make deeper runs, if you want to kind of punch above your perceived weight. Players need to step up, and we're seeing that right now. Game's still tied, though, so no one's broken free completely yet. Not as if this is a, job well done, but I do agree. It is an improved Dogged and Dangerous side.
I feel like we're yet to see someone really take over the lobby as well. Dougie has been the one that's probably scoring the majority of the goals across these two teams, but overall, it doesn't seem like anyone in particular is taking over the lobby like we like to see at times. Shugs lets the clearance here, gets the second touch as well. That sort of opens the door momentarily, and Juck drops it down. MCAT pushes on through. This is, again, good rotations at the moment from Dogged and Dangerous. They're playing for each other as Mark looks out for the sidewall. Dougie with the pinch as well. That's dangerous again, but it's a double commit that works out for the champs at the moment. MCAT once more on the counter-attack. Might be able to find Shugs on the redirect towards the back wall, and the positioning a bit high. Still works out.
Juck able to save that. It looked like he was too far forward. Thought for a moment we were about to see the breakaway. Instead, play continues on. Demo with the net. Won't create the opportunity. That said, Rez has no boost. And we've seen this mistake before. It's not going to be punishing this time. Mock around the corner. Doesn't stay with it. Dougie going to do what he can. Midfield, just a touch to keep Shugs off balance. And Rez will follow it up. Still, though, for the past minute and a half, it was all blue. But now an attack the other way. Mock nearly slots it in.
Yeah, just not quite finding the mark is Rez now. Slows it down from up top, and Shugs gets the save again. Defense holding firm for now, but the pressure is ramping up at the moment. This game feels like a must-win still for Dogged and Dangerous. Going 3-1 down here. I'm not sure if they can make the comeback. At the moment, though, the defense is doing all of the work for Dogged and Dangerous.
Yeah, it's been a real defensive showcase from both sides right now. Neither team really able to break their way through. I think the answer might be in that bump and demo game that we saw out of Dog before. In fact, there it is again, but the ball's not in a shooting position. Mock just misses. That was a swing and a miss. Dougie has no boost and is getting bumped. This should be a goal. They go for a double touch and they don't get it.
Now it's a good drop down, good positioning again, and Shugs shot wide. He had a free net to aim at, but it was a difficult angle to get his car around in time as MCAT keeps it up high for Dogged and Dangerous. A couple of commits there coming through from the champs. Drops to Juck. He gets demoed as Shugs looks to turn the physicality on the other way. And MCAT in the midfield slows it down again, out to the sidewall. Bates Mock in, now low boost for champs as Juck finds a shot denied by Mock.
Good save, 12 seconds, last plays in regulation, bumps in Demo's midfield, over to the doorway, that touches on. Juck, no boost, will get there, but Rez might have something cooking. No, the midfield boost doesn't spawn, so it has to be Dougie who steps forward instead. MCAP drops it down, not on the ground. Mock catches, backward balls in front of the net. Shugs just delivering it back to the other side, yet the ball hits the ground and we go to OT.
Oh, it is a tense game at the moment. I think both teams really know what this means for the series, as Shugs will take the 50 into the corner. Jugs up for the shot. Great speed from Mock. Able to deny, and now it's the defense from champs that looks stronger as MCAD gets back for the first touch. Second, good. Down into the line. A couple more physical plays as well, and that one's wide.
Yeah, it was close. A defender got underneath it. Now here comes Dougie with boost. Oh, gets bumped off the play. Mock can't get there in time, but Dougie might get another chance. No boost, kind of hesitates. Shugs says, thank you. I'll play the corridor. Set up Juck. Look for a bump, maybe. No, looks for the ball instead. Shugs went back midfield. Now they miss. And that forces MCAD back to the corner. No follow-up straight away as both teams giving each other a lot of space in this first minute of OT.
Yeah, Shugs trying to get past there, but again, no space for him to break down the door. MCAT gives away possession. Dougie there. All of these players right on each other's toes at the moment, making sure they cannot get through that midfield line as Rez sends one into the center. It's going to be Dougie to keep it into the midfield. He's got low boost to work with though. Finds the ceiling. Runs out of time for the flip, so it's MCAD that takes over. And still it's MCAD to clear. It's such an open game still. Going both ways at the moment. Dogged and Dangerous on the counter. Might be a chance. Dougie clears.
Oh, that was a swing and a miss from Shugs. MCAD though, first one back to the ball, just lobs it back to the other side. Now slowing it down a bit. Interesting choice from the champs as they actually do bait Shugs in. Forces an awkward play for the defense in the corner. Shugs tried to slow it down, but now Mock will press forward. It's going to be the second and third man. Rez and Dougie, they're the ones who are going to have to win these challenges. And, well, they get demoed instead. Attack coming from the blue side. Shugs, corner, looking midfield. Juck, no boost, no chance. Rez goes over the top.
And now Juck, awkward. Had low boost, does enough with it. MCAD again, just trying to get by Dougie in the corner here. He now has to deal with Mock. Low booster on Mock, double commit. Juck calls off Shugs there. And that's a bad bounce. It's Mock taking the shot, and well, that's good that time around. The communication comes through in time and allowed Shugs to get in position for the save.
Hawkins had a couple near hits so far in this one. Might have another one here. Double commit on the defense. MCAD gets there first. Shugs able to recover off that backboard. Awkward touch from the attack. And now we're going the other way. Juck, this is the best chance we've seen. Lobs it up. MCAD doesn't find the bump required, though. So it's just an errant touch. And now Rez should get the clear. Weak touch. MCAD finds it. Pressure stays in the corner. If MCAD finds it again, there's a chance ball goes over MCAD. And Dougie throws it middle of the field.
I think we're starting to see potentially the nerves coming back for MCAD there. Had the chance to go for the bump and backed out of it. That was another one. Juck just awkward on the back wall. I think the nerves getting too Dog and Dangerous at the moment. Win this game and they'll feel maybe they can just revive that confidence again off the back of 2 wins in a row. But right now, if they drop this game, I'm not sure if the confidence will still be there as MCAD to the sidewall. Might be able to redirect it towards the net. Not quite. Finds the corner. And Rez again with boost takes it away.
They had Dougie underneath, but they don't really connect, so Juck will look to capitalize. 8 minutes. We have gone goalless so far.
Yep.
This has been a long one. Ball across the middle of the field. MCAD pops it up. Yes, the second touch, a double touch to end, maybe. No, Mock's there on the backboard. It was a little too high. Rez, though, may have just set up Shugs. So again, kind of in a semi-awkward spot. Rez has to try to keep it up, lets it fall, but there was no attacker there. So we go back to the other side.
And it's still awkward in front of net again, Shugs. The last man there to get the touchdown line. Juck finds Rez. This is awkward for the champs. If Rez can get back to it, it'll be all secure for the time being as Dougie on the ceiling now. He's awkward again. Still, it's going to be Juck on the back wall, able to deny Mock's opportunity. Dougie, good slow down play. Wants to get this one central. Drops it towards Rez. He'll take the shot wide of the mark again. But it is so intense right now as Rez off to Mock. And it's a double commit, but it's still Dogged able to clear.
Yeah, and, well, they get into midfield. Shugs still back corner with boost. Awkward spot. It's a high shot. And that's the third touch that I feel like champs could have ended it on, but just not quite accurate enough. Both teams have been given so many chances in this game, Monty. Maybe Dougie on the charge here can finally put it away. Doesn't get behind the ball.
Felt like there had to be something there at the moment, though. It's 8 shots to 5. It doesn't seem like there would be that little shots. It feels like there's been even more, but it's just been the midfield chances that these teams are breaking down. As Rez finds a second tap there, it goes wide again. Shugs controls, has MCAD out to his right, might go solo. Flip reset denied by Rez.
Oh, Shugs going what nearly got him to this match to begin with, but doesn't find the mark. MCAD, though, is going to take it away. And with that bump on Dougie, actually, this could be a little awkward. You can see defenders out of position. Shots on, and it's in! Shugs from above! 454 gets it done, and we're tied.
I just want to see this one back real quick. Who gets ahead of it? I think Rez missed anyway, so I think it was going to find the net regardless. But after almost 2 whole games, Dogged and Dangerous scored the first goal, and they tie up the series.
All right, and I think now you call that timeout. Hey, you know, you just played a 10-minute game. You lost. You call the timeout.
I am confident that the team of coaches do not call a timeout here. There's no chance they call a timeout right now. Off the back of... Look, if Mock called a timeout, if this team called a timeout, I would be very upset with the disingenuity from this team of the champs saying, hey, yeah, we don't call timeouts. To call one now, disingenuous, and I would not be happy with that.
That's more reason why I want it. You look,
just to upset me.
Well, yeah, I mean, here's how I see it, right? Here you were talking to Mock, learning his strats, learning his secrets, his timeout plays. And then when push comes to sub, yeah, he's going to lose. That's you. You learned all of his tricks and tips, and then it was like, yeah, that ain't going to get you out of top 8, and you picked against him.
I did, yes. That's
why he's got to call the timeout now, because then it will show that the only reason why you doubted him was because he was holding things in his back pocket.
I'm going to be honest. Loading into the next map here, I don't think the timeout's been called.
No, it hasn't.
So I think my prediction's
absolutely
safe.
has not.
And if it was called now, it would be too late.
I think if at this stage, you know, if champs are losing of anything, it's they're losing their whimsy because of a broken heart, and you're at fault.
Why is it always my fault? Aside from all the other times when it's like Guru's fault, why is it always my fault?
I think the correct question is, why is it never your fault, Formal? And the answer is because I'm always right.
I'm not sure about that one. Are we going to see a goal? It's early. It took 10 minutes to find a goal in the last game, and it's only taken a matter of 17 seconds for MCAD to score that one. Dougie just jumping in the midfield. I don't know what he was thinking there. Had low boost and jumped at the wrong time.
Yeah, that is after 10 minutes nearly of no goals scored. This takes 13 or 17 seconds, I should say, in game number 5 to get that go-ahead point. And it really feels now momentum has completely shifted. It's up to Rez to kind of take it back. And no! Can't hit the double. And it's just more near misses for the champ side.
And there's almost a highlight play from Rez. I feel like he's almost had a couple of highlight plays in this series. None to really be confirmed at this stage. But there is still there's that possibility. There's the chance there for the champs to just have an absolute pop-off moment and score something like that. We just haven't seen it enough. Here's a chance on the counter. Dougie trying to find it out to Mock, and MCAT cutting it out. And this midfield presence from Dogged and Dangerous has really brought them alive in the series.
It has, and you kind of go back before. They've stopped double committing. They've started to trust more in their ability to win these challenges and then play around that, get these more sustained attacks. They're finally playing to their strengths, and it took a couple games. It took the timeout for them to get there, and it has been a nice turnaround. Meanwhile, yes, I would argue maybe mechanically we've seen a bit more coming from the champ side, but they just haven't finished the plays. There's been so many crossbars, so many, goals left for wanting. And if it does turn out that Dogs wins this series, I feel that's going to be the reason why. Like, this orange team has had ample chance to win this game.
Well, speaking of missed chances, that was a pretty wide open net. I think it was for MCAD to score. Didn't get the touch. It was a relatively difficult angle, but you'd expect him to score those as Juck looks for the shot simple towards the back post. It's going to be Dougie to Mock here. And I think you're right. It has been the lack of really scoring genuine chances for the champs that could come back to bite them. They've created opportunities. It's oftentimes out-shooting their opposition. I think they were out-shooting the opposition last time around in the last game, but they just couldn't find a goal. I mean, it was at least 8 shots, unless they took more by the end. I'm not certain. I didn't see the stats at the end of the game. But they had 8 shots without a goal, and that was about 2 minutes into overtime when no one had scored a goal. Champs struggling to score goals at the moment. It really is apparent, but I think it is, again, big credit to just this midfield line that this Dogs and Dangerous side can hold as Mock has to make that stop.
Here's the thing, though. All you need is one goal to get that mojo back, start swinging that momentum back in their favor. So, I mean, it's really important MCAT gets this here. There we go. All right, you could not get a more picturesque open double. MCAT knocks it through.
Yeah, and Dougie just pushing up, and I think he got a slight bump there from Shugs as well, potentially knocking him off course, not being able to get back in time. MCAT just had so long to think about that double. You could see a couple of readjustments mid-flight there to make sure that he was going to get that on target. Missed a couple of opportunities to hit the ball previously to get a shot on target. Wasn't going to make the same mistake there. And 2-0 up here, Dogged. They're looking very good. Got 2 minutes to hold on to this 2-goal lead. And look, it's been, 13 minutes without a goal from champs. They'll be very confident holding on to a 2-goal lead.
It's been even more because you also have to remember, they lost the game before when they got one early goal. That was it. So it's been closer to like 17, 18 minutes since they have last put a point on. Testament to the Dogs' defense.
There you go.
Okay. Well, you know what they say. This kicker's never missed a kick, and it sails wide right. This team has never scored a goal. Straight down the middle.
I've definitely heard that one before. I actually haven't, to be honest with you. But 2-1 champs. Look, they're back in potentially. That's what you mentioned. Getting a goal just potentially opens up the floodgates. Hopefully for them. What it also has done is, off that kickoff, it set up Juck to potentially have a run. Had a relatively open net to go for. Didn't have the touch that was necessary. But now they've got one on the board. They found something here, the champs. Can they find another? Can they force this game even to potentially another overtime? Maybe not as long as we saw previously, but can we see something more? Can we find that spark once more in Game 5? It might be Mock, but he's got low boost, so he has to drop on down.
Oh! Yeah, and yet the fake gets 2? I don't know what that was, but I saw multiple blue cards diving. They missed the ball. Nothing comes from it because no one was in position to punish. Mock again with a little bit of a fake. It looks like champs might have discovered something. And it's not working. Juck makes it 3-1.
Yep, they might have discovered something, and it's how to concede 3 goals in the one game by the looks of it is Juck. I mean, we talk about open net for MCAD. That's another open net. Different sort of situation. But the champs just leaving their net open. I mean, yes, you've got to get aggressive at times. You've got to start putting the pressure going the other way. But you can't leave your net open that many times. You've conceded 2 goals because of leaving the net open. If you didn't, we'd be tied up right now. So what's the point of getting so aggressive when it's leaving chances like that? As now Shugs pass off to Juck. Great play. Good save.
That said, too, as well, that's trying to call a timeout right now. Because I think they want to see champs come back.
I promise you they're not calling a timeout. With everything I can say, they're not calling a timeout.
Oh, you kind of have to, though, don't you? Like,
they might have to. Will they? Different story.
We'll see. This game's done and dusted. MCAT nearly is going to get another one in. Dougie should collect it. So we're going to be going to a Game 6. 3 games in a row since their timeout being done by Dogged and Dangerous, as we wonder whether or not we'll see that taken in response. And yeah, I know you're right, but it makes me annoyed that you're right because the champs need to do something here.
The one thing that's going through my mind right now is through all the games, Mock is readied up instantly, and he hasn't readied up here. So potentially that might be something different. I'm seeing in chat timeout called by the casters. Trust me, if I could, I feel like we would. At this particular moment, we would also call a timeout right now. But I'm not seeing any confirmations, and I'm not sure that they're going to do it. I think, as I said, there's no way that the champs call a timeout. It looks like they haven't.
No timeout, send it. Send it. Why not? They only had 4 shots that last game. And it's like the first time in ages that they have been under 5 shots in a game. Their offense has just become non-existent. Dogged is winning every single challenge. They're the ones putting the pressure on. Juck had 7 shots that last game. Right? Juck was on a mission. And here's the crazy thing. Shugs, who's been their carry, 0 shots. Shugs was invisible. That was the Juck and MCAD show. Dogged are stepping up right now, and I don't know where the champs have gone. So this is it. We're going to the great parking lot arena, Neo Tokyo. Crazy things always happen on this map, Monty. And I think nothing would be crazier than seeing Dogged win 4 games in a row to send Shugs, Juck, and MCAD to their, a top 6 performance.
I'm not going to say I told you so. If we
because
get
they're going to
there,
lose.
because I said Game 7. But look, for me, I'm hoping right now we see a Game 7. We love a Game 7 to start the day, don't we? Absolutely what we want to see. And this series has been very entertaining. There's been moments you go, well, you've got to score that. You've got to do something differently there. It's a little bit funky at times, but overall it has been an entertaining series. And it's a great save from Chuck to start us off on Neo Tokyo.
Yeah, it looked like that was going to be the answer right there, but it does not come through. And now Shugs is going to bring it back up the other way. Here's the thing. I'm looking at chat again, and I'm seeing like 3-2 score lines, high-scoring game. I just don't see that between these two teams. Ever since Dogged and Dangerous played a bit further back, shut down those big, deep midfield passes, made sure they weren't getting beat by the cheating player, the offense has been non-existent, and it's not just going to magically appear. for this orange side. Like, this is going to be it feels like another low-scoring series, low-scoring game where that first goal, super, super important. We'll see how it plays out. MCAT off the backboard. There's Mock.
I don't think that this side has a coach either. I don't think Dogged and Dangerous have a coach. So it has to be full credit to the players for being able to put on this display off the back of that timeout, being able to make these adjustments and go, this is what's going wrong. And we're seeing mid-game adjustments. In that overtime in particular, we saw them make changes. We saw them get nervy at points in time and then reaffirm, no, we've got this, let's play this way. And it looked great. They've played really consistent since that timeout. And without a coach, that is that's incredible for these players to be able to do that against a team with the brains of Mock and Dougie.
Mock nearly turns that into a shot. Not going to find it, so it's going to be Rez back up and around the corner instead. Demo through that corner line, sets up Dougie, keeps it up high, looking across Mock. No, it's Rez. Touch across the midfield line. Mock thinks about going, decides against it. Now will commit to challenge MCAT. Ball, though, falls in a favorable position. It looked like for Shugs, yet Rez got there. So did Dougie. All three members of the champ side trying to commit to the play. None of them have boost, and none of them could find the goal.
Good touch from Juck here towards the net. Dangerous again. Mock working it away. Dougie has half a tank. Wants to get the touch into the corner. Maybe not quite what he wanted. Couldn't find the second piece of that flick. So it drops to Rez in the midfield. Sidewall skim not found. It's going to be Juck again just to clear. And now we're seeing a couple of times here where for the side of Dog, they're just giving away possession. I want to see them hold on to it a little bit longer. Dougie on the sidewall, he's got 0 again, and this is a problem for the champs. They seemingly have low boost all the time, and it might punish them as Shugs lines it up, and finally they open the scoring in Game 6.
The patience from MCAT to let Shugs take that shot in the end, because MCAT, you can see, parks it, but no, has a teammate there, pops it over the top. Well done, avoiding the traffic, and against a team that has been struggling offensively since Game 2, Monty.
Yeah.
That one goal could be all it takes to send the Dogs to the top 6.
And I said you need to trust your teammates when they were struggling. That is exactly what they did there. Just trusting that someone would be in time, able to call that comm of, yes, I've got it, and trusting that they have it. Those moments, those nerves have come back, though, momentarily, as Rez ties us up.
Lights out defense for 3.5 games, and then you get this.
Yeah. As I
happens.
talk about trusting teammates, and two of them go and neither get the touch.
You know what? Nothing in this game comes easy, Monty.
No.
It can't come easy. Except for that goal. That goal came a little bit easy for the champ side. But they haven't won the game. No game comes easy. And we still got 2 minutes left. Next goal, I think, will win this one. And if it goes in favor of the champs, that means Champs Field. If it goes to the Dogs, MCAD in his first top 8 will turn it to his first top 6. Shugs getting there as well as Juck. And they do it. 90 seconds of regulation to go.
And we talk about teams in OCE. We talk about OCE as a whole, struggling with defense at times. And we typically see, hey, okay, even the top 2 teams of OCE seemingly struggle with defense at times. But right now, 2 of the top 8 teams are putting on a defensive clinic at the moment, which is great to see as Mock will find that one home. The champs take the lead, and I talk about defensive clinics. That one, well, I don't think it was paying off.
I love the full commit on that play right there. Mock knew exactly where Shugs was going to go with the ball. Beautiful dunk right into the net. Late lead. And with the way how these defenses have been playing, you'd have to think we're going to Champions Field.
Yeah, and Dougie would love to just secure that right now. Had to force Shugs into the stop. Low boost from the side of Dogged at the moment. If they're going to score a third here, the champs, it would be right off the back of that low boost situation. Just a minute remaining. Can the Dog side find something else in here to force potentially another overtime? I've got nerves for them if they do go to a Game 7. I still think that, hey, my prediction's looking pretty good right now, but I'm still just nervous that will those nerves come back once they have that momentum sort of squashed from underneath them, and once they go to Champions Field? I'm not sure. Right now, champs are playing the defense and they're holding firm.
I mean, yeah, first we still have to get to Champs Field because there's been a lot of pressure coming from the Dogs over the past 30 seconds, and I expect that to continue till the end. Rez doesn't find the ball. Shugs does. There's MCAD, doesn't get it in. Mock somehow got a wheel on it. Chuck, though, keeps it towards the net. Double, triple, Dougie own goals!
We promised entertainment. We promised OCE moments. And that's another one. defense
call
has been
timeout, right?
immaculate. They're not calling the timeout.
I think the refs didn't see Dougie call timeout before that. Oh no, we're going back to an overtime potentially. Everyone's missing the ball. Wait, is that a free touch?
Oh.
Dougie nearly finds redemption. Here comes more pressure. Box the fake. Rez finds the shot, but again it's saved on the line. 1 second to go. Dougie, last ditch effort, looks for Mock. Ball goes to the corner. Junk should down it, and does. We go to OT.
Dogs have looked as though they've got all the pressure at the end of regulation there, but they've looked nervous in this one. They clutched up the last overtime. Can they do it again? Can they secure themselves a spot in the top 6? Champs looking to force a game 7, in which I'm sure they'll be confident in, as Rez sends that one down. Chuck will be up to it first, and again, we're seeing that midfield presence. It might break down momentarily.
Oh, no.
Dougie's shot over the top. Mark forces game 7.
There you go. We're going to Champs Field, and Twitch chat was right. Game was 3-2 in the end. Beautiful goal, though. Sets it up off that backboard. Mock driving it in. I mean, too much chaos in front of the net, yet no one can find the play. Champs keep themselves alive. Oh, boy. I mean, don't let anyone tell you, the bubble scene isn't exciting in OCE. Yeah. Look at the shot difference.
Yep. That's... and we're starting to see the trend where the shots are actually... the team with most shots starting to win the games. That happened the last 2 games. Now that trend is going in that favor. Now look, if I was going to be honest, if I was the champs, if I'm ever going to call a timeout, this is where I'd do it. Not that they're going to, but I think it would be fantastic for them to call a timeout here. They're not going to whatsoever. I think they've already missed the window. But if I was Mock, this is a timeout right now. That being said, I think over the course of the series, we talk about the defense, at least from sort of game 2.5-ish onwards. We've had really solid defense. It's looked really good across the entire series. And then I think this game, we start to see maybe a glimpse of what Game 7 could have in store. Those potential nervy moments, a couple of touches. I think it was Juck in goal that gave away that. Actually, it was Shugs in goal that gave away the touch for the second Champs goal that Mock could follow up. Even that last goal was a little bit nervy from Dogged on defense. Can they step up again? Can they have this chance in between the game, the 60-second timeout? Can they reaffirm everything they've done in the games they've won and take it all the way on Champions Field? That's the question. Or will the champs with the experience be able to get the job done?
Here we go. Experience versus young hunger. A first opportunity for a top 6 for some players. For others, it's a return to where they believe they deserve to be. And off the kickoff, it nearly was the champs finding that first goal instead. We wrap around the corner. Dougie does not have the boost. MCAD does. So possession should go to the blue side of the field.
And this is slightly awkward at the start of the game here for the champs, as Juck will go up early. Rez had boost that time around, was able to get there. Dougie, the pressure coming through here. Shugs with the demo as well. Physicality off the back here as the dog side look to make something happen early. And again, it's just kept in this champs half.
It's kept for at least momentarily, at least till Dougie will come across that midfield line. Rez looks to chase underneath, but doesn't have the read. MCAD, again, has been so phenomenal with so many of these first touches. He only gave up the challenge right there, but as a whole, MCAD kind of has become the MVP on this dog side, at least in my eyes. He's been doing everything since the first 3 games. And good to see, and kind of has become that player to look out for. Shugs, though, always a threat, so keep your eyes on that green and black Fennec.
It was a 2v1 situation there, but Mock had all the boost advantage as the one. So nothing really came from it from Dogs and Dangerous. As Dougie into the corner, has a play to find it off to Mock, but the touch, I think, too close to the goal, so Mock without boost couldn't get there. That's a good demo, though. Might just open up the halfway line. It's going to be Shugs first. Down into the back wall. Dougie first to respond. Now it's Mock. Has Rez ahead of him. He'll look for the sidewall, but MCAD cutting it out. Really stepping up in these performances here. Double commit in the corner. Still a chance if Shugs can follow up for Dogged and Dangerous, but it's the halfway line that really is keeping this game tied up right now.
And this is starting to look very reminiscent to game number 5, or game 4, I believe it was. The super long overtime, I don't know, it was ages ago. I believe it was game 4 where we saw that 1-0 victory after a long period of no goals being scored. Juck actually gets to it after making the dribble. Nearly sets up Shugs, not going to find it. See MCAD try to get underneath Rez, who wins the challenge and may have found a pass across the middle. Dougie to the backboard, double touch, not on. Juck gets in the way.
Yeah, that's really good from Juck. He didn't dive too soon, waited just that extra second to make sure he had it confirmed. And it's still, again, that's better from Dog and Dangerous. They don't look nervy in Game 7, but I fear that the longer this goes on, at 0-0, it might look more and more nervy as Rez takes the shot and opens the scoring on Champs Field.
It's been a while since we've seen a pass across pitch, maybe a little bit more, horizontal than vertical, but the end result's still the same. Great pass, great shot. Champs go back to their bread and butter and they take the 1-goal lead.
Can they even double this off the kickoff strategy? Rez just ends up flying past it. Dogs and Dangerous, can you find an answer? You played so well when you hold a lead, and when you've gone down a couple of times, it has been a difficult way to fight back. Juck, awkward there. It's going to be Rez on the shot. Double commit. Shugs makes it work. Low boost momentarily there from the Champs, and Shug's play might help out as MCAT pinches that one across. No one to follow up. It's going to be Rez in the corner.
Rez will try to clear it back to the other side as well. I don't want to see the Champs spark the bus right now. Heard a saying recently, Monty, prevent defense prevents you from winning. They need to stay aggressive. They need to keep denying the shooting opportunities because that's been their bread and butter in this 7th game. It's just been keeping the blue side on the back foot, and so far so good. That seems to be their plan, and it's working.
That's a good touch infield from MCAT. Jumped back wall. Can he double it? It's a good save from Mock. I'm not sure if it was going to sneak in under the crossbar, but the save credit is there. And it's starting to ramp up now for Dogged and Dangerous. They're finding these chances, but it breaks down because of low boost.
Dougie gets the bomb and the goal as the ball bounces off a 2-point lead. The Champs getting it done on the field named after them.
And that's just not at all the way you want to concede a goal. Juck getting stomped on, couldn't get up for the touch there. I think he thought he had more time to take there, just making sure he was composed like he was earlier on. Couldn't make it happen. 2-goal lead, 1:15 remaining. It looks like, as you said, the Champs will be winning on Champions Field.
Yeah, they may have just done enough to survive. Dougie, had a chance almost. Really put this one away. A minute, quick goal, it could happen, but the goal goes the other way. Mock may have found the dagger. It's a 3-point lead.
I'm starting to regret my decision not to change my mind on the prediction when you were trying to convince me to do so. Game 7 got the way, got the distance, but in Game 7, the Champs, I think we mentioned the experience, the veterans of this side being able to clutch up on Champions Field as Juck would like to get something here. Just give them a chance, give a glimmer of hope in Game 7, but it doesn't look like it'll be. United Champion Clown have stepped up big time in Game 7. They've struggled across their series at points in time, but they step up when it matters.
I think they have done enough. So with 37 seconds remaining in this one, Champs survive. They're going to Championship Sunday. Who they're going to play, we still don't know yet, but it's still a lot of questions on this as we do have a late technical pause with 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, and I think we'll probably have some extra time here on top as well. 25 seconds doesn't look very good in terms of, hey, can you score 3 goals? I think it'll possibly be more close to that 35, 40-ish seconds, which, again, doesn't look too great to score 3 goals, but it's better than 25 seconds. But look, it does look as though this should go the way of the Champs. They have some time here, potentially, just to go, can we do something? It'll be a kickoff, I'm sure we'll reset from. Potentially, can they do something here? Can they do a kickoff strategy? Can they find something? Again, just a glimmer of hope, potentially. I'm not sure. That being said, I think for the side of Dogs, they're pretty content with the situation they find themselves in, and I'm not sure if they really have hope in themselves right now from what I'm reading.
You know what I'm seeing too, though? Shugs just got away with one. That was about to be an own goal.
Yeah.
Like that was, I look, I don't know. I think camera's on us right now, but I have a clear vision of just Shugs banging that ball into his own net as we pause. So a little bit lucky right there. But yeah, we don't, the ruling is you do have to play it out. So we still got to do these final 25 seconds. So we just got to wait for MCAD to jump back on and then we can finish this game away. But yeah, it's great series, entertaining series, and of course it has to end like this.
It has been a great series up until this very moment. This very moment where you've got about 25 seconds remaining. A player's gone missing from the lobby. We're waiting to find out what's going on. Formal's offering to change his name as well. So, you know, we'll see what happens.
Well, now I can't.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I was just going to say, I'd just go in there dressed up as MCAT and we finish this series off. You know what I mean? Just get it done. I could get it easy, but now I can't because someone gave away the game. Okay, so
I'm not sure. Look, this might be slightly disrespectful towards you, but would you have the capacity to play and cast at the same time?
oh yeah, that's fine. The problem is, can I play as well as MCAT was playing? And
well,
I
that's
couldn't even
definitely
do that
no.
even if not casting. So
That's 100% no.
you're me honestly, like you're assuming that like the casting would take away from my gameplay, but my gameplay is already such in the gutter that you know you can't make it any worse.
Yeah, I feel like if we put you undercover in this lobby right now and said, guys, guess who is Max Formal? There would be no doubt on anyone's mind. There would be, it would take 2 seconds of gameplay.
Well, yeah, because I play a Dominus and everyone else is an Fennec.
Wouldn't you change to match what MCAD would be wearing?
Oh, true. I guess I would have to do that. That would also give it away faster. Right. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Well, the
Fair
good
shout.
news is MCAD's been found. 25
Sweet.
seconds remaining.
And I
3
promise
goals to
you,
the
it's
Chiefs.
not me. All right, guys. I am not MCAD right now.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if he appears on screen and does something silly immediately. Potentially, it is you. Although no, that does look that he's gone in the air. It's definitely not you.
Are you saying I can't do that?
Yep.
Because you'd be right.
Yeah.
But I wish I could. That's going to do it for this game, though. Formalities are done. Timer is 0. And oh, Dougie, no. No, Dougie, no. Yeah, one more goal, no.
Okay.
MCAT says no fun allowed. And finally, the champs win this series.
I was waiting for them just to keep that alive. I would look. I was ready for this series to end about 25 seconds ago. I would have been happy if that happened. I would have gone, that's absolutely hilarious. Good job, Dougie. Not to be the case this time round. But what a series from Dogged. They looked so good right until that Game 7. Okay, they didn't look great in Game 1. They didn't look amazing in Game 2. And in Game 7, they didn't look amazing either. But aside from that, the other games, the games they won, it was such a good series from them. I would have loved to see them get the win here, not only just for my prediction's sake, but just for the fact that they played so well in this series overall. But again, I think that experience just comes and shines through.
I kind of as well want to just reiterate the fact that, like, for people who kind of tune in, make sure you watch these bubble scene games. Like, I know all the eyes are on Wildcard and Power right now, but this is fun Rocket League down here in the trenches, all right? Game 7's back and forth series. It was an absolute treat, but look, we still have 3 more series to get through, and this one already, I think, went about 10 minutes over. So we're going to rush to a break. When we come back, we finish our lower bracket. So don't go anywhere. Big time matchup was the top 48 go up against IT. It was a long series one, everybody. So I hope you took advantage of those 5 minutes you have off. Get that food in the oven. Get yourself comfy because we got plenty more here. Lower bracket keeps on rolling on. And yes, the chicken is safe now. It's in the oven. It's cooking. We're good, guys. We can chill. We can relax.
You can relax. I didn't care less, to be honest, and I think that was your own problem that you put in chicken like just as the pre-show was starting. Yummy, what are your thoughts on that? Seems like a bit of mismanagement.
Ovens have timers. I had stuff in the oven. I put a timer on it. It was fine. It cooked. Again, American mind just takes a little bit too long to thinking, but a good series. We started off the weekend finally
no
with
more
a good
4-1s.
series.
No more dog water series, Monty.
It was a great series to start us off. I'm very disappointed in my prediction now, though. I said Game 7, and I just got it wrong who I tipped to get the win there. But that is a great way to start us off. And it was a Game 7, but it wasn't... we've seen potentially Game 7s in the past where it hasn't been the highest of quality of Rocket League. That felt very good, particularly the defense.
I've always just said as well that Formal just great at predictions. Him and I just on the same page today. It's just so smart.
That should have been me versus the world, and I should have been on top. But you know what? I'll take the compliment, especially as we keep moving on, because top 48 versus IT, next match down here. This is another one that kind of feels coin flippy when you get down to it. Both these teams, have had their chances. This is our schedule so far as we keep rolling through. We get to the important games later. I know the bottom game, that's the one everyone wants to watch, but I hope that last series did prove every game is important.
Every game is important. There's literally thousands of dollars on the line. I don't know where.
We're playing in an $80,000 tournament here, Formal. Every game is important. I'm looking forward to top 48 versus IT.
It's chat you need. I agreed. I said every game was important. It's the chat.
Don't blame chat.
Yeah,
Don't blame chat.
I've seen no one in chat say, I can't wait for the final series. Can we skip this one? I've seen no one in chat say that. I think you're just sort of putting that on chat, and I think we should respect our chat more.
I respect chat.
Me too.
Yeah.
I don't respect chat. You know who I respect? I respect ICE. I respect Nerve, Scorchy, and Zombie Freak, because this is a lineup that everybody, may not have put as consistent top 6 contenders initially. Zombie's been around for ages. Nerve and Scorchy still trying to make their name out there, but this roster has been solid.
Yep, they came top 6 in the last one. But the story of top 48 coming out of, top 48 and making it all the way here is also kind of crazy, and they played pretty well yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in the same boat. I think this is pretty even.
Pretty even. I mean, I feel like I'd had a pretty easy run through the bracket. They had the kind of cushier side, Miami Metro, and the uppers. They lost in 5. They then won in the lower bracket, but top 48, they beat Dumb Luck 3-0. I think that's probably better form coming in versus I, who beat the babysitter. Now I'm just trying to work out who is on the babysitter. That's Lux, Eminence, and Electro to make it through. So I think top 48 of the form.
I think Eminence is all right, but
is he one of your university players?
Might have been. That actually could have been where I've seen him. Or it might have been one of the Supernova lands. Let's just get to the predictions, all right? Because in a coin flip match like this, this is really the toughest one to call. So, Yubby, starting with you. IT or top 48?
Look, we'll go off the latest and greatest. We'll go for the top 48. I just love their name and how they're already here in the top 8. So maybe they go another step.
Yeah, give me the top 48 as well. I think they've had the better run, as I said, coming through a 3-0 over Dumb Luck. 3-0 over Dumb Luck. Yeah, that makes sense. And looking strong. I think they'll get the job done here, but I have the experience of a top 6 before, Monty.
Yeah, look, I, again, have already got my predictions locked in. And I say locked in, I said that can change at a moment's notice. This one isn't going to change at a moment's notice. I've got IT winning this one.
Yeah, look, again, Nerve is that young up-and-comer in his near mid-20s right now. I'm not going to announce his actual age, but he has informed me he's not that young, but he is that up-comer. And I still think IT is that team to beat in this matchup, so I'm going with IT as well. Nerve is going to carry.
Okay. Yeah, we'll split again.
I feel like means another game 7, so
yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Can't wait for that. Looking forward to it. As long as we're not getting more 4-1s. That's what we're complaining about. I saw the chat was pretty happy we didn't have a 4-1 there, so I'm hoping for a game 7. And I think we're getting a full roster today as well. Is that right?
Yes. Inspire is back. And I mean, that's a scary lineup. Prompt is no slouch. So we're going to get set to jump into this next matchup as well. One more spot available for the top 6. Is Ite going to be able to reclaim that spot, or will top 48 divide themselves by 8 and get to that top 6? Yummy, CJ, take us in.
No. Our final match of the lower bracket here on Saturday, Yummy Cheese, man. Good to be another best of 7. We had a Game 7 shootout. We had an own goal in the first series of today, but I'm looking forward to this one. We've got full rosters. We've got teams that are trying to play upset to the top 2 as well. There's really no pressure on these teams. I'm looking forward to it.
No, they've got that free run. They've got some sort of equal level of competition in terms of both of being teams rising from the bubble, so it should be a fantastic one. I'm expecting Game 7. I'm expecting another 0-all, 4.5 minute overtime thriller, or maybe not.
That is the ultimate caster curse. 8 seconds in. Inspire goes for the challenge, loses possession, and Scorch, the old Squorch, has gone bang top right.
Great start from Ite, and yeah, as you said, Squatchy. We've talked about him quite a fair bit, or I have, in terms of loves to come into Twitch chat, throw his voice around quite a bit, and talk himself up. So I always feel like there's a bit of pressure on his game to make sure that he performs on stages like this. So far, has probably managed to do so, but needs to continue that today.
And Formal spoke about Nerve being a bit of an up-and-comer, even though he's mid-20s, allegedly. He doesn't want to give his age away, but this feels like a pretty experienced team on the side of Ite. I mean, you've got Zombie Freak. He's been around for forever. I was playing him. Squorch, he's been around forever. He's been in the rank scene as well. Nerve has also been right up there in sort of around
forever,
the top
Zombie
8.
Freak has been there since pre-RLCS days, so
That's Zenulus territory. Pre-Zenulus.
Pre-Zenulus, the
Mount Rushmore.
Mount Rushmore.
He's before one of our founding fathers of OCE Rocket League. That's how old Zombie Freak is. He must be in his 30s.
Yeah, on the pre-round Mount Rushmore, it's Soma, there's Zombie Freak, and I don't even know who else. I probably didn't exist at that point in time.
Yeah, there was a few people getting around. Maybe Champ King, some players like that back in the day. Some of your old teammates as well. But good to see Zombie Freak still kicking it, even though Formal would say that they're the up-and-comers, the rising stars of OCE here with Ike. They did make a top 6. They're trying to make another top 6 here in the lower bracket. We're into this, we'll move on. Still only one life, though. But further into the tournament, another Champ Sunday awaits.
Certainly a possibility for either of these teams. Almost a shot there, Nerve managing to get behind that one just to keep themselves in the lead. But we're seeing a lot of pressure coming out all of a sudden from top 48s. Do say that yesterday they came in with their sub and managed to do quite well. So maybe still on today they need to take a little bit of time just to readjust to their standard roster.
Yeah, things can take a little bit longer than some would hope at times, but a good start here. They got the first guy on the board. You completely cast the cursed top 48, 8 seconds into the game, thinking it was going to be a 0-all. Foolish. On the other side of things, though, I Prompt. This is the man we're looking for. We spoke about him in the predictions. He's got the experience, but oh, that's a bad touch. Surely it's got to be a goal. Jimbo didn't read it.
He didn't have the boost as well to adjust after sort of misreading that bounce up. That was just tantalizing for top 48. Maybe too much so, maybe too desperate, but it's good to see early signs of, in particular, Prompt putting some plays on. It is the player we are expecting over here for top 48 to be able to perform.
So a guy in chat as well, he was wondering if it was the first or second week of Open 3. I know the team top 48, that's not the stage of the tournament, that's just their team name. So no, this isn't the top 48 stage, this is a top 8 stage here in the playoffs. There's a nice save there. Jimmo's been demoed. I love that from Zombie Freak, using that season -1 experience from 2016. He's got the ball again, pop over the top. They do have the lead. One more goal would just put the icing on the cake of game 1, but controlling it so far is Ite.
I just want to give you a shout out as well, CJ, for listening to Twitch chat, if it was formal, he'd be hating on them right now. Nerve gets the second goal. Looks like a great start for Ait.
Formal's boy.
In the first game.
Formal's boy getting the goal as well. First one on the board for him. He has been the MVP of this team so far. 472 points. He assisted the first goal. He's had 3 saves to his name as well. And now gets a goal to boot. 2-goal lead, minute 20. Time is running out. Still yet to crack the scoreboard. Is top 48. And right now playing like a top 48 team. Just not quite as ready for the playoffs as Ita.
Just a little bit of a shaky start. They've had their moments. They've had good pressure. They've had the possession of the ball in the attack and haven't been able to convert just yet. It is a great little pop-up from Prompt, and Jimmo, I'd expect with maybe a minute remaining, he'd be more ready for it. He's taking his own team out as well. We didn't talk much about Jimmo in the pre-game, and maybe there's a reason why.
Yeah, it's a tough one. When you're looking to push, when you're looking to get that first goal, perhaps still a chance. Inspire had a crack, but couldn't drop it down, couldn't find the angle. Nerve is going to be able to push it downfield. Finds 2, actually. Huge value from the low boost that he did have. Stepping up. Formal has just been bang on with his predictions and his players to watch so far. I don't know what he's put in that chicken, that undercooked chicken, but it has completely fired him up. It switched his brain on, and he's looking like an oracle of OCE right now.
I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think I'm going to go onto the raw chicken diet just yet. And again, there is a full series to go, but it's looking incredible for Formal. The prediction on Nerve in particular, he's had a very standout performance in a game 1. The 2-0 is at least a dominating win.
Can we go back to Formal for a second now? I think about it, because hang on, we'll dive into game 1, game 2 in a moment. But
don't bother.
So
just
Formal,
dive into Formal.
For those that are unaware, Formal was cooking chicken, and the pre-show was starting when he was meant to get the chicken out. So instead of just setting a 5-minute timer to ensure his chicken was cooked, he just took it out raw, undercooked, to put it in an hour later. Does his oven not have a timer? I feel like every oven has a timer. Like that. Now I'm thinking about it. That is one of the silliest things I've ever heard. Why would he not just put a timer on his oven?
Well, I'm a little worried about you now, CJ, because I literally already brought that up like 5 times.
Yeah, I've just thought about that though.
Used a timer, but
what's he doing?
I don't know. Look, the kids these days, this kid's of what? How old is Formal? 37. Kids these days just don't know how to cook. They don't know how ovens work, I guess. But he's struggled. Maybe he's just really focused on Rocket League right now, and well, that's something that top 48 are going to have to be as well if they want to bring this back. Bring it back to you as well, CJ. Who's top 48's coach again?
Top 48's coach is nobody, unless it's Kernsey, who did sub in yesterday. It could be, considering he's the 4th man on the roster. Maybe someone from chat knows who the coach is, but I'm not too convinced that a team called Top 48 has a coach. And I do need to reiterate, because people are still getting confused, the Top 48 at the top is not the stage of the tournament. We're in the playoffs. Goodness me.
No, but they are in the top 48. It is reflective of where we are.
You could say they're in the top 1 million
top
then,
48.
if you're going to use that.
Sure. And they are top 1 million team in OC easily.
Okay, yeah, I get you're just trying to argue with me for the sake of it. I feel like at this point we're in the top 8. Where is the top 8? Call your team top 8, because that's where they are right now in the playoffs. Lower bracket. They need to bounce back though, because this has been a great start for Ite. They're all over them. Jimmo is just completely knocking his teammates out of trouble as well, so he needs to find his synergy. And Prompt hasn't really been a factor, considering he should be the best player on the team.
He's been a little bit of a raw chicken in the oven. He's using the same recipe over and over again. He's just gone for the flip resets every single time and pretty much been ineffectual. There was that one that almost led to a play from Jimmo, but I feel like he needs something else, like a good 50, maybe a pass play there, but yeah, so far it's looked maybe too predictable.
We're getting word from the chat that Panzer is in fact the coach of Top 48, who he himself has now replied to questioning whether he is. So I think that's the first thing they need to work out. I think if your coach doesn't know if they're the coach, might speak volumes
I
for
think it's
this
a great
team.
choice, though. Panzer, just goat of the scene. Another keyboard and mouse player. That's what we like to see.
Big
So
T.
it means we have a KBM coach and then a KBM player, unless Zombie Freak is no longer a KBM player.
Thinking about it, two of our founding fathers on Mount Rushmore are KBM players, Torsos and Xenulus as well. So it's taking up 50% of OCE. It's crazy to see the ratio of keyboard and mouse players. What a pass from it down. You've got to score that, Jimmo. That is an absolute sitter. What are you doing on playoff Saturday?
That disgusts me. Jimmo, you can't be doing that, especially after what transpired in Game 1. It's got to be Inspire to make up for it, and finally they have a lead.
Finally, they get their first goal of the series as well. Top 48. And I'm talking about the team top 48. Meow, meow, PP. No, you're not watching the top 48. This is the top 8. This is the playoffs. And I'm not going to say it again.
You know the funniest part of that is there's not even anybody in chat with that name. He just wanted to say those words. It's his catchphrase, ladies and gentlemen.
Half the game gone to Game 2. We're seeing a bounce back, and we're seeing another Game 7 shaping up right here. Monty called it in Game 1 of the previous series. I'm going to call it in Game 2. This is just reeking of a Game 7. It's got that whiff about it. Ladies and gents, Scorchy trying to work his way across, but 2 minutes, that's not enough time to get one goal against this team. Their defense is immaculate.
Have a whiff about it, CJ, when you're meow meow peeping. And there's a second one from Prom. I'm glad that wasn't the perfect goal for our top 5 players tomorrow. It's good, but, well, that's a 2-goal lead and not going to make the highlights.
Love that he waited, though. Love that he waited for the defender to commit off the backboard. Found the angle, rips it top right. I was asking for Prom to step up. And stepping up, he is doing here in Game 2 with a bounce back to try and equalise this game, this series, should I say. And that's what you want to see. Couldn't score in the first, and this top 48 team in the top 8, because people keep questioning, are stepping up.
Is anybody able to check on CJ? Because he keeps yelling top 8 quite a lot. I think he's got a problem, but defense also has a problem right now. Scorchy. Ooh. Just managed to recover, and it might be a goal at the other end. Inspire with 0 boost still manages to fend through traffic, and actually a chance here for Ite to get on the board. Inspire has to hold on. No boost really there for the defenders, so it has to be a good clear. Nerve trying to keep it in, and well, that demo on the back line against Zombie, that should be enough.
Yeah, and it's expect the pressure to be building. Oh, there it is. Hang on a minute.
Huh?
They get some reward for effort. Zombie just uses his 2016 aura to split the 3 defenders who should have had a cover, but no one was ready.
He's living after his name. He was literally just demoed, respawned, drove down the pitch. He probably turned his monitor off, drove forward, and gets gifted a goal. I mean, doesn't get much better than that, and it actually gives Ida a winner's chance here.
Yeah, they've still could have gone 2-2 right there. It was a bit of a wet noodle shot in the end, but I tell you what, top 48 are completely just battening down the hatches.
Wait,
I think it's too early. They're in trouble. Prom's going back and forth, looking very awkward. He does find a way out, but they are low boost, and I think it's going straight down the other end right here, Yummy.
I'm a little worried though. I mean, there was a very awkward defense set up there, and I think if Nerve just took the shot straight on net, could have been the equalizer. Now they still find themselves half a minute, 1 goal down. Try and get some score. She's going for the demo.
Ooh.
Prompt avoids it. That was clutch.
You could see the sparks flying off the spoiler there. Prompt in big trouble. Scorchy having to pick up the pace, the 50 midfield. Jimmo's very low boost, and he might have cramped. Zombie shot. Prompt. Zombie with the follow. He dunks the save.
He's resurrected on the pitch. He's resurrected from his form in 2016, and he gets the dunk. I don't know if that was skill or if it's just scripted, but we've got a tied game.
The RLCS 2025 contender, born in 1925, has equalised late. Maybe one more. Hang on a minute. No, gets round one. Jimmo makes the save. Just zombies in the other team's net. That's how confident he is. They've got all the momentum here. Does top 48 should have equalised, and now they might have thrown game 2.
That was pretty good as well from Jimmo. He was getting bumped on that back line, still manages to make the save and get them to overtime. But on the other side, what a turnaround from IT. We almost thought they were just gone from this game, that the series was going to be back and forth. And now, just like earlier in the day, another overtime.
Another OT coming in. Jimmo's done well to fake and scoop up boost. Prom's got a momentary one-on-one. The fake, the low touch. What's a save from Scorchy, and Zombie is there to clean up. It's Spy, throws it across. That one's not on target. Nerve with a poor clear. But Zombie lands on it again. He's having a generational series. And he's a man that's lived in 3 or 4 generations, I think. He must be that old by now. Scorchy trying to keep it out. An epic overtime. It has been all top 48's offense so far. You can see, they play better when they're behind, I guess. Oh, hang on.
Oh,
They've
double
overcommitted.
commit.
There it is.
And Zombie, born in the Renaissance and has a Renaissance in this game. Hat trick for Zombie and a win in game 2 out of nowhere.
Wow. They were 2-0 down. They were down and out. And they found their second win of the series here on Playoff Saturday. I need to say it again because there's people saying other playoffs next week if this is the top 48. No, this is the top 8. This is Playoff Saturday. This is the second last day of Split 1 for OCE.
Wait, so if I win this match, they are top 32.
No, you win this, you're top 6, you're through to Champs Sunday, which is tomorrow.
Well, top 6 is still technically top 32, CJ.
Stop saying that. It's confusing. You realise how we have to put it as plainly and simple as possible to the Twitch chat because they're getting very confused.
Well, so now Formal is insulting Twitch chat saying he hates them. Now CJ is calling Twitch chat too silly and dumb to understand it. Twitch chat, I know you guys are smart. You know what's going on. CJ, come on, man. You got to be nicer to your boys in Twitch chat.
I'm not disrespecting them. I'm just saying, give it to them straight. You know, like, let's not don't muck around with Twitch chat. Give them the respect they deserve by telling them how it is, and don't leave up these little airy-fairy top 32s, top 164s.
Can you remind me, by the way, of your catchphrase again? I forget it.
It's not, Twitch chat's person
what was your
meow.
catchphrase, CJ?
Someone in chat is called Meow Meow PP. I didn't just say that as a catchphrase. That's not my catchphrase.
You seem very enthusiastic about saying it, so I thought...
No, they were confused. That's all I'm saying. They thought it was the top. That's not my catchphrase. This is the top 8. This is Playoff Saturday.
Here
Everything
we go,
on the line.
into the top 48, game 3. Winner goes into the top 32.
No!
2 games in the lead.
No, that's not how it works. This is the second last day. Tomorrow, we are sending one team to Boston, to the Boston Major, as it is the final day of the Boston Split for OCE.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. One of these 2 teams will be going to the Boston Major tomorrow.
No, definitely not one of these 2 teams.
Especially after that from Scorchy.
No.
He almost got one of the most ridiculous
T-Barrel Wild. We're not. I really hope we're not sending one of these 2 teams. With the greatest respect to these 2 teams, we might be in trouble as a region if it is one of these 2 to the Boston Major. I meant we're sending either Wildcard or Power. We'll see them later on in our final 2
CJ,
series of today.
I reckon if we sent one of these 2 teams to the Boston Major, they would manage to come top 48.
Yeah, but there's only 16 teams at the Boston Major, so it's top 16. It's not top 48. You can't just add.
They would be in the top 48.
But it's not. No, because you can stop confusing everyone. Now I'm confused.
Always were, CJ. Always were. I watched you play Rocket League. There was never a time where I was like, he meant that. And unfortunately, it is gone the other way for top 48. Here in the top 8. Not making it a top 6, not making it a top 48 of the major, and I are 1-0 in the lead.
I cannot wait for this team to be eliminated so we can just stop these nonsense discussions, and I'm banning for the next split any team having a top any number in their team name because you guys confused, I'm confused, and Yummy is confusing everyone. 2-0 Ites, come on.
I just explained it perfectly, just like Zombie perfectly slotted this in the left side of the net. He had the entire net. He decided the left side was his favourite.
And now I'm getting told this is why I didn't get invited to the Boston Major. So,
it's so true. It's so true. Ever since he started insulting Twitch chat and our audience, our lovely audience who came here to support OCE Rocket League, to be part of the community, and CJ insulted them, and now he's not part of the major. Fair enough.
let's see if I can just completely put an end to the misery of Top 48 being on the screen. Can we change the name? Can we change their name right now to something else? Hazza, do you have anything for us? Because clearly everyone tuning in is still confused, seeing Top 48 up there, and I'm getting confused now. I don't know what day it is.
Well, if you change the, the spelling of A from an E to an A, then you could be like top 4, aight. Spoilers, that means aight are going to be top 4 at the end of the weekend.
No, don't make their name top 4. Here goes Pop. Can he find 2? No, he cannot. Top 48 still yet to score. Aight after that comeback. I feel like that was the game to win it. This has completely changed the series, Yummy Cheese Man. They were 2-0 up in game 2 to look for an equaliser. And now they're staring down the barrel of a 3-0 potential reverse sweep scenario to even be a chance for Champ Sunday.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit of a tilter. They really had that game too. Couple of moments as well we've seen, particularly from Jimmo in that game, that may have made the difference. And so maybe we look here, the 2-0 down. Maybe they can do the same thing, and maybe it can be Jimmo. But Prompt has gone wildly missing on that one.
Jimmo's finding some nice passes, but there's just no one there, and Inspire's so far back. I think he's so far away from that ball. You can tell that he didn't play yesterday. He's still trying to get warmed up, trying to sub back into the swing of things. As there's a shot on net, it's off the bar. It's going to be a tough follow-up too, and Inspire just bails on the play. He goes for boost instead, and the attack's done.
Well, at least Inspire has made it into the top 48. Didn't do any work to get there. Need to try and put some right now, Prompt. Maybe they had a goal chance there, but once again, he's really focusing on those flip reset plays.
Goodness me, 1 minute left. And it really, there's just a severe lack of offense coming through. They're getting a couple of chances, top 48. They're definitely playing like a top 48 team right now. There's a nice demo coming through, Zombie, but Jimmo's pretty quick. It's a missed touch. It's going into open net. What are they doing?
Oh! We've got a chance here, ladies and gentlemen. I have no idea what they're doing. They have no idea. Scorchy almost did something earlier with an own goal. This time setting up Jimmo perfectly. But you're on the wrong team, mate.
On the wrong team, and it's a rinse and repeat from game 2. Just an Uno reverse card. Now it's 2-0 up for aight. Can they throw a lead? Can they let top 48 back into this one? Give them their first game win of this series. Pop over the top from Jimmo. He's looked pretty deadly. Inspired just has to buy time for the teammates to get back. Takes a nice 50. 30 seconds is still plenty of time, Yummy Cheese Man.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Here in the top 48 round, we are looking at a very close game. Game number 3. It's all do or die here for top 48. They have their chance to go to the next one, but Zombie again! His 5th goal in 2 games to secure a fight.
And his 3 millionth goal in his 75-year career. This man is the veteran of OCE. It's catastrophe in defense. What has happened there for top 48? They've jumped all over each other. They've Goomba stomped each other. And that is probably series done. It's going to take an absolute mountain to climb now to get 4 wins on the bounce against this team who's looking pretty good.
Yeah, they're looking great. We probably shouldn't have doubted them, CJ. Despite this Inspire goal that is not going to make any difference whatsoever. Shouldn't have doubted them after their top 6 last week, but we still did.
I'm honestly turning chat off because I'm still getting baited by some people in chat. Rowdy Diversion has said it's great that we have a mainstream this early in the tournament. This is the top 8. This is a normal mainstream day. This is playoff Saturday, and we are at our penultimate day of OCE Rocket League for the Boston Split. Yummy Cheese Man.
Well, we love to see that. The Boston split, as you said. You're not a part of it, so it doesn't matter. I heard your words earlier on today, and, well, so you're saying, you were saying that neither of these teams can make the Boston Major.
Neither of these teams can make the Boston Major, but they can win a lot of moolah and some World Championship points. 15 points still up for grabs is open, Yummy.
Yep, that's a lot of points. So you're saying that one of these two teams probably going on to win it?
No, that's not what I'm saying. And you know I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's potential. They could win it. I don't think they will. I think we've got two clear top teams. That's Team Power and Wildcard Gaming and OCE, if you haven't been tuning in. Both
They're
level
both
on
in the top 48 as well. We saw them. They made it into the top 48 yesterday.
No, they made it into the top 8 yesterday in the upper bracket. They're guaranteed top 6 as well.
So they were in the top 48 today. They're going to verse top 48 for a chance at the major. Winner between... Wait, who in top 48 makes it to the major? CJ? I'm confused. You've just been saying all this nonsense all this time. Chat's been helping me.
Do you realize
Chat's been great? Thanks, chat, for all the help.
Poor people that are tuning in right now. And no, I'm not saying they're poor. I just mean
he just called you poor. He just called all of chat poor.
I meant.
Oh, look at me! I'm a major caster. I go to Worlds. I get paid the big bucks. You're poor. He's poor too now because he's not even doing the major anymore. Take that, CJ.
I meant that there's people in chat that I feel sorry for because you're just completely baiting them with all these random... You're confusing them, and I'm saying I feel sorry for the chat. I wasn't talking about their economic situation. I was just saying that I feel sorry for them.
So chat have been extremely helpful throughout this series, doing whatever they can, and you just can't help but insult them, call them poor, do whatever you possibly can. But chat, I'm on your side. You guys are the best. Jimmo's the best. It's a lead again for top 48. How will they throw it in game 4?
They're absolutely going to throw it because they've done it for the past 3 games. Yummy. They just keep on doing it. Jimmo, though, perfect start. 20 seconds in. It's like game 1 when they scored in 8 seconds. They're on song. Come on.
They're doing great. Jimmo, I've never doubted you. You've never said it's... You never took a step wrong. I've never said anything bad about how you've played in this series. Just give us a good one right now. The top 48 deserves a good series. Top 48, that's hard to get in OCE. And they're showing that they're able to perform at this level.
It's just their team name. Just their team name. It has nothing to do with placement. Please stop bringing up placement. It's why I popped it on the backboard. Scorchy, that's a nice clear. Zombie Free, it's a nice clear. They're linking up a nerve. Just intercepted by Prompt. You can see top 48 starting to squeeze this defense, keeping the pressure on, stealing boost. And I'm liking what I'm seeing. But the problem is that when there's 30 seconds left, they go to water.
I kind of like this as well. They've changed up the strategy. Instead of Prompt just flip resetting over and over again, this time it's Jimmo doing a flip reset.
Oh, what's happened?
They're just switching it up a little bit.
What have they done? We're getting a pause now as well.
I saw Nerve AFK on the backboard.
Scorchy called pause.
Yeah, it's Nerve.
I want to apologise to everyone. There's a lot of people not happy that I called them poor. Once again, I didn't mean it like that. I think we've cleared that up now. I'd like to apologise to all. I love you guys.
He didn't mean it that say, but usually behind the scenes, he's like, God, I'm so much more rich than everybody. So it does make sense that he accidentally let that slip on broadcast. That's fair.
It's not... Again,
whenever he subscribes, he mutes himself for a second and goes, more money for me! More money for me! Oh, the subscribers! Woohoo! I'm not going to share this with anyone. That's what he said in the last broadcast, despite.
This is absolute defamation on an RLCS broadcast happening right now, and I will not stand for it.
Sue me? Are you going to sue me?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I will see you.
And everyone finally learned the truth as legally required from.
Are there any lawyers in chat that want to support me right now? Because I will take this man down to my right. or my left, depending on which way you're looking at me.
Stage right, camera left. Yeah. Well, wait. No, camera right, stage left. I've been in the business 10 years, CJ. I don't know what's going on. I still don't even know if we're in the top 48 or not. So,
yeah. All right. Well, Monty's going to represent me. It doesn't fill me with too much confidence, but it might be my only option.
I like it from Monty because he's kind of one of the victims as well. So, I think I'm in good hands with you being in his hands.
Okay, there's no victims here. There's no perpetrators here, and I believe that we.
Whoa!
Wait, hang on. What has
Twitch
happened
Shadow,
here?
Very
the
much victims.
Okay, so Prompt has given himself a series win. He thinks that they've taken too long. That Nerve has extended his tech timer, and he has written tech timer complete, series win to top 48. So well done to Prompt.
It is a good strategy. Nothing else has been working for them, so maybe that's the play. I mean, is that something that you'd have done back in the day?
No, I was a very fair player. I was very fair. Actually,
you know, it's been a long enough time to bring this up. Remember when that one person accused you of purposely throwing so that they wouldn't make it into a top 6 in the... What's the RLCS? No, the Throwdown
hang on.
OCE Open Series.
Stop. Before you go any further, I wasn't accused of throwing. Another team was accused of throwing to stop me from making it.
Are you sure about
now
that?
You've flipped
No,
it. And
no. This is an RLCS. I'm talking about it. This is the OCE Open Series, an off-season tournament. And I'm not going to name any names, but there was a really bit of drama around old CJCJ and his team with Kami.
What is happening right now? Am I just
And
getting...
it is the sort of thing that CJ, who insults Twitch chat, now I'm thinking about it, there's all these odd Game 7 losses and reverse swept to make it to RLCS.
I got nervous.
And there's just all these moments. He's insulting Twitch chat. It just all comes to me. He's just a bad guy. He hates Twitch chat. He's throwing for money constantly. Like, what's CJ doing? Why? Get him off. Get the chisel. Take him off Mount Rushmore. He's been on there for, what, an hour or two now?
Are you trying to get yourself on there? This is a vendetta. This is a campaign to lift yourself onto Mount Rushmore, Yummy Cheese
No, we're
Man.
getting Dover
Because
on.
I know what you were saying in the green room. As soon as we finished the Mount Rushmore discussion, he said, I can't believe no one put me on there. That's what Yummy Cheese Man was saying.
Can anyone believe this guy? Can anyone believe CJCJ at this point in time? Like, come on, mate. Dover, obvious. Torsos Drippe, obvious. And I threw you a bone, but I regret it now, CJ. You've betrayed Twitch chat, and now you've betrayed me.
Hang on. Chili's chilling. You need to relax. He goes, CJ insults us. He insults us, the game, and on top of it, calls us peasants, and it's only the top 48. Plenty of games left of this, of my nonsense. It's not the top 48. There's not plenty of games left. This is do or die. We're in our second game of Saturday. There's 2 more after this, but then after that, Yummy, we're into Champ Sunday. I need to tell everyone, this is, we're trying, I feel like we're a little bit too relaxed.
Is that the top 48? Or are you already there?
No, Champ Sunday is top 6. I feel like we're a little bit... Everyone's cruising like, oh,
no,
there's
but you
another
said...
week.
No, you can't say that's top 6 because yesterday you said that Power and Wildcard made top 6. So how... And they're playing today, so...
I would like a break. Can anyone sub in for me?
If we go to a break, though, can you at least say your catchphrase one more time?
Well, I don't know if we are going... it's not my catchphrase.
Well, just say your catchphrase. Just for the chat, just to make up for it.
I want to sub out.
I
don't want to cast with Yummy anymore. Monty, can you come in formal? He's ruined me. He's absolutely
ruined you.
Me. This is defamation. Does anyone want to cast? One in chat if you want to cast. I'll drag you in right now. I don't want to be here. This is absolute defamation.
What's okay? Just name your suit. What's the case? What's the law here? Where's the defamation coming from?
I feel like there's a lot of blatant lying going on. You said that I'm a cheater. You said that I throw games on
I didn't say
purpose.
you're a cheater. I just said it seemed very likely given the amount of times that you got reverse swept in a qualification match for RLCS.
I used to get very scared in Game 7s, which is why I lost. It wasn't me throwing on purpose, which is what you're trying to accuse me of cheating because I lost a lot, which I think is a weird angle. Because I just...
Well, I mean, how much money did you make from those losses, though?
Well, how much money would I make if I won? Oh, you're saying I... Oh, I see.
Yeah, mate. What do you... Come
Oh,
on,
I read
mate,
the
CJ.
result. I see what you're saying. I
Guys,
didn't do that.
stop arguing.
Oh,
Parents are here. Parents are here. Go, we're here
Guys,
to save
help me.
CJ. We're here to save
can someone
CJ.
sub in for? You know what? Last week, guys, Yummy said, "Oh, we've never cards together, all split, and you won't let us cards together." This is why, because as soon as we get in the booth together, this man just abuses me constantly.
Can we stop this,
Look, CJ,
this
CJ.
story?
Yeah.
Because you were the one calling chat poor.
Oh,
Why are you trying to reel this around me? You're changing the topic.
All I'm
did
saying
not-
is, I would have been here earlier to help you out,
Yep.
CJ, but I had to finish my chicken first, okay?
Yep.
It was in the oven for a little while.
How are you
I had
feeling?
to get that sorted. We're good, man.
You
It was
sure?
great.
You
10
tell
times
me-
Look,
a
he's
meal.
got the chicken
Fantastic.
just in time to watch the top 48. So that's the main point here.
Exactly.
It's not the top 48. We are banning teams from calling themselves top anything because it just ruins it. And I blame Hazard actually because clearly the overlay isn't clear enough that it's a team name and not the stage of the tournament.
Do you guys,
Sorry,
do you
CJ,
guys
team
realize,
already got knocked out.
Do you guys realize how CJ keeps trying to silence Twitch chat? And he keeps trying to silence us as well. And he's actually just called out the guy who doesn't have a voice as well. So
That's true.
Yeah.
Kicking someone who's down.
yeah,
How do
absolutely.
I leave?
I don't think you can. No,
Oh, there
that's
it is.
actually
At
better.
least Twitch chat is safe right now. Twitch chat, you're allowed to say, literally, actually, Twitch chat, say whatever you want about CJ right now.
We won't tell
probably
him.
not whatever you want, but you can say whatever you want about CJ. You're safe. You can tell us your worries, your fears. You're not going to... This is a safe space. You're not going to be bullied any longer.
No.
You know, I think you guys have been doing a fantastic job.
Yeah.
I think you guys are rich, not just probably in money, but also emotionally,
Yep.
family, friends. You've got a
Experiences.
rich community here, experiences, and you get to enjoy the top 48 of OCE Rocket League with us.
Yeah, great times. I mean, I feel like it's just calmed down a little bit now that, you know, we've only got the three of us here. It feels a lot more like, hey, do we even have a series playing right now? It feels like this has sort of been therapeutic for us at the moment.
Yeah. I think we needed some. Oh, we have a winner.
Oh,
Top 48 won.
Yep, there was a forfeit on the game due to the technical time for Nerve to be able to try and get back into the game after, I assume, some sort of tech issue. He froze in the game. That's all we really know at this point in time.
I want to know where that win puts top 48 now. Does that put them into the top 32?
Maybe formal.
I mean, yeah, usually we'll go 48, 32, 24, 16 in that regard. So they're one step closer to getting to that top 6, which is what they would get if they do win. Again, it's every time they get that win, you just got to cut off in more of the fat, get rid of another 8 teams.
No.
Right.
Bring me back. Put me back on. I'm sick of listening. No, you're all poor. This is the top 8 playoff Saturday, and I'm sick of hearing all this nonsense. This good. No, I'm sick of it. This is not the top 48. We're not qualifying for the Swiss stage. This is the last weekend. We're not playing next weekend. I'm sick of the propaganda happening in this call right now, in this booth, and in the Twitch chat. This is the top 8. This is playoff Saturday. There's only 2 days left. Actually, only 1 day left. Now think about it. This is the second last day, and this is it. So let's lock in.
Please don't hit us anymore, CJ. Hazard, can you take us away so that he can't hit us anymore
I think-
and bully
yeah.
us?
Look, if he
I'm
doesn't
not
sit in his
safe here.
timeout, I think we all have to leave CJ and leave him on his
No,
own.
don't let. No, it's one of
He
you
needs
stay.
to think
please.
about. He needs to think
Yummy,
about his
leave.
actions.
You guys stay. You guys
And
stay.
that's
in.
right here,
No!
folks. CJCJ, he's coming in with a solo cast.
Actually, Solocast isn't too bad. Welcome, everybody. We're back in business to the top 8, to playoff Saturday. Everyone's left me, and now it's just me and Twitch chat. Two best friends locked in harmony, watching some OCE Rocket League action. We've got currently a 3-1 scoreline. Top 48 got their first game win on the board purely because of a tech forfeit. That's what you like to see. That's how you like to win. Is anyone here with me?
Just a little bit of feedback on that one, CJ. I would have liked you to refer to what stage of the competition we're in. Continue.
Top 8 here, playoff Saturday, second last day of the OCE Open 3 Split 1 action. The second last day of the split as well. The next time you'll see us, Yummy, in OCE will be nearly the end of March.
Wow, it's a long time. I mean, a lot of teams change between then. Will we see any of these guys as trio ever again? That's a very tough question to ask in any sort of Rocket League, even on a week-to-week basis, let alone on a month-to-month basis. But you know what, CJ? I forgive you. I'll come back.
Thanks. I forgive you as well. And I forgive Twitch chat, and I would like to apologise to Twitch chat as well. Because I will admit on the second occasion I did say you're all poor. And and I meant it with the definition that originally I said was wrong, but I said it just out of anger, and I didn't mean it. So I'd like to apologise to you guys.
Listen, Twitch chat. Be the better man. Take the apology. Let's move on. Let's see some of the best Top 48 Rocket League that we have to offer. I versus Top 48. It is, after that last game, a 3-1. Top 48 do get a game on the board. Probably the most deserving win I've ever seen. They didn't throw, CJ.
Yeah, they didn't play a game of Rocket League. That's what they did. We had Nerve, unfortunately, with a tech pause, but they have had to sub in Matt as well, believe it or not. And it's not affecting them in the slightest. Matt might be the super sub because Zombie's doing everything 1-0.
Zombie's done everything all series long. Is that what his 80th goal of the series so far? Just a drop in the ocean of his millions and millions of goals across his career. Zombie. Actually, now that I think about it, CJ, we've given you a bit of a hard time. But Formal last event could not stop just absolutely blasting Zombie, saying basically he was useless. And now look at him.
Wow. And now
just talked about the entire time.
Is that what he said? And now he's just absolutely flourishing, isn't he? He has blossomed into the greatest Rocket League player that OCE has seen, and it's about time because he has been playing since 2016 as well. But they are 1-0 up and looking all right here. Not looking too shabby at all with Nerve not being subbed in. They just need one more game. They can lock in this series. I did complain about 4-1s though, Yummy, if you did see the hype trailer. I don't love 4-1s, but we're looking like we might be able to get another one here.
Yeah, it's looking kind of likely. Of course, only a 1-goal lead for now. Speaking of Zombie as well, sometimes you have those flowers, for example, that only bloom once every 100 years. Well, speaking of, prompt flip reset finally pays off.
Finally, with the reset over the top, finds the extra touch. You can see Squatchy just completely going the wrong way. Try to be front post and back post lands prompt, back post lands Jimmo, and they get the equaliser.
CJ, we getting that in the top highlights for tomorrow. Is that making it? Probably
I'll tell you what,
not.
that's not, but it's a goal. It's a 2-1 lead and an instant response. What are they doing in top 48? Off the kickoff, Inspire with 100 boost has been completely dusted by Zombie with 0.
Also, just wanted to point out, CJ did say, what are they doing in top 48, which means that he's referring to this round of the gameplay, and it is a 2-1 here. It looks like I might be moving on to the next round, which is
the top 6.
Oh.
90 seconds. 90 seconds to go. 90 seconds for top 48 to change that, to change their destiny, and perhaps extend this series to a game 6 as well. As Matt launches it down too, and he's been a great sub. I don't know where Nerve's gone, but I'm happy with Matt right now. He's looking good. They've got the lead, and they are 80 seconds, 75 seconds away from locking in the series.
I love that from Scorch. They know that they've got the lead, not trying to risk too much. Just trying to go for the solo plays, get the 50s in front of that other half. They would, of course, like another goal here, and this may be the opportunity, though. Just clears a little long. Promise missed it. Really needs to get something going here.
Yeah, that's tough. He has picked up mid boost, but they are just losing possession willy-nilly right now. Jimmo has to keep it, has to clutch up. He doesn't go for that corner boost. They come back to bite him. Zombie with a great catch. One more. Could this be the nail in the coffin? Oh, Matt's got to get back. He's just been subbed in. He's getting chased by Jimmo. He's being killed by Jimmo. Here we go. Prompt. One more. Shot. Where is he? Inspire.
What? You're one goal down, Inspire. I've never seen anything of the likes. It's like CJ back in the day when he was on a Game 7 potential chance to make it to RLCS.
We said
Inspire
truce.
just gives up. Oh, yeah, sorry. I apologize for that as well. And we have 13 seconds. About to move on. They've got an open net. Zombie was attempted bump by his own teammate. What's going on?
Why has he been bumped? 4 seconds. Maybe one last chance. I can't believe they're still in this. Will the ball stay up? They're waiting for the shot, but they're down the goal. I don't know why they're waiting for the shot. They're defending. Get the ball down the other end. Inspire just come through and whiffed. Prompt gets one. Can he get two? Inspire been dusted, and that is it. 4-1. That was just chaos.
I don't know what happened. Zombie doesn't know what happened. He's been around. He scored another one. Matt comes in to super sub last second. Jimmo, who some of us were ragging on for the first half of the series, top scored of the game despite being at the bottom. I cannot describe that game too well other than top 48 are out of the top 8.
Yes. Oh, thank goodness. No, they made the top 8. They're out in top 8. They finished 7-8. Is what we're saying. Let's move on from that. What I want to do to comment on was Prompt going back to net to defend his 1-2 deficit on 0 seconds. Instead of, did they not realize they needed to score?
I think also on the behavior of Inspire, driving backwards for what was at least a very good opportunity, might have indicated that they thought that they were on the orange team.
That is questionable. And I think as a whole, this entire past 45, 50 minutes has been questionable as well. I would love to take a break.
Okay.
I think we should all take a little break. I think we should all just rejuvenate, rehydrate, recalibrate, and reinvigorate ourselves coming into the next couple of best of sevens, because we, after this, will be heading to the upper bracket, ladies and gentlemen. And after this, we'll be taking a look.
Okay, we're going to be taking a look at the upper bracket. We're going to be taking a look at power. We're going to be taking a look at wildcard as CJ chokes once again. And guys, in the famous words, as I'm doing the outro for CJ, of CJCJ, meow meow pee pee.
Feel me in the dark, in the darkness. My shadows, they follow you.
After two absolutely world-class series in the lower bracket, we move to the upper bracket. Before we do that, CJ, do you want to give us a rundown of just what we saw in that lower bracket, how special it truly was today?
Yeah, we saw a lot. We saw a lot in that lower bracket. We kicked it off with a Game 7. It had an own goal in Game 6 as well. I didn't realise, but Dougie actually messaged me as he own goaled and said, "You like that own goal? Bit like you, how good?" So that's good. And then in the second series, I think it was just a pure character assassination of myself. I couldn't tell you what actually happened in it, but IT are moving on to another top 6, so well done to IT. Even with a sub, even with Nerve just disappearing off the face of the planet.
Watching the series and trying to study from it. It was all on the super sub Matt, Monty. Matt comes in, looks like an MVP, future star player of this league. Everyone should invest in all the Matt stocks now.
Yeah, 100%. Why would you not after seeing that performance? I mean, they just took down a team in the top 48, so pretty impressive stuff if you ask me.
We expecting that maybe Matt makes a comeback, a superstar instead of Nerve in the next round?
Ooh, it's hard to say. We didn't see too much evidence from Matt. I know he does have a 100% win rate, but I still like the look of Nerve.
Okay, on that bombshell, let's go have a look at Wild Card versus Miami Metro. The surprise appearance here in the... And CJ, before you get on my case as usual, I don't mean surprise because they're bad, but because I didn't see this one coming. Misty is back, boys.
Our boy.
Our boy Misty. Oh. He can do it all. He can win. He can lose. He can do stuff. He's amazing.
Is Misty getting top 6 is really that big of a surprise? I feel like every event Misty is in, it's a top 6 minimum. Even, doesn't matter the roster, doesn't matter who he's with. It's like, this is
I'm
where
surprised he's even playing formal. I don't think we got an official retirement from him, but I thought he had.
I also think he missed quite a few of the top 6s last season. So,
he was just retired then, but now he's back. Now he's back.
Formal just thinks
he
can't do anything wrong. Formal, he's 100% of his predictions, and now he thinks that Misty's made every top 6, and he's not surprised that he's here. Well, I'm surprised that he is here in the upper bracket against Miami Metro. Against Wildcard. And I think that this might be a very tough series for him, based on how Wildcard are looking.
Great insight, CJ. I've always said that you're one of the smartest talent. Do you want to make your prediction?
Yeah,
right
give me
here?
Miami Metro.
Okay, and then Money, who have you got?
Wildcard? Yeah. Why would... Anyway.
And can the ghost sitting on my left also give their prediction?
I am going with Wildcard.
Excellent. And I think, despite how much credibility I get from CJ's opinion here, I might also have to go Wildcard 4-0. Super. Again.
Look, Misty is great. Misty is great at getting top 6s, but this is to get top 4 right now against a team that's trying to go to Boston. So...
Well, I'm going for Miami Metro, so give me Wildcard to cast a curse them across the desk, and we'll see what happens here. No, look, we would like to see Wildcard versus Team Power in a grand final, so I'm going to be going for Wildcard. I think they can get the job done, but Misty, he's our boy, Yummy.
He's our boy. He's the man to watch. And let's go have a watch of him right now. I believe we got to hear that the game is ready. CJ, go have fun with Monty.
Ooh, thank goodness it's not you, Yummy Cheese Man. Thanks for that throw, and I feel safe now in the reliable hands of Monty OCE _. How are we doing, my friend? I'm looking forward to seeing Wildcard in action on a Saturday.
Yeah, no, good to see them on Saturday. That being said, I'm still confused how this is top 48 sort of Rocket League. But, you know, into the action we go. Wildcard, typically you'd expect them to skip top 48, and here they are. So it'll be exciting to see how they perform today.
Yep, it's performing in the top 8. Last time we didn't see them, we had a forfeit in playoff Saturday. They went straight through to Champ Sunday. It was the first time we saw them in Open 2 was in the semi-finals, believe it or not, on Champ Sunday. So good to see Wildcard here on a Saturday, and we'll see what they can produce. I mean, we spoke about Misty. We didn't really touch on Balrog the Bal, formerly, and Yuxi, I believe, as well, is how we say that one. A lot of potential with these two.
Yeah, Yuxi, I think, is over the course of, you know, the couple of team streams I've done, I've seen him play a couple of times, and he does look like a quality player, very mechanical, has the ability to take over a lobby. Not sure if we'll see that against Wildcard in particular, but he does have the ability to take over lobbies, and that's actually why it's exciting to see them in the upper bracket here. We get the chance to see them play definitely tomorrow as well, and see how Yuxi goes against a team that maybe isn't Wildcard. Not saying that it's not going to be, you know, potentially something close here. That being said, I am predicting a 4-0. But still, hopefully we see them do something in this series.
They've got a free hit as well in the upper bracket. They lose this, they're still through to Champ Sunday, still in the top 6. Winner skips straight to that semi-final, guaranteed top 4 spot. See Wildcard are the favourites. Could be the first goal. Great pre-jump play, though, coming through. I like this from Miami Metro, putting heat on. And Torsos, who was a prominent feature in our pre-shows, discussing the OCE Mount Rushmore. He's probably, well, I'd say he's definitely that first head you'd see sculpted into the mountain, the veteran of not only OCE but Rocket League itself. And he's getting to work as well. Bal's making a close save.
Yeah, this has actually been an interesting start to the game. Both teams providing a couple of chances early on. Torsos just showing why he's on that Mount Rushmore, not scoring their own goal. Where, you know, potentially other names could have scored that own goal. CJ, potentially, you score that one there?
Hey, this is a safe place. This is a safe haven for me. I need a break from Yummy Cheese, man. I need you to just just don't think about my gameplay as much as you can. There's been a lot of chances for Miami Metro, though, in Game 1, which I'm liking the look of. Torsos throwing himself. It feels like Wildcard have kind of just been 0 boost this whole time.
Yeah, it does. I mean, Metro, 6 shots to 3 at the moment. They have had the majority of the chances created so far in the first half of Game 1. It's exactly what you want to see against a team like Wildcard. You don't want them to sit back and let Wildcard get chances and sort of get away with free hits at them. As Yuxi cuts that one out in the midfield, wants to play that into the center. Torsos now trying to gather some sort of possession here for Wildcard. Fever on the next challenge. That's going to be blasted wide of the mark again. Wildcard starting to feel like maybe they're going to get a few more chances to push forward at the moment, but still, they've had to make 6 saves in the first half of the game, and they've only forced 2 on the other side.
Yeah, I wonder if they did have a warm-up scrim or just perhaps thought they could come into this one feeling fresh. Torsos needs to recover. He's done very well to get a touch on it. Still, Banana Head has to fly. Shot on again. Torsos made another save. They are absolutely peppering this net, Miami Metro. They've had 8 shots. Wildcard have made 7 saves now. The crossbar's made a couple of its own right. Still, though, gets worrying when they haven't scored just yet. And there's the bump, and there it is. I mean, how quickly things turn around against Wildcard.
And it's just Fever playing as the first player there, getting downfield, finding the bump on Yuxi. It was no boost against full boost, but the bump making Yuxi unable to get that stop there. B-Head, I mean, he's probably not going to score an easier goal this afternoon, I'd expect.
Yeah, and that's just what Wildcard can do. You have to stay in the game, even when you've had so much pressure creating chances. Quickly, he can turn around, and as you saw with Fever, he just recognised the space. He's got so much trust in Banana Head. Why wouldn't you? The couple of OCE MVPs, that power duo, mixed with the first head of Mount Rushmore of OCE, the veteran himself, Torsos, Mr. Reliable, as Misty throws the infield. Speaking of Misty, we mentioned him being our boy as well. The reason why we do that is because he is our boy, obviously, but also he can play upset, and we've seen him absolutely peak in OCE regionals before, OCE events, where he's completely dominated, been the MVP of the event. And really, it's come out of nowhere. So we love seeing that, and every time he graces the pitch, we want to see that version of him again.
Well, that being said, speaking with Formal behind the scenes in the green room during that, whatever that last series was, he said to me, he's predicting a Bulldogs win against Power later on, but if Wildcard slip up here, then he thinks Power's going to win. So he's expecting some sort of upset across the remaining 2 games here, and Misty has played a big part in upsets in OCE's history, so potentially, maybe that's where Max's mind should have been going instead of the later series.
Yeah, well, so far it's still his wildcard, even though it feels like a game where, for the majority of it, it has been dominated by Miami Metro. Another pass across. I like the speed, and there's been just a few moments like that from wildcard. A few double commits. Bauer's gone for the infield pass. Just not quite lateral enough, and there's the speed of Fever. Quick recovery as well as Misty just goes for the skim. He's actually landed it. Bell is ready, but Banana Head one step ahead. And the respect you have to have for both teams these days. The Psychos are always locked in.
Yeah, but you could also see it was pretty well telegraphed. I think it was B-Head already up for it, knowing what the next touch was going to be as Fever puts one on net, but it doesn't really matter as the save drops it to the ground in wildcard. As expected, take game 1, but that was honestly a better performance in terms of just the actual game, not a performance from either team, either player, anything like that. Just overall, that gameplay felt very good, and Miami Metro, I think, will be pretty happy with their performance itself.
Yeah, happy but also disappointed that they didn't get a goal in the back of the net. There was some incredible saves from Torsos defensively, and then we saw the dynamic duo really of Banana Head and Fever getting to work down the other end. But yeah, pretty good stuff from Miami Metro, considering we were sort of talking about 4-0 sweeps across the board. And a little bit off topic, but I've just noticed we spoke about Jimmer being a coach of OCE, and perhaps on Formal's Mount Rushmore. I've noticed that LBP's just entered the chat as well.
Ooh.
Former Renegades coach, former coach as well himself, Australian Melbourne born, who has just sent his new team, Ninjas in Pyjamas, to the Boston Major as of last night. Can we get a W, Coach LBP, in the chat? Because he's gone global. He's gone global.
Yep.
And NIP looking fantastic in Europe. So well done to LBP. We love you, mate. Well done.
And we need as much OCE representation at these majors nowadays. So how good for him to make it there as well.
Yeah, he's going to be the 4th or 5th. There's only going to be 5 Australians probably there in Boston, and he's going to be one of them. So great to see LBP dominating Europe and having to completely flip his sleep schedule, because I believe he's still in Australia. You can probably confirm that, but having to live on the EU time zone. But back into this one, it was wildcard 1-0, but if they can keep this up, Miami Metro, I wouldn't be surprised to see them get a game or 2.
Well, yeah, I mentioned how that was a decent performance in game 1. What I didn't get to mention by the end of that was I realized they took 8 shots in the first half of the game. They didn't take a single shot in the second half of the game, Miami Metro. So that's slightly concerning for this side. If they could, potentially get more shots at the end of the game, maybe they can make these 1-0 games potentially a bit closer. Maybe they can get a goal in the second half rather than having to do all the defending at the later stages. But hopefully for them, ideally even, they get an early goal on the board here so they can go, you know what, we don't need to shoot in the second half of the game.
Yeah, and I think just the more you miss, the harder you kind of try to place it perfectly, and then the mistakes happen. You're looking for that, perfect shot that doesn't always occur. So, as you said, they just need a goal to, just to realise that you can score against Wildcard, to kind of open the floodgates a touch, and then we can see what happens. But as of yet, it has been a clean sheet for Wildcard.
And Fever had a pretty free ball to fly out there, taken down into the midfield. Good touch, Misty blocking that one out. B-Head towards Fever. A doink on. Torsos is up quick, and he's going to get the shot down underneath Misty. And Wildcard, they take the opener, despite the fact that Miami Metro, they really needed that opener, I feel. It's going to go the other way.
Yeah, Big T did all the defending game 1. He said, I'm sick of that. You boys batten down the hatches, and I'll just go downfield and open up the scoring. Great shot in behind the defender. Drops it bottom left. And that's a bit cruisier there for Wildcard. Took them a while to score in game 1. They had a lot of the pressure against them, but that'll just ease the tension a little bit. I think they can really get the motor going now and step it up.
Yeah, not sure what the warm-up regimen was for Wildcard, but they definitely came out of the gates pretty slow in game 1. Not the case now, as Misty plays that one to the back wall. Good touch from Fever into the midfield. Yuxi cuts it out, but it's Torsos to take over. As B-Head lurking behind underneath as well. Now will try to take on that shot, finds the crossbar, nothing more. Yuxi low boost, and that's a big sign of struggle at the moment for Miami Metro. They're really struggling to have the boost in the tanks as soon as they break that halfway line.
Yeah, you can see Wildcard linking up so well. What a counter-attack. It was Fever who popped it up initially off this touch right here, and he just stayed on the wall, and Banana Head, all he had to do was get it around Bell. The aggression, there was just too much there from Miami Metro. Third man crept up past halfway, and Fever knew exactly what to do.
Also, just a comment on the B-Head preset. I feel like over the course of the Banana Head presets we've seen, it's typically once he goes to that major or the World Championships, he seems to swap. Maybe not always in the regionals, but at the moment he's in that preset. Maybe, giving you a chance to have a look at, something that he might be playing in Boston if he happens to make it as Fever. Massive dunk to make it 3.
Yeah, that's a poor 50 coming through in the defense. Getting exposed now, Miami Metro, but Thieves off the ceiling. Misty with 0 boost threw himself at it, and in the end, he just created the perfect backboard, the perfect ramp for Fever to just rip that one in the back of the net, and they are on song now.
Yeah, the form that we expect from the team that still, I think, holds that favourites of OCE kind of mantra at the moment. B-Head, another dunk there from Wildcard, getting that shot away. I feel like until Wildcard really, lose that spot at a major, they'll still be the favourites for OCE. Power looking to cause upset across this weekend. That could be, potentially a shifting of the errors of OCE, but at the moment it's still pretty much Wildcard. That being said, Yuxi with the assist, Bao getting the goal.
Yeah, Thieves just took this a little bit too cruisy, I'd say. He just expected Torsos to be there, but he was in a world of hurt. Tripped on the post, had 0 boost, and was slower than Fever thought. Just not quite recognising the danger that was present there, but only the first goal and still a 2-goal lead for Wildcard. And what a privilege in his money to watch a top 6 team in the world here in OCE, battling it out against Misty and Miami Metro.
Yeah, I mean, you sign up for an OCE Open and you look no further than where Misty is in the lobbies, and this is where he is, playing against, as you say, a top 6 side in the world, absolutely where he expects to be, where he's intended to be, where we expect him to be as casters, as B-Head looks to find something special there. Yuxi with the clearance, and Yuxi as well. I want to see a hint of what he can provide in this series. I think he's definitely one of those players we can look as next up in OCE. It'd be great to see him get a couple of chances to really prove that in this series here.
Yeah, still plenty of time here as well, 90 seconds into game 2. But how quickly the series can go against you when you are playing wildcard. You lose a couple, and then before long they're looking at match point and staring down a 4-0 loss. Yuxi throws that infield pass. Torsos was lurking, so is Banana Head. Stays covering the ball. Fever throws that one on net. A little bit of a heat check, forces a double commit as well. And really all Wildcard now are doing is killing time off the clock. Every attack just eats up another 10, 15, 20 seconds. Trying to get this one to 0. Banana Head just putting himself right where the attack's looking to shoot. They're doing enough to hold on, albeit on low boost.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're seemingly playing really composed right now, Wildcard, not committing to too much. They're buying this time off their attacks, but also the attacks of Miami Metro haven't really caused too much trouble on the defensive side of things. That being said, here's an opportunity. Yuxi across. B-Head trying to block it out, and a goal here could make things interesting in the final 30 seconds. Yuxi forward, Misty, corner ball. Torsos has low boost, but again, it's these plays as well. It's not only when Wildcard are on offense. I don't think they're minding these chances for Miami Metro, where they're never really getting that chance to pull the ripcord, pull the shot. It's really easy enough defending for them, and they're going to get one more at least for the road here.
Yeah, it seems like they're pretty comfortable defending with multiple numbers back, and then they get a chance like this where you do see the panic down the other end, and that time it was Yuxi just jumping onto that front post backboard for no reason. Banana Head recognising the open net, recognising where the space was, top left, back post, wide open. There's the 4th goal, and the second game secured.
Seeing shouts for Miami Metro at the major in chat. And I also saw comments of how you've not fought chat so far this game or this series, so that's also good.
Chat. Who's saying that? I wasn't fighting chat last time. I was getting gaslit.
I'll give you one guess. I'll give you one guess who said that.
Bet it was that cheese-looking guy.
You might be right.
The Mr. Instigator, we call him. I love you guys in chat. Absolutely. I don't know what on earth. I'm not trying to fight you guys. I'm on your side. Don't believe, Yummy is he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. That man, don't fall for his tricks, Twitch chat. You're smarter than that. I know you are. But speaking of a team that is smarter than the other, Wildcard looking absolutely fantastic so far. Warmed up, I'd say game one. They just took that as their, just warmed their thumbs, and now they're in full swing.
I would have liked, for wildcard's sake, not to see that goal conceded in this game. Their defense was pretty solid overall, and it would have been nice for them to get that clean sheet as well. Not to be this time round, but it's a very solid performance defensively where they're giving these chances. I mean, it feels, possibly they could be slightly more proactive stopping these chances before they're being created, but they're letting Miami Metro have these opportunities, create some sort of plays, and then they're making the stop without really any problems, which is good to see just defensively, this wildcard side potentially working on that ahead of a big weekend in front of them.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing enough from Miami Metro to, kind of showcase why they are here in the upper bracket of the top 8. Already secured a Champ Sunday, even if they do lose this series, because they're looking quite solid, and particularly their offense looks good. I'd say they're just not finding that kind of world-class finishing or that top-level finishing that we do see from a wild card. The execution's not exactly there, but I'd say the idea's there, in the offense. Keeping pressure on is commendable against wild card.
Yeah, and they'll look to make more chances in this one and convert more chances. Only the one shot. They've had one goal. They've had plenty of shots across this series so far. Just really unable to really test the defense. It's been simple enough. It's been smooth sailing for Wildcard. Here is a chance for Yuxi. That shot high the mark again. But they're good at sustaining this pressure. They're keeping Wildcard back. It's just they are falling flat once those chances are created of actually hitting the target, hitting the power. I think you mentioned as well, the longer they go on without scoring goals, then the placement becomes more of a concern, trying to make sure they make everything perfect. They've got a goal, but I feel like that can still potentially slip into their minds, despite the fact they've only scored one.
And 50 seconds of this game has been Wildcard just peppering the net and just not getting the thing on target. Here's Fever off the demo, has a reset, rips it over the top, looks for a double, bow nice positioning, and does secure a crucial corner boost as well. That's going to be at an absolute premium when you're defending for this long. Fever coming in again with the close catch. Someone's got to get there. They pinch it off the post. And Yuxi, the only man with boost, had to dodge Banana Head's demo. The bump plays are the thing that really completely open up the defense when Wildcard is attacking. And so far, they're just keeping it out of net. But it doesn't look like it's going to last for much longer.
And it looks like Wildcard are running some training drills out there. Pre-jumps, passes, everything you could think of. They're going for it at the moment as Fever finds the shot there just past the low boost defender, Yuxi. It has been all Wildcard in the opening minute or so here, and Miami Metro have really struggled. They haven't really been able to create that sustained pressure, which they did at times in the previous couple of games. They'll be trying to do something of the similar sort in this game. Yet to really find that chance, though, as Wildcard have just been all dominant.
Yeah, the thing I love about Wildcard is the pace they play at, but they also are recognising when to take time and recognising when the opponent is panicking. Even Banana Head shot for that first goal. He just knew that if he took a little bit more time, the right side would open up. They're going to commit one way or the other, and that's what you see from them. They play quick and then slow it down up top and make sure that they make the right decision. So 2 minutes gone, and pretty much every game so far has been very similar to the last, outside of that first half of game one where we did see that pressure from Miami Metro. They did look confident. They did look more warmed up. But since then, Wildcard just putting the foot down and showing why they are one of the best teams in the world.
Now, it's been 6 shots to 1 so far in this game. That one might just cause some troubles, as it did mean that Banana Head had to be kept honest. Torsos will find a snipe from the midfield, Yuxi with the save, and these shots just keep on racking up for Wildcard. 7 now in this opening half of the game. Miami Metro struggling to get out Misty on the back wall. Good control, but he's, again, not really going anywhere with it. Yuxi, low boost, just tries to hit that one forward, and again, Wildcard pounce on these chances. When they see Miami Metro give away possession, they go, yep, we'll have that one, thank you very much. Happening here again. B head up high with the challenge. It goes wide out to the midfield.
2 minutes left, and more chances. Fever gets blocked. Torsos, once again, Fever just does so well as he's rotating out, getting a bit of value, whether that's stealing a boost or finding a bump. And you can see right here, he has it blocked off the crossbar. He lands off the wall and squishy saves Misty out of the map, which is incredible off the demo. Kept his momentum. And Torsos gets an open net.
And 2-0 to the good in Game 3 is Wildcard. They haven't given away too many chances in this one. Definitely nowhere near as many as they gave away in Game 1. A couple of chances going against them in Game 2, but nothing really threatening. And we're still seeing Miami Metro struggle to create anything here. It's just continued domination. It's getting more and more dominant from Wildcard as this series progresses. That's a demo. Yuxi gets a touch, but again, too much on it. Gives it away to Fever. Yuxi with boost will collect this one. Up high. Gets one flip reset. Goes for another underneath Torsos, but he gets a piece. And again, just Metro really cannot get out of their own half as B-Head takes a tight angle shot denied. Any follow-up, it's going to be Yuxi.
Yeah, I was about to say they're really struggling to get it past halfway. And we're seeing it right here. It's nearly like Wildcard to make a statement to not get it past the halfway line. Finally, Bao gets a chance with a nice fake as well. Wildcard are covering absolutely everything. They've really not had a look here, Miami Metro. In fact, they've had one shot for the entire game to 10. There's been completely dominant. 7 saves for Miami Metro. But, yeah, as we said, it's just been dominated in that orange half for the large part of 4 minutes and 15 seconds now. Banana keeping it in. The positioning, though, just sometimes it feels like Wildcard have an extra player out there.
Yeah.
They're just absolutely all over the pitch.
Yeah, it's 3-on-3, but still Wildcards somehow managed to look like they outnumber the opposition. Misty towards Yuxi. That's a great touch into the ceiling as the follow-up from Misty denied by Fever. And those are the chances they need to make more of. That was creative from Yuxi. And the follow-up, the shot just too close to the keeper.
Yuxi throws this one across to a pre-jumping Bell and a Misty. Fever underneath to Banana Head, and 10 seconds left. Probably not enough time for, well, now definitely not enough time after that pass. They're just not able to get this ball really past the halfway line with any purpose. As a nice little lone goal comes through, Banana Head gets credited. There's the third goal, and Wildcard, yeah, this is looking every bit of a 4-0.
And it feels like there's almost a force field set up at the halfway line. Maybe even just the final third for Wildcard where they just will not let Miami Metro go past it. It's all too simple for Wildcard in the first 3 games. It's getting better across this series. As I said, in Game 1, there was a lot of chances to Miami Metro, but after that, they've really struggled to create anything of real substance. That was 10 shots to 2 in this one. And I mean, on top of that as well, we're probably not counting the own goal. It was probably more like 11 shots against the Miami Metro net to 2 on the other way. A lot of saves across the board from the Metro as well. They're really just, it's all defense right now. They need to find a way to break, and it's simply just not been good enough realistically. Wonder if potentially timeout could change something, although nothing seems to be called.
Yeah, I think at this stage, when you're in the upper bracket as well, they're probably not too concerned about this series. It's, you know, I've been watching a bit of the tennis at the moment, the Oz Open. Perhaps, you know, sometimes you got to recognise when you don't want to exert all your energy, and maybe that's the case here with Miami Metro. They know they're through to Champ Sunday. They're guaranteed top 6. They're going to have an easier match than this. Well, pretty much every opponent they play outside of Wildcard is going to be easier. Maybe Team Power would say otherwise, but perhaps they don't. They feel like this one's got away from them. Reverse sweeping Wildcard's going to be pretty tough.
I feel like you see Wildcard in that upper bracket and you go, well, on one side, I guess you can forfeit, as we saw in Open 2, or on the other side, you can go, let's just have, you know, hit out at the best or one of the best teams in OCE and see what we can prepare for tomorrow, potentially taking some of these chances, giving, you know, the youngster of Yuxi a chance to play against one of the best teams in OCE, allowing him to get that experience as well to take into Championship Sunday. Fever looking to start us off where they left off, finds the pass out to B-Head.
And there's the shooting we talk about. Banana Head just knew. He get up quick, and then he takes his time because he knows that he's going to have a defender committing one way or the other. This time, Val expected it to go into that left side, and then at Banana Head just drops it in bottom right. They've been pretty clinical, pretty impressive.
Yeah, they have really made sure that most of their shots have been at least dangerous. Few saves coming through across the series, but overall, if they're taking a shot, it's going to be something that Miami Metro have to struggle with. Val in the corner, gets a clearance into the midfield. B-Head, good pop into the midfield. It's going to be Misty the first to react to it. Torsos again taking back into that midfield. This is better from the Metro though. They're getting a couple of chances. Nothing clear cut yet, but at least they're breaking the halfway line.
Yeah, they're moving it. They're shifting the rock, which is better than what we saw in Game 3. Even another double, like the close touch there, but You just see when wildcard, they just know where they're going to let you hit the ball to them. And on that occasion, all three were ready on the backboard to work the ball out. Another chance perhaps to Yuke, see if we can find one more touch. It's a beautiful play, but Bell just couldn't dust the last man, and Fever clears it downfield.
Yeah, and those are the chances again. Yuxi have been setting up a few opportunities for the Metro, just not quite the final touch has been there. This might be one, as Misty tried to find all the power he could on that redirect, not to be. Fever down towards Torsos. He's low boost, so it's a good beat from Yuxi up towards Bout. Back across to Misty now. He's got boost to play with as he takes it up high. Flip reset found, dropped underneath. Fever, great second touch. That first one was awkward, but he made it all work with the second piece.
Yeah, just ripped it off the side and found the wall, but Misty has been getting to work. I liked his previous play where he found the front flip reset and nearly scored it. Off for a great save from Fever. Yuxi keeping pressure on. Misty just picking up the pace. Maybe that's the shift that they can see if they can start dusting this wildcard team to the ball. That's kind of what they did in game one, but up until then, Fever's done it again. How many times this series has he just, out of nowhere, decided, you know what, I'm moving downfield, I'm going to leave the ball behind, demo the last guy, and it is open slather.
And it's almost a point that doesn't need to be made about wildcard, but when you've got a team that is confident in their ability, you're willing to send that extra player downfield, and I think that's where we see that almost 3v4 feel to this game, where you send that extra player down and they get back in time, but they find a couple of bumps on the way as well. Fever is so good at doing that, and wildcard benefit again from it. Miami Metro, I mean, it's again, slightly been better in terms of opportunities created being in the wildcard half, but they really feel out of their depth here.
Yeah, this is just, there's levels to this game, and what we've seen so far in OCE, this 2026 season, is that there are two teams that might just be a level above the rest. Team Power awaits the Canterbury Bankstown Bulldogs for our final best of 7 of the day after this. So it does look like we've only got a couple more minutes of this series. Wildcard, every bit as good of a 4-0 coming up. It has been, you know, there's bad 4-0s and there's good 4-0s. It hasn't been the worst for Miami Metro, I'd say here, Monty, is they've, you know, earned themselves a bit of respect going into Champ Sunday, I'd say.
Yeah, they've taken a couple of shots towards one of the best teams, and you know, it hasn't always landed, but they found a couple of good opportunities, and it's something to take into Championship Sunday, as you said, as Torsos looks to find a pass off to Fever. That is an absolute rocket. Denied by Bout. B-Head now light touch, controlling over the top, and Yuxi sends him a long way with the bump. Still drops to Torsos at the top of the box. Might be able to find the double. He does. Crossbar down. B-Head follows up.
You can see they're happy to respect the opposition, but also they're going to be aware when a whiff's coming in. Bauer goes across. Torsos just plays the whiff, actually misses the open net, but even Banana Head knew exactly what was going on. He was low boost, but trusted Big T to get that thing on net. 3-0, 90 seconds left. And Wildcard, I mean, they couldn't be doing much more in terms of trying to book their ticket to Boston. And they're sending a message now to Team Power waiting on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah, and that's potentially something to think about as well. Power struggled in that semi-final against the Bulldogs previously, so a matchup there, there's a chance that could be an upset. There's a chance something could happen where Wildcard take that confidence boost of just 4-0ing through the upper bracket. Power might be a little bit nervy against a team of the Bulldogs. That being said, I mean, of course, Power will look and go, well, we had to play the Bulldogs, you had to play Miami Metro. But still, it's something to potentially consider. A 4-0 going into Championship Sundays, something that any team would love to do, and that's exactly what Wildcard are making this series.
Yeah, and if they do drop to the Bulldogs Team Power, it just does mean we do get pretty much the grand final in the semi-final tomorrow, as Team Power will hop onto Wildcard's side of the bracket, but we'll have to wait and see. In our last series, minute left, Banana Head nearly rips a crazy pinch. We're seeing pogos happen from Bowell, who still had a reset. Misty doesn't get a touch on that. Try to be the fastest man on the planet. Yuxi has been dusted by B-Head. And this 4-0 on the scoreline matches the 4-0 of the series result here. Is pretty fitting. Most dominant game of the series is the last one. Make it 5 with 36 left.
Not to say that I'm a genius or anything, but I did predict this series to be 4-0. And I think that's a pretty brave prediction to put out there. And it's looking like it's paying off right now.
Yeah, it's absolutely paying dividends. This team, as you are just the oracle as well. You and Form have been on song. Yummy's been terrible.
Yep.
I'd say all weekend
it's taken
long.
all series, but finally we've had a dig at someone else And that's being yummy. That's
Oh,
what a
my
redirect.
goodness. Hang on. Put this in your top plays real quick. What on earth is this? Fever's popped this one up. And Banana Head with a beautiful skim perfectly into your top left. I know it's the 6th goal. I know it's game over. But that clicks up to 900 points in regulation in this game. 4 goals for B-Head. And he's saying, I'm pretty angry that you didn't put me in the Mount Rushmore. You put Fever instead.
Yeah, well, as you said, I think that extra season for Fever has really been something to look for, in particular for me, when you're looking at that, who makes the Mount Rushmore. Fever's just been around that little bit longer, making more of an impact for a slight bit longer time as well. But B-Head, he's definitely a shout for the future at this point. I mean, not even far future, near future is a chance, but that was all too simple for Wildcard in this series. And B-Head stamping his claim on this one. As you said, 900 points, 904 on that one. It's been way too easy for Wildcard, but it's exactly what we were expecting.
Yeah, it's good to see all 4 of us on the desk as well, predicting a pretty easy 4-0 sweep there for Wildcard. No one thinking of predicting Miami Metro, but they didn't look too bad. And I can see... What?
I feel like someone could have. Oh, my memory might be fading, but I think it was someone that predicted the Metro, right?
No, I can't quite recall if anyone did. I might predict them tomorrow, though, the way they're playing, because I know they did get 4-0, but there also are levels to this scene. There's levels to the OCE region at the moment. Wildcard are right on top, and well, how close to team power is the question. Can they bounce back after that grand final loss? Wildcard look like they haven't really missed a beat since that Open 2 a couple of weeks ago, though, Monty. So excited to see them tomorrow. But it does mean that we have one more match left.
Yeah, and that should be Max Formal has been hyping it up all day. He said before any of the other series happened, don't look at these ones. Look at the one that's happening at the end of the day. And we're finally about there. Power and Bulldogs, that's going to be an absolute thriller. If there's going to be an upset, if there's going to be that grand final, semi-final matchup, it's going to be because of that one. And it should be an absolute thriller. I don't think you should go too far because it should be just around the corner.
Way too many faces in the crowd, but I think that I see you. One too many days got me changing up the way that I need you. Now we're both at a bar, acting like it's not hard, trying to feel something different. Talk to somebody new, kinda wish it was you, kinda numb to the feeling. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months and I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Not that you're gone. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. Laying on my floor, thinking about all the things that we've been through. From 24/7 to pretending like I never met you. No, it's all for the best, cause I know we're a mess every time we're together. Going out of my mind, and I wish I could lie, tell you that it gets better. Now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to. I can't seem to. I can't seem to now that you're gone, they say time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months that I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to.
Well, 3 series down on this playoff Saturday, and we're into what Max Form will dub the only interesting series of the evening. It's the Bulldogs
Thanks, Max.
up against
Actually,
Thanks,
Melbourne.
Max.
Max, can you when we're starting a day, Max, and we're trying to hype up 4 series, don't lead with the only good one is the last one, because that's a way for everyone to just leave.
Last
it's
time
kinda
you got
rude
up
of
me
you.
for saying the only good one is the first one. Now I can't say the only good one is the last. It's almost as if you don't want me to
it's
say
the
there's only
same
one
issue.
good one.
They're all good, is what you meant to say. You keep them invested all day long. That's why the chat is still here, because they're invested, aren't you guys?
I'm sure they might say that. I'm sure everyone was invested for that second series today. Who was even playing that top 48 and somebody, I don't know. Oh, good, a bracket. We can see, yeah, top 48 versus Ite. We were real invested in that.
Yeah, we're very interested in what was going on there. Instead of whatever lawsuits CJ and Yummy were throwing at each other. But what
I
I
forgot about
hearing.
I forgot about that. No, I'll throw it out. No lawsuit.
Okay,
Yeah.
sweet.
We're all
made
friends
There's a
again
very
by the end of
unhappy
Saturday.
lawyer somewhere.
Well, we just saw wildcard 4-0 in the upper bracket as well. So that's exactly what they expected. Full power, they'll be hoping to do the exact same here on the final day, or the final game of the day, rather. The Bulldogs, though, they did cause them some troubles last time around in Open 2.
Yeah, absolutely. There was one of the greatest overtimes I think we've witnessed in OCE history, or maybe it was because all the other games were 4-1s that finally we got a series, but that game 6 was epic. Power got the job done. It was, I don't know how long the overtime was. It was 6-7 minutes, something like that, formal, I believe, but hopefully we get that again.
I would love to go back to a game 7. I think if there's any series that deserves it, it would be this one. And I have to admit, I'm a little nervous for Power right now. If you go back through the history of OCE and, teams needing wins in a last regional to advance or keep themselves in it, there's always one team that seems to come up short. And I worry because of the form we saw from Power yesterday. And the Bulldogs, Monty can attest, they're a really good team. This one kind of has upset written on it.
There's a chance here that Bulldogs can cause some absolute shenanigans in the bracket. We've been hyping up the weekend as the Power versus Wildcard. It's going to happen in the grand final. Trust. We're going to do an 8-way cast, potentially, I heard, according to CJ. And then it could happen in the semi-finals.
Yeah, I was hearing something about a 20-person cast as well. I don't know how that one's going to quite work out, but that's what I was told at least. But as you can see, the roster's here. I mean, Bulldogs, I still feel like there's another step that they can take in this series in particular, in this Open, where they can take that extra game, potentially go to that Game 7 against Power. I'm not too sure if we will see it here or not, though. Power, they looked shaky last event. By the end of last event, they've looked kind of shaky. They dropped a game to Vade earlier in this event in particular. But, I mean, Gus had a great performance in Open 1. Any particular player there to look out for, CJ?
All six look great. I think coming into the season, Bulldogs were, they could have been a top 1 team. Obviously, they were wildcard were the number 1, but they've underperformed slightly. I think, though, you have to remember that Caleb decided to go to the Gold Coast for a while, and they had a bit of a break, so they haven't really stuck together. They don't have a coach either. You can see freaky coach's power. So a few things have gone wrong, Yummy, but if they put it together, they can absolutely win this entire event as the underdog team.
I also just have some very vivid memories of Monty that you're a huge Caleb fan. Die-hard number 1 Caleb fan. So I'm expecting this prediction to go a certain way.
Well, if I look, I'm going to start these predictions because I think Max is going to set us off on the right tone on predictions. So I'm going to get Max to go first, and I'll reveal who I'm voting at the end.
I mean, look, I'm going Bulldogs on this. I don't want it to happen. I want the storybook ending. I want Regional 3 to be like Regional 6 last season, but somebody always messes it up, and I think it's going to be the Bulldogs messing it up with their great play. I'll be the Caleb fanboy this time. Give me the Bulldogs.
Formal tries to ruin the show, says there's only one good series of the day, wants to ruin the bracket. Give me Power. We have to have the Power versus Wildcard grand final for the major. It's going to happen tomorrow.
There's only been 2 teams all season long, and that doesn't change right here, Yummy Cheese Man. I'm with you. We're finally on the same team. We're finally linking up. Give me Team Power as well.
Well, I'm going to let down those who thought I'd be voting for the Bulldogs here. I just simply don't think they can get across the line in this series in particular.
You're the team streamer.
I am the team streamer, but I gave up after the top 6 for Power and Wildcard. I went, they can't make the major anymore. I'm out now. So Max is the only one predicting the Bulldogs in this one, which feels fitting because they are definitely going to lose. I'm stripping my title of team streamer right now. I'm all on the Power train in this one. And I'm just not sure. Max, how do you feel about being alone on the desk again?
This is where I want to be. Me versus the world. Bulldogs by my side. Even though I don't want them to win. I'd actually rather Power be on my side in this one, but it's going to happen. Caleb is going to be peak form.
Quick, zoom in on his sunglasses. We can see the reflections. What's that on his left monitor? Is it the script? I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think it's. And the worst thing is, Formal
anime.
got a great prediction earlier on in the day, but he was disappointed that someone else went with him. So I'm glad that you just want to be on your own island over there, Formal. Go for it. I can't wait for them to win.
You can't miss when you're on your own. All right, it's gonna be. It's how it is, and I'm keen. I'm keen to see if it happens. But again, Power is there for the storybook, right? That's what everybody wants to see. But instead, we get a storybook semifinals if it goes the other way, and that could be fun too.
Well, semifinals being grand finals in OCE has definitely been something we've seen a lot of in the history of OCE. It's Power against the Bulldogs. It's the Max Formal against Yummy Cheeseman prediction. Time for them to really see who can step up here. Will the Bulldogs play upset and make it a semifinal matchup, or will it be Power progressing through?
Let's head on down to the pitch for Bulldogs versus Power. We've said it's a 2-team region. Bulldogs have been the only other team that's felt like maybe they could enter the conversation.
Yeah, they very well could be. Again, they have been the consistent number 3 team in the region coming up to this point. And again, a team with this caliber, this skilled, their goals are still to win regionals. Even if they might be mathematically out of this one, they can still bounce back, split 2, win a regional here, win, a couple next time, get to that Paris major. Worlds can still be on the cards for a team like the Bulldogs, but they have to start winning events, and you do that by beating teams like Power.
Yeah, especially with the second split being worth more than the first. We've got a little bit of international experience there on Hunter and Kaka, less so than their opposition, and obviously way less than Wildcard and Power, their number one opponents, already on the board.
Yeah, and it's going to be courtesy of Fiber for the first strike after the pass from Super Lucky. There's a reason why Fiber is always kind of in that talks of being one of the best players in the region, if not the best player at times. When he pops off, super fun to watch. Nothing too crazy about that goal, just a nice redirect in front of the net, but enough to give Power the early lead.
They've done well for themselves. Fiber has been probably one of the best performers here for Power across the event so far, and he started off well in this game as may be able to get another one. This time it's Super Lucky off of Gus, and not the best start for Bulldogs as well.
It's two goals that look very similar to each other, this time coming from the attacking right instead of the left, but fast passes in front of net, turning them into points. And you mentioned before, Fiber kind of being the standout player, especially in their regional win back in December. He was kind of that carrying force, but it's Gus and Super Lucky we do want to see continuously step up as well.
Oh.
Shot nearly in from Kaka, and no one else is there to finish the play.
Oh, the man that we mentioned, Fiber. That's an incredible save using the post and getting that one away. It's Bulldogs finding themselves in a tough position without that goal, without a chance to even shoot here, as Gus is playing defense, will get time on the ball to do with whatever he likes, and even beats his ex-teammate Kalen.
Now, one time now, Super Lucky on the ground can be dangerous. Finds a demo on Hunter. Not much else. Kaka will play keep away. Now a chance for the Bulldogs to score. Not going to get too much out of it. In fact, a couple demos and a fast counterattack could open the door for Power. Super Lucky shot right down the middle. It's a 3-0 lead.
As a reason that Super Lucky has been to so many majors, has been regional champ and regional finalist so many times. That's an incredibly clever shot. Slowed down. And a third goal in less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is, I think, the exact start that people who are pulling for Power this regional wanted to see, because we did just watch Wildcard put out a very strong showing in the series before. And if we are going to get the Dream Finals, we do want to see both teams playing at their best. And I think 3 goals in 2 minutes is a good indicator that Power's on point.
You know, I just kind of realized that the most anticlimactic, so according to you, what is most likely to happen would be if both of these teams do make the semi-finals, Power and Wildcard, and then one of them loses them on opposite sides of the bracket and never even verse each other.
That would be the worst. I think that would unequivocally be the worst thing to happen to this region in the history of the region.
Yeah, just 100%. There's been a few worse things, but, you know, one of them is losing that extra spot. But as you sort of mentioned earlier today, if we had 2 spots, these 2 teams, Power and Wildcard, would have already been secured. We wouldn't have a battle. So, weirdly enough, it has reflected almost the beast of the region. You know, previously it felt like we had 3-4 teams last season that could even make it to the major, and now it just feels like 2.
Yeah, it feels like 2. And fortunately, it's been, you know, 2 teams that have looked very evenly matched, as that was a beautiful goal out of Super Lucky and Fiber with the dish down. But yeah, I like how the region adapted to still make things dramatic, still take it to the very end, as we tend to do here in OCE. But at that same token, when we have 2 teams that are playing as well as they are, I would still love to see them both in Boston, because I think they both have a chance to get that top 4, like you were saying before.
Yeah, I have talked about this, the last event as well, but, you know, Power should surely gain some inspiration from the recent results of Wildcard. They know that at times they can beat Wildcard. They've stayed neck and neck throughout this split, and just kind of got to give them some hope on the international stage. Unfortunately, or fortunately, we won't see both of them. And Power are, well, putting a statement right now in this series.
And it's Gus in particular that I would really love to see on that international stage, because Fiber and Super Lucky, they've each been there a few times now. They've got their runs in, and I would trust their experience in that situation. But it's Gus, who has been one of our better performing players in the region, who still hasn't really gotten that international sort of feel yet, that taste. He still needs more of that experience on the global stage, because he has the talent domestically. We just need to see it that next level.
It's a big step up as well to the RLCS major level, the world's level, in terms of just the pressure, the atmosphere, the opponents that you get. Often these players are watching some of the top teams around the world, the French teams right now, of course, and their level of domination, and then all of a sudden they find themselves in an arena against them. It's not an easy feat to be able to adapt to, and well, we might be getting another goal. Looks like they're going to be happy with just formal a 5-goal game, a 5-goal win. Nothing more. Don't overstretch it.
A goal a minute is a reasonable pace, right? Like, that's what you want to get. If you're running, a 5 kilometer in 5 minutes, that's pretty good. Get 5 goals in 5 minutes, good as well. So, yeah, very strong start for the power side, on pace for that under 30-minute 5K
Formal.
run.
I thought you'd be talking miles, not kilometers.
I've been here long enough to know what a real degree of measurement is. 6-0 lead for power.
Well, we've taught him something, ladies and gentlemen, and that's great. Finally, got the Australian education, and Power educating the Bulldogs, taking them to doggy training, to puppy training, because 6-0, I don't think I've seen a team that is the quote-unquote number 3 team in the region be destroyed this much before in game 1.
Yeah. Again, this is, I think, is it the most exciting scoreline? Well, if you're a fan of Power, yes, but is it the one that leads to the best finish? Absolutely. So great start from the Power side. I'm kind of surprised at how flat the Bulldogs look, though, Yummy, because they still have so much that they could be playing for, and this was not a good game 1.
Didn't really see anything from them. Again, Monty would be constantly talking up Caleb at this point in time, talking about how he's the core of any roster and setting up goals, but he got donuts across the board. He didn't get the time on the ball that we normally need from him. And even across the entire team, they only had 2 shots.
I don't think I have ever seen, again, score is the most useless stat, but I don't think I've ever seen a team score in the top 6 of RLCS that low. Nobody did anything.
Nobody got 200 points, which means normally you can get 200 points from a couple of saves. And they didn't have the saves, they didn't have the shots. It was just pure domination from Power. Super Lucky got his hat-trick as well. Fiber, from the very beginning, was dominant. It's a scary sign, not just for Bulldogs here, but, wildcard watching. Don't want to have a team like Power starting to reach their peak in the very last regional.
No, they do not. But at that same token, we did see wildcard, and they look pretty strong as well. So if we want to set up that heavyweight bout, this is the best way to do it. And to get through everybody looking like the 2 best teams, which is what you'd want to see. Last game, it was a lot of quick goals. This game, nothing out the kickoff just yet. Hunter, back to the other side, sees Kaka, and no contact on the ball.
Ooh, it's a bad sign. Looked like he was trying to go a bit for a double or a flip reset, little finesse touch or something there. So maybe can't blame him too much, but you'd expect Kaka to be hitting that every day of the week. Now he has a chance to somewhat make up for it. Goes to the 50, gets it down to Hunter, who has no boost, has to try and get a pass. Caleb across to Kaka, but a complete miscommunication because Kaka also had no boost. A little bit of all sorts right now for the Bulldogs, and oh my goodness, he's done him dirty.
That he has, but if you watch this back, it was almost like Hunter set that up, bashing it off the wall into Gus. Super Lucky falls it through for the goal. Just some miscommunication, some mistouches, and a very opportunistic Power side. Lucky in form once again, and this is almost looking like a kind of performance right now where Power is a little disappointed that we're not just doing the finals today. Because if they're playing like nope, okay, no goal against them, fair enough. If they're playing like this, they look unbeatable.
I will say as well that did count as a shot for Caleb. It was very high on the backboard. Still count as a shot, which does mean that he is finally off the donuts for the first 2 games. Congratulations, Caleb. And hopefully that does continue.
I mean, he's going to need more of that if the Bulldogs are able to get back into this one. It is feel like when the Bulldogs make those deep runs, it has been Caleb kind of leading the charge with this trio. Kaka hasn't had some of those strong performances that we've seen from him in the past, and same thing can be said from Hunter as well. This team, so close to greatness at times. All 3 of their players have never really been able as well to kind of topple that gap and be on that top team, be that number 1 player. They were kind of hoping this squad together could come through, and while there's still time, it is working against them. Down a goal and another ball in front of net, and this time Hunter's there for the point.
First goal on the board. Bulldogs finally get there, and it is Caleb with a brilliant double 50 in order to get that across to Hunter. And this time they were ready. They had some miscommunications last time. This time they figured it out.
Yeah, double 50, and even though the demo might not have been necessary, it's a good cherry on top for Caleb to help secure that goal. So tied 1-1. How will Power respond? It starts with Super Locky, fakes the second touch, lets it ride. Gus gets bumped off the play. If Fiber was still there, goes for a deeper pass, but instead it kind of exposes himself. No! Hunter surely puts it in. No!
That's so disappointing for the Bulldogs. They had a wide open net. Caleb hits the crossbar from downtown. Hopefully that does not go to bite them. That's a sort of series ender at some point in time. And in fact, there's the breakaway. Super Locky, he picks up a couple of boost pads. And he's 50 through Hunter. Oh, it goes from bad to worse for the Bulldogs.
Locky played this so well. Hunter, I mean, he's kind of going in an awkward position behind the ball a bit, so Locky knows he can only go back corner. Just position your car to play there. Denies that safety touch. Ball winds up rolling in the net instead. Super smart heads-up play from Locky. 2-1 game. And yeah, you go back to that missed goal. You say it could cost a series. Well, going down 2-0 because of it, it definitely makes the job that much more difficult for the Bulldogs.
They still have 2 minutes on the clock. Looked a lot better, a lot more threatening. They've got 5 shots on the board, as opposed to their 2 across the entire first game. And that's a good pass, but once again, they've just opened up their own net. What are you guys doing?
Locky showing Caleb how you scored the open net from downtown. Straight down the middle. Perfect accuracy. And yeah, Caleb just couldn't quite get there in time. 2-goal lead, under 2 minutes to go. Power, it was a slower start here in the second game, but they're well and truly in control once more.
I feel like Monty must have been coaching these guys. That's why he stopped team streaming them. He's given up on them. He's figured out what he's done, because these guys do not look on the same page at any point in time right now, the Bulldogs. They had so much control of this game, and they've given away 2 goals they probably should not have. They only have 1 minute and 24 seconds to try and bring it back.
And look, I expect we're going to see a sense of urgency now coming from the Bulldogs, but it's hard when you're absolutely getting bumped around. Gus stops, I believe it was Hunter, from moving forward. That gives up the midfield position, and you can see Power. They immediately press on any little advantage. They just want all of the field. They want all of the challenge. They don't want to give any space right now to the team in blue, and it's been effective. There's just been no momentum on the Bulldog side.
Power have been very good at challenging most of the players, reading these aerial players from Bulldogs quite well. Oh my God, Super Lucky, stop it. He's got 7 goals in 2 games, and he comes out with a worldie.
Oh, beautiful touch. Beautiful finish. Another great game from Lucky. Back-to-back hat tricks, this time +1. He is determined right now, Yummy, and we've seen this before. When Super Lucky takes a series over, it's usually not just one series. He'll usually take over an entire event, and what an event this would be, because it'd be the one to get them to Boston, to the major.
And he tends to sort of play like this as well, a play style where he's very much about being just that sort of shooter, that getting himself into positions forward so that his teammates can do a lot more. Very team-oriented style that comes out from Super Lucky. that leads to his own renown. 4 goals, 5 shots now. It was 4 goals, 4 shots a second ago. He's going for 5. There's a demo in support. Super Lucky faked under 1, but Caleb stays resolved.
Yeah, very patient from Caleb to deny the next goal as Kaka. Well, they're just going to put one in for fun. Why not? 5-1 your final score.
Put it in the highlights. This is in there for tomorrow. What a shot. Pinball off multiple members of the defense. But Super Lucky doesn't get gifted that one. It was Gus who got given it. Super Lucky did get an assist. And as I said, 4 goals, 800 points for Super Lucky. He's a real worry, not just for the Bulldogs, but also for Wildcard, looking at them tomorrow.
Putting the entire region on notice with those first 2 games, exactly what you want to see. But I got a question about the end of that game. How come we don't see more players just, if they've already lost, just own goal it, just to hit a shot, just to hit a goal for that, momentum moving forwards? I'm surprised we don't see that more often, what Kaka did.
Well, some of it is they don't want to give their opponents the stats. Some of it is that they just don't want to waste time. They want to get to the next game. But I guess it's almost a free timeout, so it could be smart.
I think it's, free timeout plus, again, practice your accuracy, practice your shooting a bit. Game's already lost. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one other player who would willingly own goal in a losing match at 0 seconds besides Kaka. We could duo together and lose by 20. But, it's just, I want to see more of it. I think it's a good strat.
You think Kaka would duo with you?
Absolutely not. But he should.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
I can take him
Kaka
to places he can't even imagine where we would go, all right? We'd go to amazing places on that Rocket League pitch together.
That's right. He's joining the 2v2 RLCS tournament. These two, Kaka and Formal, they're looking to go somewhere that CJ cannot, over to the Boston Major. Well, I think that ship might have sailed. But what hasn't sailed is Power's run through this upper bracket, and the same with the Bulldogs. They still have the opportunity to try and bring this series back, but it's going to have to be a turnaround for the ages, especially after this goal.
And something that's been consistent every single game so far is just Power finding early goals, early leads. This shot from Gus, nice redirect, down and in. So fast, so efficient, and again, for the 3rd game in a row, it feels like, Bulldogs in a bit of strife in this one. Still plenty of time, though. We'll see if they can bring it back.
The best part of that play was just how early, it was telegraphed. We knew what was going on. Gus played really far forward. Super Lucky had to sort of delay his pass just due to the nature of when the ball was going to bounce and he could get the best pass going. And yet it's still unstoppable for the defensive end because of how quick the pass actually transpired, how good that aerial touch was for Super Lucky, and then how quickly Gus got it back down.
It's impressive to watch, and again, when either of these top 2 teams start clicking,
oh no,
it's incredible. As this ball's been bouncing in front of the net for how long?
Oh, nobody clip a replay of that and put it in tomorrow's bottom 5 plays. There was certainly an open net there that was just completely ignored, and then the defenders were surprised. Oh, why they should? They just figured it out, and in the end, nobody gets a goal. And Power get to keep their 1-goal lead when I'm sure Bulldogs should be tied up.
Yeah, that was awkward, to put it minimally, for the Bulldogs right there. But they've still been on the attack. They haven't given up possession as Hunter will win the 50 and get them on the board finally.
Time for Hunter to step up. He should be doing this all the time. You look at the Bulldogs, you should be saying Hunter, Caleb should be scoring left, right, and center. Should be creating plays like this one. Kaka should be the one that sort of controls the pitch a lot more. And that means that this is the first good sign for the Bulldogs, as Kaka does control that shot before it got too dangerous from Fiber.
That was a little spooky, but now back in the Bulldogs' possession. With the touch from Super Lucky up for grabs, Caleb might be able to do something here. Doesn't have a lot of boost, neither does Kaka. So it's a low boost play that works. Delicate touches make it a 2-1 lead.
Asians, Caleb off the roof. Nobody on the ground really knew when they could go up, when they could actually challenge that, and the flip reset is brilliantly played. A 2-1 lead for the first time for Bulldogs.
This is big. This is big. Bulldogs bringing it back. Feels like the first significant lead they've had in a while. And they can do with it. We'll see what happens when Power puts the pressure on. They just score, Yummy. They just go right off the kickoff and score.
You said we'll see what they can do with the lead. Well, Hunter gets a good 50, but it's straight out to Gus, and it's off Kaka for an own goal. We just can't escape it.
Again, Kaka gets these own goals to help warm himself up. Just practice putting it in. I don't mind it at 0 seconds. I'll be a little bit more critical when it's in the middle of the game, but I understand. I see the stretch. That is so open.
Yeah, I guess they just expected that the first 2 challenges would work out so well. Kaka completely beaten by 5, but an impressive 0 boost, but still the right momentum to get the double.
Yeah, that one looked a little bit awkward, and I think things for Kaka going bad to worse, as that 1-goal lead lasted all of about 12 seconds before it flipped back the other way.
I thought there was going to be no challenge there. Kaka does come to save the day. And I'll tell you what, Formal, already in just a few games, less than 3 games between Power and Bulldogs, I feel like we can fill out the entire content of both our top 5 plays tomorrow and bottom 5 plays highlights that we're going to be putting together tomorrow. Caleb has tied it up. Maybe a little bit once more of that as 5 has completely passed it through. Everybody gets faked in front of net. It's a catastrophe.
There was 4 attempts on the ball from the Power side, uncontested, it looked like, and all 4 of them missed. I'm not worried about Power after that. Kaka double no. Can't get around Fiber. Follow up from Caleb too slow. Here comes Gus. Back the other way. Hunter will make the save.
Good defensive efforts from Fiber so far. Might need to do another one here as he's got Caleb breathing down his neck with support. Super Lucky comes to help him out. As Bulldogs have a very good opportunity on the attack right now, but will just settle down a little bit as Fiber dribbles it out.
And then gets the bump as well, but Super Lucky won't be able to beat out Hunter. Caleb waiting in the wings, steps forward, touches the ball, stays on it. Caleb, what big play have you this time? Well, it's more of a defensive one. Stops Super Lucky from the clear, and that does help the Bulldogs maintain possession. Gus versus Kaka. Gus wins out. Kaka overshoots it. Now a pass to the middle. Caleb collects with boost, but has it taken away. The net's open. Does Super Lucky get there? Not this time.
Oh, Caleb had the opportunity, had Kaka on the backboard, and he opted to go for itself. The slower play, easier to intercept, after Kaka was already in a dangerous position. Not only that, it means that Kaka is kind of out of position if you don't pass it up to him because he's sitting on the opponent's backboard. Makes it so that he has a long road back. But it's still a side game. And next goal might just be the one that decides it. Let's hope it's not another mistake as Kaka beats one. Doesn't have the boost to catch up to it though.
Now Gus goes for a ceiling pinch. Doesn't quite get all of it. Caleb will take Keek away. Gus swings in, misses as well. Fiber in an awkward spot. Hunter gets past another one. Super Lucky, no boost. Clears it out. Power now a little bit of time to regroup, recollect themselves, starts challenging past that midfield line. Can't get too much. Here comes Kaka again. 2 defenders up. That is Hunter trying to go underneath. Can't get the goal.
I think it was going to be saved, but in the end, defended by a teammate, and it goes the other way. Another one for the bottom 5 plays and top 5 plays of tomorrow.
And they go back to back. The save into this touch from Gus, making it 4-3. A late lead from Power. The best looks we've seen from the Bulldogs yet, but these unforced errors continue to hold them back. And now, 30 seconds remaining. They need the big kickoff. They're relying on Kaka, and Caleb can't find the bump. Fiber and Gus each got to the ball. It's safe for now. 20 seconds left.
Super Lucky is also, despite his, performance in the first couple of games, he's had a real team effort. The number of times I see him coming and save the day from a front challenge has been insane in this game, and it might just be enough to decide it out here. Kaka, last effort, that was it, and that was a brilliant save once again from the man of the hour, Super Lucky, just willing them to victory.
That ball was 4/5 of the way in. It should have been a goal. It should be OT, but instead, match point from Power. 1 game away from the clean sweep. 1 game away from keeping the brackets, as desirable as possible for a epic conclusion. Bulldogs, I'm glad we're starting to see some bite to them. I'm glad we're starting to see the fight here, Yummy. However, it's too little too late.
I think they had 12 shots to 4.
Yes.
It was similar to the last game where Super Lucky had 4 goals from 5 shots. It's more of a symptom not of the pressure that Power are putting on, but more that the mistakes that are being forced or unforced sometimes out of the Bulldogs that just kind of lead to goals out of nowhere. They're not getting this insane amount of pressure. They're just sort of getting counterattacks.
And they're getting counterattacks. They're capitalizing on the opportunities. Gus in particular, 3 shots, 3 goals, hat trick for him. And if you go back to the first 2 games, Super Lucky show, right? This game, it wasn't Super Lucky at all. It was only Fiber and Gus really scoring. Lucky had more of a defensive role, key save at the end, but it's everyone from Power now stepping up, everyone from Power now popping off. Again, compare them to Wildcard. This is the Power that we need to see if they're going to take on Wildcard, if we're going to get that heavyweight bout at the end. And it's promising. It's very promising for, again, that epic grand final conclusion here in Regional 3.
A little bit of an oddity too. Gibbs will be quite upset. No timeout called here for what we'd expect to be the Bulldogs. They may have even given up. That's a big demo. That's a big goal. And once again, Power, early lead.
Yeah, demo on Hunter from Gus. Fiber just has to tap it in. 1-0 lead. But to go back to that timeout point, what has happened? Because in seasons past, teams are more than happy to take timeouts, but it feels like everyone's just stopped this season.
I wonder if it's coaches, I don't know, changing of the guard. LBP, obviously, no longer part of OCE. That may be part of it. There's just a lot less organizational-based teams as well, or teams with orgs in them, which is where you normally get your coaches. But otherwise, you'd have to ask them. Let's do an interview tomorrow.
Yeah. You know what? Let's make that happen. I want to hear the interviews again. I want to we haven't had an interview on RLCS in a while. We got our Friday stream. We need our post-game interviews as well. And get the cameras. We need the player cams too.
Come on, Azza. Make it happen.
Right now.
I think we have to do that for especially whoever makes the major. Probably both want to talk to both Power and Wildcard before they get into the grand finals. Again, unless one of those 2 teams somehow manage to troll. Formal is predicting that sometimes. Oh my god, that's not the best touch ever, but manages to catch up to it first, so it's alright.
Look, I don't want it to be so. If it was going to happen, it was going to be this series. So far, clearly, it's evident it probably won't be this series. Great save by Fiber. So I think we're safe now. This is giving me the confidence that OCE is going to be a normal region for once, and we're going to get our deserving, grand final, Regional 3, Power versus Wildcard.
And before the Bulldogs do it in the lower bracket, but for now, that's not looking likely. It's been a bit of an odd series. Maybe Monty as their coach / spiritual quote coach more than anything else can give us a little bit of insight on what has happened to his favorite player Caleb and this team as they spawn in front of each other, and makes it very difficult to get that clear.
Yeah, we need to know. We need the insight. Why wasn't the timeout taken? Monty's not gassing this series. No excuse. He should have been there. Bump goal! Hunter gets it done. We're tied 1-1.
Well, after they bumped each other, I was a little bit worried. Instead, they used that as a power to bump Super Lucky, the key member of the defense, out of the net to tie up the game.
I just got word that there was no timeout because Monty is sorting out dinner, something about a chicken in the oven as well. So, yeah, unlucky. Losing a game because of chicken in the oven. How could that even happen, Nelly?
We do need some coaches. We do need coaches to teach some people how to use an oven and a timer, and we'll get onto that. Maybe
Ovens are
Split
hard.
3 Formal will finally have that tech unlocked, the mechanics.
There's so many knobs and switches and buttons, okay, and nothing is labeled, and it's confusing and scary.
Well, Everybody wish Formal the best of luck with his brain transplant, and we have almost a goal there from Bulldogs. Super Lockie getting it down to the other end. Caleb straight back into it, just playing it pretty safely around the corner for now. No risk taken, as they can't afford a loss.
Aka, oh no, denied by Fiber. Cheeky second touch right there. That's conceding a fair bit of space. Doesn't look like Power will be able to do much with it. Caleb, nice control, sets up Hunter. Water falling down. Gus gets there, and here comes Fiber up along the side. Didn't like the pass, but finds it off the rebound. Into the wall we go. Ball's going to fall in a dangerous spot. If Gus finds it, he does not. Super Lucky does, but that will only slow down the counter, or will it? He actually gets the second challenge as well, which allows Kaka free space. Gets the demo. Ball's in the net. Here come the Bulldogs.
It has been the Bulldogs bulldozing their way through this game. Another demo in front of net, aerial based, as Hunter will receive that gleefully, and for the second time in this series, take a lead.
And this is actually a lot safer, it feels like, not just because of time, but admittedly the Bulldogs, you know, they've been a lot more patient this game, less mistakes, and the demo game doing them favors, creating those scoring opportunities. Now it's up to Power to see what they can do. I think if they continue to wait for the unforced error, they might not find their chance. Caleb makes it 3-1.
Oh, you mentioned it, or we mentioned it before the series, or before this, the game, I should say, started, is that, well, Power was scoring a lot of their goals from waiting for Bulldogs to make mistakes. Now they're playing a lot cleaner. There's not even scoring opportunities for Power anymore. And 3-1 leads. I think they've got it. We've avoided the 4-0.
We have avoided the 4-0. Although I think more people hate the 4-1 more than the 4-0. So if the Bulldogs are going to commit to win this game, they better win at least another one. They better keep this series going. Here we go. 37 seconds left. And it is the Bulldogs on the attacking half once more. Kaka to the sidewall, into the corner, stays with the play. Gets a bit of a bump. Caleb's touch, not on target.
Hunter staying a little further back just because Kaka was committing forward, but it doesn't really matter. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. I don't see Power getting 2 goals in this time, especially with that touch.
As the ball's going to slowly roll all the way back to the other side, Fiber will collect, but just time not in their favor. Ball gets behind 1, won't matter. It's going to hit 0, and the Bulldogs avoid the sweep, get 1 on the board. And the question is now, how far can they take this momentum?
Do we also, I know it's only been 1 game, get a timeout from Power? I assume not, but it's the first one for the Bulldogs, the first little sign for Power. Most notably, a little bit of an anemic game from Power. Because their game plan has been more about those counterattacks, all of a sudden that's not working. Do they try and change it up, or are they happy?
I think you have to try and change it up. Again, it's 2 games in a row where you've only had 4 shots. Bulldogs have just been looking cleaner and cleaner as the series progresses. This is where you mix it up. This is where you get aggressive again, like they were back in that first game when they put 6 points on them. I mean, we know Power can bring that edge. I mean, this is a very mechy, very fast team. And now it's when they flip it up, catch the Bulldogs off balance, and hopefully punch their ticket to the top 4 in that fashion.
And Bulldogs have found their way of making sure that they sort of just go for that easier goal. They get the bumps. Then they've had some brilliant ones, aerial bumps, even in that game to set up 2 of the goals. And I don't think they're going to change that recipe whatsoever. But the question is, will they be able to consistently perform to complete a best of 7 reverse sweep, the unicorn of RLCS?
It would be very OCE, but also very heartbreaking, I think, for both Power and for Wildcard, if it goes that direction, right? As, we have Guru admitting, so you know what that means.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know, if Guru is adminning a lobby, it means that the map change does not go into effect. We pause the game, we start, there we go. All the nonsense, because Guru forgot to change the map.
So maybe this is why OCE teams don't take those timeouts, because they know Guru is admitting and they're going to get one with the map change. So you've always had that in your back pocket. You wait for that one first and then you use your timeout later.
Yeah, I still think that maybe when you're 3 series down, you could take your own timeout and then, you get the other one later. But look, just official apologies from me on behalf of Guru. We know he's never going to fix it. He's never going to change his ways. He's never going to learn how to change the maps. I'll keep trying to remind him. I forgot today. Yeah. So I personally apologize for forgetting to remind Guru to change the map.
Yeah, so really it's, I guess, your fault then. That's okay. I'm sure we'll forgive you this time. Especially those on the Power fans, because they get their free timeout as we get ready to go. Game 5 about to get underway. Again, Power still's got 3 more chances to keep themselves safe in that top 4. We'll see what the Bulldogs can bring, though. If this truly is momentum going their way, if they can take us to that Game 6, then it feels like we get a proper series.
We head over to Paris. Could be a fitting little omen. A given Power are looking to not just make this major, but potentially the following over in Paris, and almost started off well in that regard.
Yeah, almost found it early. Not quite going to be the case this time. Instead, ball's going to kind of wind up jammed in the corner for a bit. A lot of bumps, a lot of attempts. Kaka can't get it past Lockie as we go opposite side. Gus actually has a real chance to find something here. Very creative with the recoveries, but not enough to turn into a threatening shot on target.
I hope the stream does get to hear all the French in-game commentary. I'm going to assume they don't, because, well, Hazza probably wants them listening to our subpar voices, but do love all the under-toires, the countdowns.
Miss Hazza is British, and you know how the British and the French don't really play nice, so unfortunately, I don't think we're going to be getting any on this stream.
Maybe Hazza will come on later to cast in French, and we'll see. Kaka preach up, and he didn't need to, because Hunter had actually just opened up the net. He beat everyone.
Well, almost. Maybe he should have had that, but as it stands, they remain scoreless for now. Fiber down, and straight into Kaka. Gus wants to rotate back, isn't going to find too much there, so it's going to be super lucky towards the backboard, caught by Hunter. Gus, next one forward as Power tries to get very tight spacing, at least initially. Now they kind of rotate to try to defend that attacking left side. Caleb pivots back to the middle, tries to dribble out Kaka, but they don't have the shot or the goal.
Well, opportunities going both ways at the moment. Certainly the most disappointing one for Bulldogs, but I mean, that's been happening throughout the series so far. As soon as they reel them in, they'll be in a good chance. And this is it. Hunter trying to get a pass into center. Does! It's off the post, and Caleb misreads it. That was another golden opportunity gone to waste for the Bulldogs.
And last time they got punished in Game 3. Will it happen again here? Will it cost them that run in the upper bracket? Still scoreless, so still a chance to recover. Caleb looking for Kaka, super lucky underneath. Sends the ball corner to corner, where again, it was Bulldogs who got there first, but it's super lucky who bang balls it to the safety of the other side.
Another bang ball back into center, and it looks like volleyball is the game mode all of a sudden. Super lucky, probably want more of a pass for that one as Hunter finally slows down the play, looks for the solo, gets a good 50 into center, and it's going to be used just to try and steal the boost away.
I like that touch from Hunter, though. Might set up Kaka here, back to the middle. Caleb not underneath, still midfield. A bump to try and buy some space. Now Caleb sets forward, pass, Gus! And it's a 1-0 lead for the Bulldogs.
Once again, it's off the back of the bump. Super lucky was in the corner, thought he could get a follow-up touch. No thank you, bumped out of the play. Caleb takes a fantastic shot. As given there was a defender, he needed to shoot that well.
I don't think that's one of those shots that will make its way on the highlight reels, but maybe it should, because Caleb had to absolutely clank that one. Fiber almost gets something off the kickoff right there. Save made on the line. Follow-up shot again saved on the line. Third touch, slow roller, wide right. And now it looks like the Bulldogs are able to finally settle after the kickoff.
I need to see that again, that save, because we got the director cam. It trolled us a little bit, and it switched straight to Kaka just as the save happened. It looked like he bumped Fiber into the save.
Oh, I mean, whatever it takes to make the save happen. It looked like Fiber was going to equalize this game. Instead, it's an open net the other way. Hunter! 2-0 lead.
The script has been completely flipped. Kaka A strong clear, and look how wide open that net is. Hunter didn't even need to touch it. It was done from the moment it was touched out of the defense. It looks like maybe a little bit of desperation to try and close out the series from Power, and it's not doing them any favors.
All right, on the game 6. Let's go. Neo Tokyo, line it up. Kickoff, a disaster. Right there for the Power side. Kaka's going to bang it in. And this is not the same Bulldogs team we saw game 1 and 2, Yummy. They have found that edge. They have found their confidence again. We're not seeing the mistakes. We're still seeing Power maybe trying to play for them, but they're just not giving away anything. Another good save from Hunter.
It's done very well here. They're holding on to the lead. They're no longer overcommitting as well, and it's very rare for any team to be able to hold Power to 0 goals, and it looks like they're about to do it in this game.
Yeah, I mean, even if they give up 1, which may or may not happen, you still feel like enough damage has been done by the Bulldogs to put this away. A 0-goal game, though, would be phenomenal for this Bulldogs side, for their confidence moving forward, knowing you still got to win 2 more. That's the kind of win you can build off of. Kaka wants another goal maybe to build off of as well. Super Lucky to the corner, has Gus behind. But yeah, in the end, it's still going to kind of stay in Bulldogs' control.
Get the control, get the 3-goal lead, keep the ball in the back half of Power. Do not give them a single whiff of even a single goal here. What a turnaround it has been for the Bulldogs after just how much they struggled even as a team in the first half of the series, and now they find themselves 2 games in a row with a chance to go to, well, reverse sweep point.
Yeah, that is... Now things are interesting. 1 game you can give away and you'll be all right. 2 games, now it's momentum. And Bulldogs shutting out a Power who once again found their offensive edge. That wasn't another 4-shot game. They put 11 on target in that one. They were creating chances, but the Bulldogs goal line defense came through. A couple lucky bump saves, whatever you want to call it, pinball saves. They helped as well. And we're in a position where, yeah, momentum is really against Power at this stage. Reverse sweep feels on.
It truly does. I mean, the control that we are seeing out of the Bulldogs is next level. At the beginning of the series, I was thinking, man, Power are so on today. Super Lucky's unstoppable. Well, turns out very stoppable once the Bulldogs started working as a team.
Yeah, and now we do get to see the timeout, though. So, Power, they have a coach. They're using that timeout, 2-loss rule. Maybe that's going to be how they find their momentum to get back in this one. Because if not, if we go to that Champions Field, if we are on the precipice of a reverse sweep, even if Power wins that game, to be that close to losing it against, you know, the 3rd place team, I think common sense and like the common thought would be, all right, Wildcard is now that better team. They'll have the momentum and it will be Power almost playing from behind.
Yeah, thanks, Hazard. And I saw that. I know a lot of other people weren't watching. Yeah, it's a Power time. He put the Bulldogs up there first. Don't worry, the keen eyes are here. Yeah, Power timeout. They lost 2 in a row. It's the general rule. Go for the timeout. At that point in time, they've got to change something up. They've got to find that pace again that they had early on in the series that was making it very difficult. They did have a lot more shots in the last game, and almost... It was odd because it was almost a complete reverse of what was happening before. They were the ones overcommitting, but they were also behind in goals, so maybe understandable.
I also kind of want to, you know, continue thinking ahead to tomorrow. Let's assume this Bulldogs comes up a little bit short. They wind up on wildcard side of the bracket, but then they play like this. That's not going to be a gimme for wildcard either. If the Bulldogs play what we've seen these past 2 games against any of the top teams in this region, they become a threat. So, yeah, it's a weird one right now. Realistically, what I think both Power and Wildcard wanted was a Bulldogs team that wasn't playing their best, couldn't really be that spoiler team. But they're proving that they can be right now, and I'd be a little bit nervous for if I'm Wildcard looking at both of these squads.
They just need to get that going a little bit earlier in the series, obviously, because well, still 2 more chances for Power to clinch out this series, and Bulldogs gonna have a tough time of it. Regardless, we'll see how the timeout buff has affected Team Power's little caught backwards there.
Uh-oh.
Same with Caleb. Has he managed to just do enough? He has.
Barely got enough on that one. Still, though, you can see Power, that opportunistic style coming through in spades. Now it's Fiber's turn to lead the charge. We'll leave it for Caleb in the corner, but with no boost, can't do too much with it. And it's Gus who burns everything to go from one end to the other. Finds Fiber!
We've been waiting for a moment like this. They've been too direct. Gus up to Fiber. That's an incredible read as he was on the ground when the passes happened. Had to go up the corner, retransition, recalibrate himself, and still get such an incredible shot at that angle.
Fiber always just seems to find the craziest angles. I feel he can score from anywhere, even in front of the
Crazy
net.
angle right there from Fiber.
Right in front of the net. Only one in the region who can score goals like this. But yeah, good bump from Lockie. Keeps Kaka out of his saving position. And now it's a 2-0 lead.
And also from Super Lucky there, he sort of moved in front of the ball for a little bit there. He threatened that he's going to go for the sideways pass, which did make the defenders hesitate. And then he pounced with a backboard pass instead. Because I'll say, Formal, usually that backboard pass where you hit against the backboard is the easiest one to defend. It leads to a very powerful clear as you get the half volley off the backboard too. So you have to mind game them if you want to get a free one.
And it worked out. Well, now Kaka has a double!
What?
Where does that come from, Kaka?
Quiet series from Kaka, but he's always been incredible off the backboard. Angled it so low. Fiber thought he was in the game for a second there, and it went under and over him.
A timely goal as well, because it does keep the Bulldogs within striking distance, does keep them within this series. If they're going to take it to that Game 7, they need more plays like that. Caleb had a real chance, just couldn't get the right touch on the ball. Still in front of the net, yet Gus should be able to clear it out.
I did really like that from Caleb, though. He just backed himself. He knew he had a teammate behind, and he ran forward with the just sheer hope that he would be able to score a goal there. Like the confidence, it's working out well. Oh no, that's too much confidence, way too much confidence from Kaka. He's gifted him.
Oh man, Gus just mogging Kaka right there. Says, give me the ball. If you're not going to protect it, I'm going to use it. I'm going to score. 3-1 lead, 2-goal cushion, Power back in control.
The worst part of his play there for the Bulldogs, his teammates, they were already just happily moving forward into passing positions, going, okay, Kaka's got a little time on the ball. He's going to move up. He's going to make a play. And Gus completely denied him, caught them all off guard. A 2-goal lead once again from Power, which has been pretty indomitable throughout the series when they've got into a position like this.
That has been, but you can see the Bulldogs, they're still playing aggressive. They're still hunting bumps, trying to get these quick dishes to teammates, trying to kind of force that goal open. Whether or not it will result in anything, we'll see. 2 minutes needing 2 goals. Well, that's not ideal. Awkward little double commit, looking for the pinch, don't find it, and they give up the ball as a result.
It's in the defensive half, not where Bulldogs want to be, though Hunter does have the flip reset. Can he get the bump? No. Haven't really seen the bump plays coming out from Bulldogs that was so successful in the last 2 games. It was almost an open net and so reminiscent of the early part of the series. Maybe it's just what happens when Bulldogs get behind. They get too desperate.
It seems to be the case right now. Composure not favoring the Bulldogs as Lockie nearly gets a beautiful double, waterfalling into themselves. Double commit from the defense. Hunter's going to try to do what he can. Has Kaka underneath, but it's like a half-hearted clear attempt. That never felt like it was going to work, and Lockie is all over it once more.
It looks like Power just forcing out touches from Bulldogs as much as they can. Just like they're just making sure that Kaka has to rush. So Caleb's got a brilliant 50. He's had to use the fake because he had no boosts. Little bit awkward here for the Power defense. This is where Bulldogs could strike, but Super Lucky once again keeps it out of danger. Fiber has no boost and just does whatever he can. It's desperation time in the defense, but Power know if they can just get it clear like that, then they're home safe.
That pre-jump from Gus, knowing Kaka was going to take to the sky, is beautiful. And it could have been the clear that secures this one. Hunter tries to get around Fiber, can't. And it's nearly a breakaway. Gus can't get there in time, but precious seconds whittled off the clock. 38 to go, and still 2 goals needed.
I'd have to be there for Kaka. That was his opportunity. Caleb, what can he do around the corner? Nothing against the 50 from Fiber. This is looking more and more dire for the Bulldogs. Power with a date for destiny. Maybe looking to get to the grand final and make their way to the Boston Major tomorrow.
We just need to keep the brackets correct. Keep it set up for the cinematic ending, and I believe Power has done just enough. Lockie with that last save will secure it. It is going to be Power winning the series. Got a little close. Got a little more competitive than would like. However, mission accomplished. Power is through and on to the top 4 on Champ Sunday.
The timeout buff proving way too powerful. It looked a lot more like the game plan that Power had earlier on in the series. And, well, I look back and go, why didn't the Bulldogs call a timeout after they were down 0-2? It might have been a little bit closer if they could have turned it around at that point.
That could have been. They just took too long to warm up, took too long to get having at full speed, because even in that loss at the end of Game 6-1, Bulldogs still look strong. Like, if they had been playing that level, I think we do go to Game 7 at minimum. I think they get at least one more across, but oh no. I don't know right now. If I am wildcard, I'm not thrilled I have to go through the Bulldogs to get to the grand final.
But I think for Power, maybe a 4-2 can go one of 2 ways, Monty, where it can kind of harden them up a little bit for tomorrow. The fact that they had to kind of overcome the adversity, Bulldogs stepped up and they found another level. Or are they thinking, if we only go to 4-2 against a Bulldogs, how do we beat wildcard?
Yeah,
Everybody else appreciate the forehead cam we just got there. I really like that from you, Formal.
Look, it's warm in Queensland, all right? I just want to show off how sweaty we get. Like, it's not just the players who do it. We feel it too. Lights in our faces all day. Just appreciate it. Appreciate imagine the smell, the odor. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I'd rather not, personally.
No. Not at all. Monty, thoughts on the series? I'm sick of I don't want to think about his forehead anymore. All right, let's talk to me.
Look, I think overall for the Bulldogs going into that, it was kind of expected that Power get the job done. It was just a matter of, aside from formal, it was the Bulldogs not going to be able to get over the top there.
I want a thank you from everybody right now, all right? Because everyone knows I get predictions wrong. I wanted to ensure the best bracket for tomorrow, so I picked the Bulldogs, knowing that means Power would win. You're welcome, everybody.
You were fully confident in your prediction in the green room.
Welcome.
I just want that. I want that noted.
I appreciate you, Monty. You're welcome.
Okay. Regardless, I think that Power going off that series, the main thing that they can take in a positive light of, I think it was mentioned 4-2 against Bulldogs, maybe not as good as obviously Wildcard going 4-0, but I think the main benefit in that series for Power was the fact that they actually looked decent. They didn't look nervy when they when they lost those couple of games like they did in Open 2. I think the nerves started in that semi-final when they lost those 2 games. It started really creeping up on them. So for that to be nice and solid in terms of that win there, I think that gives them an ideal run to the grand final and potentially less nerves overall.
And looking at this bracket too, I just find it weird, just a weird thing, CJ, that there was a guy on our broadcast, I think his name was Formal, who said that the last series of the day was the only one worth watching, and yet we had some banger. Well, we had a banger right at the very start, and he's just wrong in every single way.
Yeah, I agree. I think the lower bracket, even the 4-1, absolutely delivered. I couldn't tell you what happened in that, but it was certainly one for the ages, top 48 versus 8. But we started today, gents, with 8 teams. We're now down to 6. We lost top 48 in the top 8. We lost Dogged as well. And now we have our 6 teams for Championship Sunday. So speaking of, let's take a look at how it's all going to play out. We're going to kick it off with our 2 quarterfinals. Miami Metro taking on Champs. Bulldogs coming off that Game 6 loss against Power will take on IT for a chance at wildcard to cause an upset there. And Team Power, I'd say, Monty, have kind of found the good side of the bracket based on what we saw so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the benefit for them. They get sort of what could have been a nervy series out of the way in the upper bracket instead of in the lower bracket, in the semifinals rather, like we saw in Open 2, where they did lose those couple of games to Bulldogs, and that really set the nerves in for that grand final against Wildcard. They get the easy side of the bracket, as you say. That gives them the chance to build that confidence rather than potentially take a hit heading into the grand final.
I also kind of have to ask, maybe CJ, maybe chat, do we reckon that, say, Power, Wildcard, they should change their name to Top 2? Bulldogs could call themselves Top 4. I think I'm seeing a good theme here.
I think that simplifies things based on what we saw earlier on today.
Yep.
Definitely just keeps things nice, clear, concise, and everyone watching's on the same page. So I think there's merit there. But Formal, we've got a couple of teams here that are looking to make their way to Boston, and we've got a beautiful major contenders graphic globally that you can see. The teams that are colorized have already secured their ticket. We talked about LBP, Ninjas in Pajamas. They locked themselves in last night over in Europe in their Open 3. Falcons and Twisted are locked in as well. We've got Project Delacruz. I think you guys were mentioning those guys. Or maybe we were in the green room during that series, but potentially it was TSM, Monty. But who are we going to get? We've got a couple of teams here, a couple of 25-pointers in OCE that want to join these top teams internationally.
Yeah.
I think I predicted it earlier. I backing Wildcard for the weekend. I'm predicting them, but who knows when it comes to Championship Sunday? That's where just everything goes out. The gameplay goes out of the window, because that's when the nerves truly become their biggest.
When I look at this, I think there's only 2 teams out of all of the regions. Okay, maybe 4. There's 4 teams out of all the regions that I feel comfortable that I can say is going to make it through. I think Vitality gets through. Shopify Rebellion, they're good. MIBR and Furia, they're good. All the other teams, it's up for grabs, and I think it's going to be chaotic across all of these regions here, and that makes things super exciting.
Yeah, and it's also a shout out to the SSA stream as well. That's the same situation over there as it is here with Five Fears and Pioneers going down to the last day is the expected situation there. Both teams with the win, both teams with the second place in the grand finals. So for them, very similar situation as over here. It should be an exciting weekend overall.
It's going to be certainly one to watch, which is why we're excited, which is why we were a little bit silly today as well. We'll call it Silly Saturday, I think, for Open 3. We got a little bit chaotic throughout. I think Yummy had a bit of fatigue from the heat, maybe from cricket today, and that's why he decided to just go a little bit loopy and take it out on me.
And CJ threw a tantrum as well. So
I threw a little bit of a hissy fit.
I'm all of a sudden getting told off by CJ again, but sure, I had a lot of fun. I thought it was fun.
I think we all had fun.
We had a great back and forth there from CJ, Monty, brilliant as always. Formal, terrible predictions and stuff as always. But, what a broadcast.
What a day. And let us know in chat as well if you guys had fun, because we certainly did have fun today. But that is going to be it for the Saturday action here. For the RLCS OCE Open number 3. We have one final day of the split. This will be our last broadcast until nearly April, ladies and gentlemen. So clear your calendars tomorrow. Clear everything from about 4:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Convert that to your local time zone, to your local currency, to your local stuff. And just get here, get your bum on a seat that has the RLCS OCE broadcast up, because it was a fantastic day of action. We're going to get even crazier. We might get a 10-man cast in the grand final. It's going to be action-packed, and we're going to send one team to the Boston Major. See you tomorrow.
Time should heal, but it's been too long. Couple months where I can't seem to move on. I can't seem to move Ooh, I love you, I do need you, I do, I love you, I do need you. I love you, I do need you. Ooh, I love you, I do need you. I do need you.